David Copperfield, Part 4 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 31. A G-Rater Loss. It was not difficult for me, on Peggotty's solicitation, to resolve to stay where I was until after the remains of the poor carrier should have made their last journey to Blunderstone. She had long ago bought, out of her own savings, a little piece of ground in our old churchyard near the grave of her sweet girl, as she always called my mother, and there they were to rest. In keeping Peggotty company, and doing all I could for her little enough at the utmost, I was as grateful, I rejoice to think, as even now I could wish myself to have been. But I am afraid I had a supreme satisfaction of a personal and professional nature in taking charge of Mr. Barkis's will and expounding its contents. I may claim the merit of having originated the suggestion that the will should be looked for in the box. After some search, it was found in the box at the bottom of a horse's nose-bag, wherein besides hay there was discovered an old gold watch with chain and seals, which Mr. Barkis had worn on his wedding day, and which had never been seen before or since of tobacco stopper in the form of a leg, an imitation lemon full of minute cups and saucers, which I have some idea Mr. Barkis must have purchased to present to me when I was a child, and afterwards found himself unable to part with. 87 guineas and a half in guineas, in half guineas, 200 fantastically. From the circumstance of the latter article having been much polished, and displaying prismatic colors on the inside, I conclude that Mr. Barkis had some general ideas about pearls, which never resolved themselves into anything definite. For years and years Mr. Barkis had carried this box, on all his journeys, every day. That it might the better escape notice, he had invented a fiction that it belonged to Mr. Tom, black boy, and was to be left with Barkis till called for. A fable. He had elaborately written on the lid, in characters now scarcely legible. He had hoarded all these years, I found, to good purpose. His property and money amounted to nearly £3,000. Of this he bequeathed the interest of 1,000 to Mr. Peggotty for his life, on his decease the principal to be equally divided between Peggotty, little Emily, and me, or the survivor or survivors of us, share and share alike. All the rest he died possessed of, he bequeathed to Peggotty, whom he left residuary legatee, and sole executrix of that his last will and testament. I felt myself quite a proctor when I read this document aloud with all possible ceremony, and set forth its provisions, any number of times, to those whom they concerned. I began to think there was more in the Commons than I had supposed. I examined the will with the deepest attention, pronounced it perfectly formal in all respects, made a pencil mark or so in the margin, and thought it rather extraordinary that I knew so much. In this abstruse pursuit, in making an account for Peggotty of all the property into which she had come, in arranging all the affairs in an orderly manner, and in being her referee and adviser on every point, to our joint delight, I passed the week before the funeral. I did not see little Emily in that interval, but they told me she was to be quietly married in a fortnight. I did not attend the funeral in character, if I may venture to say so. I mean, I was not dressed up in a black coat and a streamer to frighten the birds, but I walked over to Blunderstone early in the morning, and was in the churchyard when it came, attended only by Peggotty and her brother. The mad gentleman looked on, out of my little window. Mr. Chillip's baby wagged its heavy head, and rolled its goggle eyes at the clergyman, over its nurse's shoulder. Mr. Omer breathed short in the background. No one else was there, and it was very quiet. We walked about. the churchyard for an hour after all was over, and pulled some young leaves from the tree above my mother's grave. A dread falls on me here. A cloud is lowering on the distant town, towards which I retraced my solitary steps. I fear to approach it. I cannot bear to think of what did come, upon that memorable night, of what must come again if I go on. It is no worse because I write of it. It would be no better if I stopped my most unwilling hand. It is done. Nothing can undo it. Nothing can make it otherwise than as it was. My old nurse was to go to London with me next day on the business of the will. Little Emily was passing that day at Mr. Omer's. We were all to meet in the old boathouse that night. Ham would bring Emily at the usual hour. I would walk back at my leisure. The brother and sister would return as they had come, and be expecting us, when the day closed in, at the fireside. I parted from them at the wicket gate, where Missionary Strap had rested with Roderick Random's knapsack in the days of yore, and, instead of going straight back, walked a little distance on the road to Lowestoft. Then I turned and walked back towards Yarmouth. I stayed to dine at a decent alehouse some mile or two from the ferry I have mentioned before, and thus the day wore away, and it was evening when I reached it. Rain was falling heavily by that time, and it was a wild night, but there was a moon behind the clouds, and it was not dark. I was soon within sight of Mr. Peggotty's house, and of the light within it shining through the window. A little floundering across the sand, which was heavy, brought me to the door, and I went in. It looked very comfortable indeed. Mr. Peggotty had smoked his evening pipe, and there were preparations for some supper by and by. The fire was bright, the ashes were thrown up, the locker was ready for little Emily in her old place. In her own old place sat Peggotty, once more looking but for her dress, as if she had never left it. She had fallen back already on the society of the workbox with St. Paul's upon the lid, the yard measure in the cottage, and the bit of wax candle, and there they all were, just as if they had never been disturbed. Mrs. Gummidge appeared to be fretting a little in her old corner, and consequently looked quite natural too. "You're first of the lot, Mas'r Davy," said Mr. Peggotty with a happy face. "Don't keep in that coat, sir, if it's wet." "Thank you, Mr. Peggotty," said I, giving him my outer coat to hang up. "It's quite dry." "So 'tis," said Mr. Peggotty, feeling my shoulders. "Has a chip. Sit ye down, sir. It ain't of no use saying welcome to you, but you're welcome, kind and hearty." "Thank you, Mr. Peggotty. I am sure of that. Well, Peggotty," said I, giving her a kiss, "and how are you, old woman?" "Ha, ha!" laughed Mr. Peggotty, sitting down beside us, and rubbing his hands in his sense of relief from recent trouble, and in the genuine heartiness of his nature. "There's not a woman in the world, sir, as I tell her, that need to feel more easy in her mind than her. She done her duty by the departed, and the departed knowed it, and the departed done what was right by her, as she done what was right by the departed, and it's all right." Mrs. Gummidge groaned. "Cheer up, my pretty mawther," said Mr. Peggotty, but he shook his head aside at us, evidently sensible of the tendency of the late occurrences to recall the memory of the old one. "Don't be down. Cheer up, for your own self, ony a little bit, and see if a good deal more doon come nat'ral." "Not to me, Dan," returned Mrs. Gummidge. "No think's not old to me, but to be lone and lorn." "No, no," said Mr. Peggotty, soothing her sorrows. "Yes, yes, Dan," said Mrs. Gummidge. "I ain't a person to live with them as has had money left. Things go too contrary with me. I had better be a riddance." "Why, how should I ever spend it without you?" said Mr. Peggotty, with an air of serious remonstrance. "What are you a-talking on? Don't I want you more now than ever I did?" "I knowed I was never wanted before," cried Mrs. Gummidge with a pitiable whimper, "and now I'm told so. How could I expect to be wanted, being so lone and lorn and so contrary?" Mr. Peggotty seemed very much shocked at himself for having made a speech capable of this unfeeling construction, but was prevented from replying by Peggotty's pulling his sleeve and shaking her head. After looking at Mrs. Gummidge for some moments, in sore distress of mind, he glanced at the Dutch clock, rose, snuffed the candle, and put it in the window. "Fear," said Mr. Peggotty cheerily. "Here we are, Mrs. Gummidge." Mrs. Gummidge slightly groaned. "Lighted up accordin' to custom. You're a wonderin' what that's fur, sir?" "Well, it's fur our little Em'ly. You see, the path ain't over light or cheerful arter the dark, and when I'm here at the hour as she's a comin' home, I puts the light in the winder. That, you see," said Mr. Peggotty, bending over me with great glee, "meets two objects. She says Em'ly, that theer's home, she says. And likewise, says Em'ly, my uncle's theer. Fur if I ain't theer, I never have no light showed." "You're a baby," said Peggotty, very fond of him for it, if she thought so. "Well," returned Mr. Peggotty, standing with his legs pretty wide apart and rubbing his hands up and down them in his comfortable satisfaction, as he looked alternately at us and at the fire. "I doen't know but I am. Not, you see, to look at." "Not exactly," observed Peggotty. "No," laughed Mr. Peggotty, "not to look at, but to consider on, you know. I doen't care, bless you. Now I tell you. When I go a-looking and looking about that theer pretty house of our Em'ly's, I'm gormed," said Mr. Peggotty with sudden emphasis. "Theer, I can't say more if I doen't feel as if the littlest things was her a'most. I takes 'em up and I put 'em down, and I touches of 'em as delicate as if they was our Em'ly. So 'tis with her little bonnets and that. I couldn't see one on 'em, rough used a purpose, not for the whole world. There's a babby fur you, in the form of a great sea porcupine," said Mr. Peggotty. Relieving his earnestness with a roar of laughter. Peggotty and I both laughed, but not so loud. "It's my opinion, you see," said Mr. Peggotty with a delighted face, after some further rubbing of his legs, "as this is along of my havin' played with her so much, and made believe as we was Turks and French and sharks and every wariety of foreigners, bless you, yes, and lions and whales and I doon't know what all, when she warn't no higher than my knee. I've got into the way on it, you know. Why, this here candle, now," said Mr. Peggotty, gleefully holding out his hand towards it, "I know werry well that artery she's married and gone, I shall put that candle theer just the same as now. I know werry well that when I'm here o' nights, and where else should I live, bless your 'arts, whatever fortin I come into, and she ain't here, or I ain't theer, I shall put the candle in the winder and sit afore the fire, pretending I'm expecting of her, like I'm a-doing now." "There's a babby for you," said Mr. Peggotty with another roar, "in the form of a sea porcupine. Why, at the present minute, when I see the candle sparkle up, I says to myself, she's a-looking at it, Em'ly's a-coming, there's a babby for you, in the form of a sea porcupine. Right for all that," said Mr. Peggotty, stopping in his roar and smiting his hands together, "for here she is, it was only Ham. The night should have turned more wet since I came in, for he had a large sou'wester hat on, slouched over his face." "Where's Em'ly?" said Mr. Peggotty. Ham made a motion with his head as if she were outside. Mr. Peggotty took the light from the window, trimmed it, put it on the table, and was busily stirring the fire, when Ham, who had not moved, said, "Mawser Davy, will you come out a minute and see what Em'ly and me has got to?" show you?" We went out. As I passed him at the door, I saw, to my astonishment and fright, that he was deadly pale. He pushed me hastily into the open air and closed the door upon us. Only upon us two. "Ham, what's the matter?" "Mas'r Davy." Oh, for his broken heart, how dreadfully he wept! I was paralyzed by the sight of such grief. I don't know what I thought or what I dreaded. I could only look at him. "Ham, poor good fellow. For heaven's sake, tell me what's the matter. My love, Mas'r Davy, the pride and hope of my art, her that I'd have died for, and would die for, now she's gone." Gone. Emily's run away. Oh, Mas'r Davy, think how she's run away, when I pray my good and gracious God to kill her that is so dear above all things sooner than let her come to ruin and disgrace. The face he turned up to the troubled sky, the quivering of his clasped hands, the agony of his figure remain associated with the lonely waste in my remembrance to this hour. It is always night there, and he is the only object in the scene. "You're a scholar," he said hurriedly, "and know what's right and best. What am I to say, indoors? How am I ever to break it to him, Mas'es Davy?" I saw the door move, and instinctively tried to hold the latch on the outside, to gain a moment's time. It was too late. Mr. Peggotty thrust forth his face, and, never could I forget the change that came upon it when he saw us. If I were to live 500 years, I remember a great wail and cry, and the women hanging about him, and we all standing in the room, I with the paper in my hand, which Ham had given me. Mr. Peggotty, with his vest torn open, his hair wild, his face and lips quite white, and blood trickling down his bosom. It had sprung from his mouth, I think, looking fixedly at me. "Read it, sir," he said, in a low shivering voice. "Slow, please. I do know as I can understand." In the midst of the silence of death, I read thus, from a blotted letter: "When you, who love me so much better than I ever have deserved, even when my mind was innocent, see this, I shall be far away." "I shall be fur away," he repeated slowly. "Stop, Em'ly fur away. Well, when I leave my dear home, my dear home, oh my dear home, oh my dear home." In the morning, the letter bore date on the previous night. It will be never to come back, unless he brings me back a lady. This will be found at night, many hours after, instead of me. Oh, if you knew how my heart is torn! If even you, that I have wronged so much, that never can forgive me, could only know what I suffer! I am too wicked to write about myself. Oh, take comfort in thinking that I am so bad. Oh, for mercy's sake, tell Uncle that I never loved him half so dear as now. Oh, don't remember how affectionate and kind you have all been to me. Don't remember we were ever to be married, but try to think as if I died when I was little and was buried somewhere. Pray heaven that I am going away from. Have compassion on my uncle. Tell him that I never loved. Him half so dear, be his comfort, love some good girl that will be what I was once to uncle, and be true to you, and worthy of you, and know no shame but me. God bless all. I'll pray for all, often, on my knees. If he don't bring me back a lady, and I don't pray for my own self, I'll pray for all. My parting love to Uncle, my last tears and my last thanks for Uncle. That was all. He stood long after I had ceased to read, still looking at me. At length I ventured to take his hand, and to entreat him, as well as I could, to endeavor to get some command of himself. He replied, "I thank ye, sir, I thank ye," without moving. Ham spoke to him. Mr. Peggotty was so far sensible of his affliction that he wrung his hand, but otherwise he remained in the same state, and no one dared to disturb him. Slowly, at last, he moved his eyes from my face, as if he were waking from a vision, and cast them round the room. Then he said, in a low voice, "Who's the man? I want to know his name." Ham glanced at me, and suddenly I felt a shock that struck me back. "There's a man suspected," said Mr. Peggotty. "Who is it?" "Mas'r Davy," implored Ham. "Go out a bit, and let me tell him what I must. You don't ought to hear it, sir." I felt the shock again. I sank down in a chair and tried to utter some reply, but my tongue was fettered and my sight was weak. "I want to know his name," I heard said once more. For some time past, Ham faltered, "There's been a servant about here at odd times. There's been a gentleman too. Both of 'em belong to one another." Mr. Peggotty stood fixed as before, but now looking at him. "The servant," pursued Ham, "was seen along with our poor girl last night. He's been in hiding about here this week or over. He was thought to have gone, but he was hiding." "Don't stay, Mas'us Davy, don't." I felt Peggotty's arm round my neck, but I could not have moved if the house had been about to fall upon me. "A strange chay and hosses was outside town this morning on the Norwich Road, a'most afore the day broke," Ham went on. "The servant went to it and come from it and went to it again. When he went to it again, Em'ly was nigh him. The t'other was inside. He's the man." "For the Lord's love," said Mr. Peggotty, falling back and putting out his hand, as if to keep off what he dreaded, "do tell me his name's Steerforth." "Mas'r Davy," exclaimed Ham, in a broken voice, "it ain't no fault of yourn, and I am far from laying of it to you, but his name is Steerforth, and he's a damned villain." Mr. Peggotty uttered no cry, and shed no tear, and moved no more, until he seemed to wake again, all at once, and pulled down his rough coat from its peg in a corner. "Bear a hand with this. I'm struck of a heap, and can't do it," he said impatiently. "Bear a hand and help me." Well, when somebody had done so, "Now give me that theer hat." Ham asked him whither he was going. "I'm a-going to seek my niece. I'm a-going to seek my Em'ly. I'm a-going first to stave in that theer boat, and sink it where I would have drownded him, as I'm a living soul, if I had had one thought of what was in him." As he sat afore me, he said wildly, holding out his clenched right hand, "As he sat afore me, face to face, strike me down dead, but I'd have drownded him, and thought it right. I'm a-going to seek my niece." "Where?" cried Ham, interposing himself before the door. "Anywhere. I'm a-going to seek my niece through the world. I'm a-going to find my poor niece in her shame, and bring her back. No one stop me. I tell you I'm a-going to seek my niece." "No, no," cried Mrs. Gummidge, coming between them in a fit of crying. "No, no, Dan, not as you are now. Seek her in a little while, my lone lorn Dan'l, and that'll be but right. But not as you are now. Sit ye down and give me your forgiveness for having ever been a worrit to you, Dan, what had my contraries ever been to this, and let us speak a word about them times when she was first an orphan, and when Ham was too, and when I was a poor widder woman, and you took me in. It'll soften your poor heart, Dan," laying her head upon his shoulder, "and you'll bear your sorrow better, for you know the promise, Dan. As you have done it unto one of the least of these, you have done it unto me, and that can never fail under this roof, that's been our shelter for so many, many year." He was quite passive now, and when I heard him crying, the impulse that had been upon me to go down upon my knees and ask their pardon for the desolation I had caused and curse Steerforth yielded to a better feeling. My overcharged heart found the same relief, and I cried too. Chapter 32. The Beginning of a Long Journey. What is natural in me is natural in many other men, I infer, and so I am not afraid to write that I never had loved Steerforth better than when the ties that bound me to him were broken. In the keen distress of the discovery of his unworthiness, I thought more of all that was brilliant in him. I softened more towards all that was good in him. I did more justice to the qualities that might have made him a man of a noble nature and a great name than ever I had done in the height of my devotion to him. Deeply as I felt my own unconscious part in his pollution of an honest home, I believe that if I had been brought face to face with him, I could not have uttered one reproach. I should have loved him so well still, though he fascinated me no longer. I should have held in so much tenderness the memory of my affection for him, that I think I should have been as weak as a spirit-wounded child, in all but the entertainment of a thought that we could ever be reunited. That thought I never had. I felt, as he had felt, that all was at an end between us. What his remembrances of me were, I have never known. They were light enough, perhaps, and easily dismissed, but mine of him were as the remembrances of a cherished friend who was dead. Yes, Steerforth, long removed from the scenes of this poor history. My sorrow may bear involuntary witness against you at the judgment throne, but my angry thoughts or my reproaches never will, I know. The news of what had happened soon spread through the town, insomuch that as I passed along the streets next morning, I overheard the people speaking of it at their doors. Many were hard upon her, some few were hard upon him, but towards her second father and her lover there was but one sentiment. Among all kinds of people a respect for them in their distress prevailed, which was full of gentleness and delicacy. The seafaring men kept apart when those two were seen early, walking with slow steps on the beach, and stood in knots talking compassionately among themselves. It was on the beach, close down by the sea, that I found them. It would have been easy to perceive that they had not slept all last night, even if Peggotty had failed to tell me of their still sitting just as I left them when it was broad day. They looked worn, and I thought Mr. Peggotty's head was bowed in one night more than in all the years I had known him. But they were both as grave and steady as the sea itself. Then lying beneath a dark sky, waveless yet with a heavy roll upon it, as if it breathed in its rest, and touched, on the horizon, with the strip of silvery light from the unseen sun. "We have had a mort of talk, sir," said Mr. Peggotty to me, when we had all three walked a little while in silence, "of what we ought and ought to do. But we see our course now." I happened to glance at Ham, then looking out to sea upon the distant light, and a frightful thought came into my mind. Not that his face was angry, for it was not. I recalled nothing but an expression of stern determination in it, that if ever he encountered Steerforth, he would kill him. "My duty here, sir," said Mr. Peggotty, "is done. I'm a-going to seek my—" He stopped, and went on in a firmer voice, "I'm a-going to seek her. That's my duty evermore." He shook his head when I asked him where he would seek her, and inquired if I were going to London tomorrow. I told him I had not gone today, fearing to lose the chance of being of any service to him, but that I was ready to go when he would. "I'll go along with you, sir," he rejoined, "if you're agreeable tomorrow." We walked again for a while in silence. "Ham," he presently resumed, "he'll hold to his present work and go and live along with my sister. The old boat yonder, will you desert the old boat, Mr. Peggotty?" I gently interposed. "My station, Massa's Davy," he returned, "ain't there no longer, and if ever a boat foundered, since there was darkness on the face of the deep, that one's gone down. But no, sir, no, I do mean as it should be deserted, fur from that." We walked again for a while, as before, until he explained, "My wishes is, sir, as it shall look, day and night, winter and summer, as it has always looked, since she fust knowed it. If ever she should come a wandering back, I wouldn't have the old place seem to cast her off, you understand, but seem to tempt her to draw nigher to tea and to peep in, maybe, like a ghost, out of the wind and rain, through the old winder, at the old seat by the fire. Then maybe, Masses Davy, seeing none but Mrs. Gummidge there, she might take heart. To creep in, trembling, and might come to be laid down in her old bed, and rest her weary head where it was once so gay. I could not speak to him in reply, though I tried. Every night, said Mr. Peggotty, as reg'lar as the night comes, the candle must be stood in its old pane of glass, that if ever she should see it, it may seem to say, "Come back, my child, come back." If ever there's a knock, ham particel, a soft knock, artery dark, at your aunt's door, don't you go nigh it. Let it be her, not you, that sees my fallen child. He walked a little in front of us and kept before us for some minutes. During this interval I glanced at Ham again, and observing the same expression on his face, and his eyes still directed to the distant light, I touched his arm. Twice I called him by his name, in the tone in which I might have tried to rouse. A sleeper before he heeded me. When I at last inquired on what his thoughts were so bent, he replied, "On what's afore me, Mas'r Davy, and over yon." "On the life before you, do you mean?" He had pointed confusedly out to sea. "Ay, Mas'r Davy, I doon rightly know how 'tis, but from over yon there seemed to me to come the end of it like, looking at me as if he were waking, but with the same determined face." "What end?" I asked, possessed by my former fear. "I don't know," he said thoughtfully. "I was calling to mind that the beginning of it all did take place here, and then the end come. But it's gone. Mas'r Davy," he added, answering, as I think, my look, "you had no call to be afeard of me, but I'm kinder muddled. I don't fare to feel no matters." Which was as much as to say that he was not himself, and quite confounded. Mr. Peggotty stopping for us to join him, we did so, and said no more. The remembrance of this, in connection with my former thought, however, haunted me at intervals, even until the inexorable end came at its appointed time. We insensibly approached the old boat and entered. Mrs. Gummidge, no longer moping in her especial corner, was busy preparing breakfast. She took Mr. Peggotty's hat and placed his seat for him, and spoke so comfortably and softly that I hardly knew her. "Dan'l, my good man," said she, "you must eat and drink, and keep up your strength, for without it you'll do naught. Try, that's a dear soul. And if I disturb you with my clicket," she meant her chattering, "tell me so, Dan, and I won't." When she had served us all, she withdrew to the window, where she sedulously employed herself in repairing some shirts and other clothes belonging to Mr. Peggotty, and neatly folding and packing them in an old oilskin bag, such as sailors carry. Meanwhile she continued talking in the same quiet manner. "All times and seasons, you know, Dan. Dan," said Mrs. Gummidge, "I shall be Alice here, and everythink will look accordin' to your wishes. I'm a poor scholar, but I shall write to you odd times, when you're away, and send my letters to Mas'r Davy. Maybe you'll write to me too, Dan, all dimes, and tell me how you fare to feel upon your lorn journeys. You'll be a solitary woman here, I'm afeard," said Mr. Peggotty. "No, no, Dan," she returned, "I shan't be that, don't you mind me. I shall have enough to do to keep a bean for you." Mrs. Gummidge meant a home. "Again you come back to keep a bean here, for any that may hap to come back, Dan'l. In the fine time, I shall set outside the door as I used to do, if any should come nigh." They shall see the old widder woman true to 'em, a long way off. What a change in Mrs. Gummidge in a little time! She was another woman. She was so devoted, she had such a quick perception of what it would be well to say, and what it would be well to leave unsaid. She was so forgetful of herself, and so regardful of the sorrow about her, that I held her in a sort of veneration. The work she did that day! There were many things to be brought up from the beach and stored in the outhouse as oars, nets, sails, cordage, spars, lobster pots, bags of ballast, and the like. And though there was abundance of assistance rendered, there being not a pair of working hands on all that shore but would have labored hard for Mr. Peggotty, and been well paid in being asked to do it, yet she persisted, all day long, in toiling under weights that she was quite unequal to, in fragging to and frogging unnecessary errands. As to deploring her misfortunes, she appeared to have entirely lost the recollection of ever having had any. She preserved an equable cheerfulness in the midst of her sympathy, which was not the least astonishing part of the change that had come over her. Querulousness was out of the question. I did not even observe her voice to falter, or a tear to escape from her eyes, the whole day through until twilight, when she and I and Mr. Peggotty being alone together, and he having fallen asleep in perfect exhaustion, she broke into a half-suppressed fit of sobbing and crying, and taking me to the door, said, "Ever bless you, Mas'r Davy. Be a friend to him, poor dear." Then she immediately ran out of the house to wash her face, in order that she might sit quietly beside him and be found at work there when he should awake. In short, I left her, when I went away at night, the prop and staff of Mr. Peggotty's affliction, and I could not meditate enough upon the lesson that I read in Mrs. Gummidge, and the new experience she unfolded to me. It was between 9 and 10 o'clock when, strolling in a melancholy manner through the town, I stopped at Mr. Omer's door. Mr. Omer had taken it so much to heart, his daughter told me, that he had been very low and poorly all day, and had gone to bed without his pipe. "A deceitful, bad-hearted girl," said Mrs. Joram. "There was no good in her, ever." "Don't say so," I returned. "You don't think so?" "Yes, I do," cried Mrs. Joram angrily. "No, no," said I. Mrs. Joram tossed her head, endeavoring to be very stern and cross, but she could not command her softer self, and began to cry. I was young, to be sure, but I thought much the better of her for this sympathy, and fancied it became her, as a virtuous wife and mother, very well indeed. "What will she ever do?" sobbed Minnie. "Where will she go? What will become of her? Oh, how could she be so cruel to herself and him?" I remembered the time when Minnie was a young and pretty girl, and I was glad she remembered it too, so feelingly. "My little Minnie," said Mrs. Joram, "has only just now been got to sleep. Even in her sleep she is sobbing for Em'ly. All day long little Minnie has cried for her, and asked me over and over again whether Em'ly was wicked. What can I say to her when Em'ly tied a ribbon off her own neck round little Minnie's the last night she was here, and laid her head down on the pillow beside her till she was fast asleep? The ribbon's round my little Minnie's neck now. It ought not to be, perhaps, but what can I do? Em'ly is very bad, but they were fond of one another, and the child knows nothing." Mrs. Jar was so unhappy that her husband came out to take care of her. Leaving them together, I went home to Peggotty's, more melancholy myself, if possible, than I had been yet. That good creature, I mean Peggotty, all untired by her late anxieties and sleepless nights, was at her brother's, where she meant to stay till morning. An old woman who had been employed about the house for some weeks past, while Peggotty had been unable to attend to it, was the house's only other occupant besides myself. As I had no occasion for her services, I sent her to bed, by no means against her will, and sat down before the kitchen fire a little while. to think about all this. I was blending it with the deathbed of the late Mr. Barkis, and was driving out with the tide towards the distance at which Ham had looked so singularly in the morning, when I was recalled from my wanderings by a knock at the door. There was a knocker upon the door, but it was not that which made the sound. The tap was from a hand, and low down upon the door, as if it were given by a child. It made me start as much as if it had been the knock of a footman to a person of distinction. I opened the door, and at first looked down, to my amazement, on nothing but a great umbrella that appeared to be walking about of itself. But presently I discovered underneath it Miss Melcher. I might not have been prepared to give the little creature a very kind reception if, on her removing the umbrella, which her utmost efforts were unable to shut up, she had shown me the volatile expression of face which had made so great an impression on me at our first and last meeting. But her face, as she turned it up to mine, was so earnest, and when I relieved her of the umbrella, which would have been an inconvenient one for the Irish giant, she wrung her little hands in such an afflicted manner that I rather inclined towards her. "Miss Melcher," said I, after glancing up and down the empty street, without distinctly knowing what I expected to see besides, "how do you come here? What is the matter?" She motioned to me with her short right arm to shut the umbrella. For her, and passing me hurriedly, went into the kitchen. When I had closed the door and followed, with the umbrella in my hand, I found her sitting on the corner of the fender. It was a low iron one, with two flat bars at top to stand plates upon in the shadow of the boiler, swaying herself backwards and forwards, and chafing her hands upon her knees like a person in pain. Quite alarmed at being the only recipient of this untimely visit, and the only spectator of this portentous behavior, I exclaimed again, "Pray tell me, Miss Melcher, what is the matter? Are you ill?" "My dear young soul," returned Miss Melcher, squeezing her hands upon her heart one over the other, "I am ill here. I am very ill. To think that it should come to this, when I might have known it and perhaps prevented it if I hadn't been a thoughtless fool." Again her large bonnet, very disproportionate to the figure, went backwards and forwards, and her swaying of her little body to and fro, while a most gigantic bonnet rocked in unison with it upon the wall. "I am surprised," I began, "to see you so distressed and serious," when she interrupted me. "Yes, it's always so," she said. They are all surprised, these inconsiderate young people, fairly and full grown, to see any natural feeling in a little thing like me. They make a plaything of me, use me for their amusement, throw me away when they are tired, and wonder that I feel more than a toy horse or a wooden soldier. Yes, that's the way. The old way. It may be with others, I returned, but I do assure you it is not with me. Perhaps I ought not to be at all surprised to see you as you are now. I know so little of you." I said without consideration what I thought. "What can I do?" returned the little woman, standing up and holding out her arms to show herself. "See what I am. My father was, and my sister is, and my brother is. I have worked for sister and brother these many years hard. Mr. Copperfield all day. I must live. I do no harm. If there are people so unreflecting or so cruel as to make a jest of me, what is left for me to do but to make a jest of myself, them, at everything? If I do so for the time, whose fault is that? Mine? No, not Miss Melcher's, I perceived. If I had shown myself a sensitive dwarf to your false friend," pursued the little woman, shaking her head at me with reproachful earnestness, "how much of his help or good will do you think I should ever have had? If little Mosher, who had no hand, young gentleman, in the making of herself, addressed herself to him or the like of him, because of her misfortunes, when do you suppose her small voice would have been heard? Little Mocher would have as much need to live if she was the bitterest and dullest of pygmies, but she couldn't do it. No, she might whistle for her bread and butter till she died of air. Miss Mocher sat down on the fender again and took out her handkerchief and wiped her eyes. "Be thankful for me, if you have a kind heart, as I think you have," she said, "that while I know well what I am, I can be cheerful and endure it all. I am thankful for myself, at any rate, that I can find my tiny way through the world without being beholden to anyone, and that in return for all that is thrown at me in folly or vanity as I go along, I can throw bubbles back. If I don't brood over all I want, it is the better for me, and not the worse for anyone. If I am a plaything for you giants, be gentle with me." Miss Moucher replaced her handkerchief in her pocket, looking at me with very intent expression all the while, and pursued, "I saw you in the street just now. You may suppose I am not able to walk as fast as you, with my short legs and short breath, and I couldn't overtake you. But I guessed where you came, and came after you. I have been here before, today, but the good woman wasn't at home." "Do you know her?" I demanded. "I know of her and about her," she replied, "from Omer and Joram. I was there at 7 o'clock this morning. Do you remember what Steerforth said to me about this unfortunate girl, that time when I saw you both at the inn?" The great bonnet on Miss Mocher's head, and the greater bonnet on the wall, began to go backwards and forwards again when she asked this question. I remembered very well what she referred to, having had it in my thoughts many times that day. I told her so. "May the father of all evil confound him," said the little woman, holding up her forefinger between me and her sparkling eyes, "and 10 times more confound that wicked servant. But I believed it was you who had a boyish passion for her." I repeated, "Child, child!" "In the name of blind ill fortune," cried Miss Mocher, wringing her hands impatiently, as she went to and fro again upon the fender, "why did you praise her so, and blush, and look disturbed?" I could not conceal from myself that I had done this, though for a reason very different from her supposition. "What did I know?" said Miss Moucher, taking out her handkerchief again, and giving one little stamp on the ground whenever, at short intervals, she applied it to her eyes with both hands at once. "He was crossing you and wheedling you. I saw, and you were soft wax in his hands, I saw. Had I left the room a minute, when his man told me that young innocence, so he called you, and you may call him old guilt, all the days of your life had set his heart upon her, and she was giddy and liked him, but his master was resolved that no harm should come of it more for your sake than for hers, and that was their business here, how could I but believe him? I saw Steerforth soothe and please you by his praise of her. You were the first to mention her name. You owned to an old admiration of her. You were hot and cold and red and white all at once when I spoke to you of her. What could I think? What did I think, but that you were a young libertine in everything but experience, and had fallen into hands that had experience enough, and could manage you having the fancy for your own good? Oh! 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 They were afraid of my finding out the truth," exclaimed Miss Moucher, getting off the fender, and trotting up and down the kitchen with her 2 short arms distressfully lifted up, "because I am a sharp little thing I need." "B, to get through the world at all." And they deceived me altogether, and I gave the poor unfortunate girl a letter, which I fully believe was the beginning of her ever speaking to Litimer, who was left behind on purpose. I stood amazed at the revelation of all this perfidy, looking at Miss Moucher as she walked up and down the kitchen until she was out of breath, when she sat upon the fender again, and drying her face with her handkerchief, shook her head for a long time, without otherwise moving and without breaking silence. "My country rounds," she added at length, "brought me to Norwich, Mr. Copperfield, the night before last. What I happened to find there, about their secret way of coming and going without you, which was strange, led to my suspecting something wrong. I got into the coach from London last night, as it came through Norwich, and was here this morning. Oh, 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 too late!" Poor little Mulcher turned so chilly after all her crying and fretting, that she turned round on the fender, putting her poor little wet feet in among the ashes to warm them, and sat looking at the fire, like a large doll. I sat in a chair on the other side of the hearth, lost in unhappy reflections, and looking at the fire too, and sometimes at her. "I must go," she said at last, rising as she spoke. "It's late. You don't mistrust me?" Meeting her sharp glance, which was as sharp as ever when she asked me, I could not on that short challenge answer no, quite frankly. "Come," said she, accepting the offer of my hand to help her over the fender, and looking wistfully up into my face. "You know you wouldn't mistrust me if I was a full-sized woman." I felt that there was much truth in this, and I felt rather ashamed of myself. "You are a young man," she said, nodding. "Take a word of advice, even from 3 foot nothing. Try not to associate bodily defects with mental, my good friend, except for solid reason." She had got over the fender now, and I had got over my suspicion. I told her that I believed she had given me a faithful account of herself, and that we had both been hapless instruments in designing hands. She thanked me and said I was a good fellow. "Now mind," she exclaimed, turning back on her way to the door and looking shrewdly at me with her forefinger up again. "I have some reason to suspect, from what I have heard. My ears are always open. I can't afford to spare what powers I have that they are gone abroad. But if ever they return, if ever any one of them returns, while I am alive, I am more likely than another, going about as I do, to find it out soon. Whatever I know, you shall know. If ever I can do anything to serve the poor betrayed girl, I will do it faithfully, please heaven." And Litimer had better have a bloodhound at his back than little Mulcher. I placed implicit faith in this last statement when I marked the look with which it was accompanied. "Trust me no more, but trust me no less than you would trust a full-sized woman," said the little creature, touching me appealingly on the wrist. "If ever you see me again, unlike what I am now, and like what I was when you first saw me, observe what company I am in. Call to mind that I am a very helpless and defenseless little thing. Think of me at home with my brother like myself and sister like myself, when my day's work is done. Perhaps you won't, then, be very hard upon me, or surprised if I can be distressed and serious. Good night." I gave Miss Mulcher my hand with a very different opinion of her from that which I had hitherto entertained, and opened the door to let her out. It was not a trifling business to get the great umbrella up and properly balanced in her grasp. But at last I successfully accomplished this, and saw it go bobbing down the street through the rain, without the least appearance of having anybody underneath it, except when a heavier fall than usual from some overcharged waterspout sent it toppling over on one side and discovered Miss Mulcher struggling violently to get it right. After making one or two sallies to her relief, which were rendered futile by the umbrella's hopping on again like an immense bird before I could reach it, I came in, went to bed, and slept till morning. In the morning I was joined by Mr. Peggotty and by my old nurse, and we went at an early hour to the coach office, where Mrs. Gummidge and Ham were waiting to take leave of us. "Master Daisy," Ham whispered, drawing me aside while Mr. Peggotty was stowing his bag among the luggage, "his life is quite broke up. He don't know wheer he's goin', he don't know what's afore him. he's bound upon a voyage. That'll last on and off all the rest of his days, take my word to't, for tea, unless he finds what he's a-seeking of. I am sure you'll be a friend to him, Masses Davy." "Trust me, I will indeed," said I, shaking hands with Ham earnestly. "Thank'ee, thank'ee, very kind sir. One thing furder, I'm in good employ, you know, Masses Davy, and I ha'n't no way now of spending what I gets. Money's of no use to me no more, except to live. If you can lay it out for him, I shall do my work with a better art. Though as to that, sir," and he spoke very steadily and mildly, "you're not to think, but I shall work at all times, like a man, and act the best that lays in my power." I told him I was well convinced of it, and I hinted that I hoped the time might even come when he would cease to lead the lonely life he naturally contemplated now. "No, sir," he said, shaking his head. "All that's past and over with me, sir. No one can never fill the place that's empty. But you'll bear in mind about the money, as there's at all times some laying by for him?" Reminding him of the fact that Mr. Peggotty derived a steady, though certainly a very moderate income from the bequest of his late brother-in-law, I promised to do so. We then took leave of each other. I cannot leave him even now without remembering with a pang at once his modest fortitude and his great sorrow. As to Mrs. Gummidge, if I were to endeavor to describe how she ran down the street by the side of the coach, seeing nothing but Mr. Peggotty on the roof, through the tears she tried to repress, and dashing herself against the people who were coming in the opposite direction, I should enter on a task of some difficulty. Therefore I had better leave her sitting on a baker's doorstep, out of breath, with no shape at all remaining in her bonnet, and one of her shoes off, lying on the pavement at a considerable distance. When we got to our journey's end, our first pursuit was to look about for a little lodging for Peggotty, where her brother could have a bed. We were so fortunate as to find one of a very clean and cheap description over a chandler's shop, only 2 streets removed from me. When we had engaged this domicile, I bought some cold meat at an eating-house and took my fellow travelers home to tea. A proceeding, I regret to state, which did not meet with Mrs. Crupp's approval, but quite the contrary. I ought to observe, however, in explanation of that lady's state of mind, that she was much offended by Peggotty's tucking up her widow's gown before she had been 10 minutes in the place, and setting to work to dust my bedroom. This Mrs. Crupp regarded in the light of a liberty, and the liberty, she said, was a thing she never allowed. Mr. Peggotty had made a communication to me on the way to London for which I was not unprepared. It was that he purposed first seeing Mrs. Steerforth. As I felt bound to assist him in this, and also to mediate between them, with the view of sparing the mother's feelings as much as possible, I wrote to her that night. I told her as mildly as I could what his wrong was, and what my own share in his injury. I said he was a man in very common life, but of a most gentle and upright character, and that I ventured to express a hope that she would not refuse to see him in his heavy trouble. I mentioned 2 o'clock in the afternoon as the hour of our coming, and I sent the letter myself by the first coach in the morning. At the appointed time, we stood at the door of that house where I had been, a few days since, so happy, where my youthful confidence and warmth of heart had been yielded up so freely, which was closed against me henceforth, which was now a waste, a ruin. No Littimer appeared. The pleasanter face which had replaced his, on the occasion of my last visit, answered to our summons and went before us to the drawing-room. Mrs. Steerforth was sitting there. Rosa Dartle glided, as we went in, from another part of the room and stood behind her chair. I saw directly in his mother's face that she knew from himself what he had done. It was very pale, and bore the traces of deeper emotion than my letter alone, weakened by the doubts her fondness would have raised upon it, would have been likely to create. I thought her more like him than ever I had thought her, and I felt rather than saw that the resemblance was not lost on my companion. She sat upright in her armchair, with a stately, immovable, passionless air, that it seemed as if nothing could disturb. She looked very steadfastly at Mr. Peggotty when he stood before her, and he looked quite as steadfastly at her. Rosa Dartle's keen glance comprehended all of us. For some moments not a word was spoken. She motioned to Mr. Peggotty to be seated. He said in a low voice, "I shouldn't feel it natural, ma'am, to sit down in this house. I'd sooner stand." And this was succeeded by another silence, which she broke thus: "I know, with deep regret, what has brought you here. What do you want of me? What do you ask me to do?" He put his hat under his arm, and feeling in his breast for Emily's letter, took it out, unfolded it, and gave it to her. "Please to read that, ma'am. That's my niece's hand." She read it in the same stately and impassive way, untouched by its contents, as far as I could see, and returned it to him. "Unless he brings me back a lady," said Mr. Peggotty, tracing out that part. With his finger. "I come to know, ma'am, whether he will keep his word." "No," she returned. "Why not?" said Mr. Peggotty. "It is impossible. He would disgrace himself." "You cannot fail to know that she is far below him." "Raise her up," said Mr. Peggotty. "She is uneducated and ignorant." "Maybe she's not. Maybe she is," said Mr. Peggotty. "I think not, ma'am, but I'm no judge of them things. Teach her better. Since you oblige me to speak more plainly, which I am very unwilling to do, her humble connections would render such a thing impossible if nothing else did." "Hark to this, ma'am," he returned, slowly and quietly. "You know what it is to love your child. So do I. If she was 100 times my child, I couldn't love her more. You don't know what it is to lose your child. I do. All the heaps of riches in the world would be now to me if they was mine, to buy her back, but save her from this disgrace, and she shall never be disgraced by us. Not one of us, that she's growed up among, not one of us, that's lived along with her and had her for their all in all, these many year, will ever look upon her pretty face again. We'll be content to let her be. We'll be content to think of her, far off, as if she was underneath another sun and sky. We'll be content to trust her to her husband, to her little children, p'raps, and bide the time when all of us shall be alike in quality afore our God." The rugged eloquence with which he spoke was not devoid of all effect. She still preserved her proud manner, but there was a touch of softness in her voice as she answered, "I justify nothing. I make no counter-accusations. But I am sorry to repeat it is impossible. Such a marriage would irretrievably blight my son's career and ruin his prospects. Nothing is more certain than that it never can take place, and never will." "If there is any other compensation—" "I am looking at the likeness of the face," interrupted Mr. Peggotty, with a steady but a kindling eye that has looked at me, in my home, at my fireside, in my boat we're not, smiling and friendly, when it was so treacherous that I go half wild when I think of it. If the likeness of that face don't turn to burning fire at the thought of offering money to me for my child's blight and ruin, it's as bad. I do know, being a lady's, but what it's worse." She changed now, in a moment. An angry flush overspread her features, and she said in an intolerant manner, grasping the armchair tightly with her hands, "What compensation can you make to Emmy for opening such a pit between me and my son? What is your love to mine? What is your separation to ours?" Miss Dartley softly touched her, and bent down her head to whisper, but she would not hear a word. "No, Rosa, not a word. Let the man listen to what I say. My son, who has been the object of my life, to whom its every thought has been devoted, whom I have gratified from a child in every wish, from whom I have had no separate existence since his birth, to take up in a moment with a miserable girl and avoid me, to repay my confidence with systematic deception for her sake and quit me for her, to set this wretched fancy against his mother's claims upon his duty, love, respect, gratitude, claims that every day and hour of his life should have strengthened into ties that nothing could be proof against. Is this no injury?" Again Rosa Dartle tried to soothe her, again ineffectually. "I say, Rosa, not a word. If he can stake his all upon the lightest object, I can stake my all upon a greater purpose. Let him go where he will, with the means that my love has secured to him. Does he think to reduce me by long absence? He knows his mother very little if he does. Let him put away his whim now, and he is welcome back. Let him not put her away now, and he never shall come near me, living or dying, while I can raise my hand to make a sign against it, unless, being rid of her forever, he comes humbly to me and begs for my forgiveness. This is my right. This is the acknowledgment I will have. This is the separation that there is between us. And is this," she added, looking at her visitor with the proud and tolerant air with which she had begun, "no injury?" While I heard and saw the mother as she said these words, I seemed to hear and see the son, defying them. All that I had ever seen in him of an unyielding, willful spirit, I saw in her. All the understanding that I had now of his misdirected energy became an understanding of her character too, and a perception that it was, in its strongest springs, the same. She now observed to me aloud, resuming her former restraint, that it was useless to hear more or to say more, and that she begged to put an end to the interview. She rose with an air of dignity to leave the room, when Mr. Peggotty signified that it was needless. "Don't fear me being any hindrance to you. I have no more to say, ma'am," he remarked as he moved towards the door. "I come here with no hope, and I take away no hope. I've done what I thought should be done, but I never looked for any good to come of my standing where I do. This has been too evil a house for me and mine, for me to be in my right senses and expect it." With this we departed, leaving her standing by her elbow chair, a picture of a noble presence and a handsome face. We had on our way out to cross a paved hall with glass sides and roof, over which a vine was trained. Its leaves and shoots were green then, and the day being sunny, a pair of glass doors leading to the garden were thrown open. Rosa Dartle, entering this way with a noiseless step, when we were close to them, addressed herself to me. "You do well," she said, "indeed, to bring this fellow here." Such a concentration of rage and scorn as darkened her face and flashed in her jet-black eyes, I could not have thought compressible even into that face. The scar made by the hammer was, as usual in this excited state of her features, strongly marked. When the throbbing I had seen before came into it as I looked at her, she absolutely lifted up her hand and struck it. "This is a fellow," she said, "to champion and bring here, is he not? You are a true man." Miss Dartle, I returned, you are surely not so unjust as to condemn Amy. Why do you bring division between these two mad creatures? She returned, don't you know that they are both mad with their own self-will and pride? Is it my doing? I returned. Is it your doing? She retorted. Why do you bring this man here? He is a deeply injured man, Miss Dartley, I replied. You may not know it. I know that James Steerforth, she said with her hand on her bosom, as if to prevent the storm that was raging there from being loud, has a false, corrupt heart, and is a traitor. But what need I know or care about this fellow and his common niece? Miss Dartle, I returned, you deepen the injury. It is sufficient already. I will. Only say, at parting, that you do him a great wrong. I do him no wrong, she returned. They are a depraved, worthless set. I would have her whipped. Mr. Peggotty passed on without a word and went out at the door. Oh, shame, Miss Dartle! Shame, Miss Dartle! Shame, I said indignantly. How can you bear to trample on his undeserved affliction? I would trample on them all, she answered. I would have his house pulled down. I would have her branded on the face, dressed in rags, and cast out in the streets to starve. If I had the power to sit in judgment on her, I would see it done. See it done? I would do it. I detest her. If I ever could reproach her with her infamous condition, I would go anywhere to do so. If I could hunt her to her grave, I would. If there was any word of comfort, that would be a solace to her in her dying hour, and only I possessed it, I wouldn't part with it for life itself. The mere vehemence of her words can convey, I am sensible, but a weak impression of the passion by which she was possessed, and which made itself articulate in her whole figure, though her voice, instead of being raised, was lower than usual. No description I could give of her would do justice to my recollection of her, or to her entire deliverance of herself to her anger. I have seen passion in many forms, but I have never seen it in such a form as that. When I joined Mr. Peggotty, he was walking slowly and thoughtfully down the hill. He told me as soon as I came up with him that, having now discharged his mind of what he had purposed doing in London, he meant to set out on his travels that night. I asked him where he meant to go. He only answered, "I'm a-going, sir, to seek my niece." We went back to the little lodging over the chandler's shop, and there I found an opportunity of repeating to Peggotty what he had said to me. She informed me, in return, that he had said the same to her that morning. She knew no more than I did where he was going, but she thought he had some project shaped out in his mind. I did not like to leave him under such circumstances, and we all three dined together off a beefsteak pie, which was one of the many good things for which Peggotty was famous, and which was curiously flavored on this occasion, I recollect well, by a miscellaneous taste of tea, coffee, butter, bacon, cheese, new loaves, firewood, candles, and walnut catsup, continually ascending from the shop. After dinner we sat for an hour or so near the window without talking much, and then Mr. Peggotty got up and brought his oilskin bag and his stout stick, and laid them on the table. He accepted from his sister's stock of ready money a small sum on account of his legacy, barely enough, I should have thought, to keep him for a month. He promised to communicate with me when anything befell him, and he slung his bag about him, took his hat and stick, and bade us both good-bye. "All good attend you, dear old woman," he said, embracing Peggotty. "And you too, Mas'r Davy," shaking hands with me. "I'm a-going to seek her, fur and wide, if she should come home while I'm away, but that ain't like to be. Or if I should bring her back, My meaning is that she and me shall live and die when no one can't reproach her. If any hurt should come to me, remember that the last words I left for her was, 'My unchanged love is with my darling child, and I forgive her.'" He said this solemnly, bareheaded, then putting on his hat, he went down the stairs and away. We followed to the door. It was a warm, dusty evening, just the time when, in the great main thoroughfare out of which that by way turned, there was a temporary lull in the eternal tread of feet upon the pavement and the strong red sunshine. He turned alone at the corner of our shady street into a glow of light in which we lost him. Rarely did that hour of the evening come. Rarely did I wake at night. Rarely did I look up at the moon, or stars, or watch the falling rain, or hear the wind. But I thought of his solitary figure toiling on, poor pilgrim, and recalled the words, "I'm a-going to seek her fur and wide. If any hurt should come to me, remember that the last words I left for her was, 'My unchanged love is with my darling child, and I forgive her.'" Chapter 33. Prisful. All this time I had gone on loving Dora, harder than ever. Her idea was my refuge in disappointment and distress, and made some amends to me, even for the loss of my friend. The more I pitied myself, or pitied others, the more I sought for consolation in the image of Dora. The greater the accumulation of deceit and trouble in the world, the brighter and the purer shone the star of Dora high above the world. I don't think I had any definite idea where Dora came from, or in what degree she was related to a higher order of beings, but I am quite sure I should have scouted the notion of her being simply human, like any other young lady, with indignation and contempt. If I may so express it, I was steeped in Dora. I was not merely over head and ears in love with her, but I was saturated through and through. Enough love might have been wrung out of me, metaphorically speaking, to drown anybody in, and yet there would have remained enough within me and all over me to pervade my entire existence. The first thing I did, on my own account, when I came back, was to take a night walk to Norwood, and, like the subject of a venerable riddle of my childhood, to go round and round the house without ever touching the house, thinking about Dora. I believe the theme of this incomprehensible conundrum was the moon. No matter what it was, I, the moon-struck slave of Dora, perambulated round and round the house and garden for 2 hours, looking through crevices in the palings, getting my chin by dint of violent exertion above the rusty nails on the top, blowing kisses at the lights in the windows, and romantically calling on the night at intervals to shield my Dora, I don't exactly know what from. I suppose from fire, perhaps from mice, to which he had a great objection. My love was so much in my mind, and it was so natural to me to confide in Peggotty, when I found her again by my side of an evening with the old set of industrial implements busily making the tour of my wardrobe, that I imparted to her in a sufficiently roundabout way my great secret. Peggotty was strongly interested, but I could not get her into my view of the case at all. She was audaciously prejudiced in my favor, and quite unable to understand why I should have any misgivings or be low-spirited about it. The young lady might think herself well off, she observed, to have such a beau. And as to her pa, she said, what did the gentleman expect? For gracious sake, I observed, however, that Mr. Spenlow's proctorial gown and stiff cravat took Peggotty down a little and inspired her with a greater reverence for the man who was gradually becoming more and more etherealized in my eyes every day, and about whom a reflected radiance seemed to me to beam when he sat erect in court among his papers, like a little lighthouse in the sea of stationery. And by the by, it used to be uncommonly strange to me to consider, I remember, as I sat in court too, how those dim old judges and doctors wouldn't have cared for Dora if they had known her, how they wouldn't have gone out of their senses with rapture if marriage with Dora had been proposed to them, how Dora might have sung and played upon that glorified guitar until she led me to the verge of madness, yet not have tempted one of those slow-goers an inch out of his road. I despised them to a man. Frozen out old gardeners in the flower-beds of the heart, I took a personal offense against them all. The bench was nothing to me but an insensible blunderer. The bar had no more tenderness or poetry in it than the bar of a public house. Taking the management of Peggotty's affairs into my own hands, with no little pride, I proved the will, and came to a settlement with the Legacy Duty Office, and took her to the bank, and soon got everything into an orderly train. We varied the legal character of these proceedings by going to see some perspiring waxwork in Fleet Street melted, I should hope, these 20 years, and by visiting Miss Linwood's exhibition, which I remember as a mausoleum of needlework, favorable to self-examination and repentance, and by inspecting the Tower of London, and going to the top of St. Paul's. All these wonders afforded Peggotty as much pleasure as she was able to enjoy under existing circumstances, except, I think, St. Paul's, which from her long attachment to her work-box became a rival of the picture on the lid, and was, in some particulars, vanquished, she considered, by that work of art. Peggotty's business, which was what we used to call common form business in the Commons and very light and lucrative, the common form business was being settled. I took her down to the office one morning to pay her bill. Mr. Spenlow had stepped out, old Tiffy said, to get a gentleman sworn for a marriage license, but as I knew he would be back directly, our place lying close to the surrogates and to the Vicar General's office too, I told Peggotty to wait. We were a little like undertakers in the Commons as regarded probate transactions, generally making it a rule to look more or less cut up when we had. To deal with clients in mourning. In a similar feeling of delicacy, we were always blithe and light-hearted with the licensed clients. Therefore I hinted to Peggotty that she would find Mr. Spenlow much recovered from the shock of Mr. Barkis's decease, and indeed he came in like a bridegroom. But neither Peggotty nor I had eyes for him when we saw, in company with him, Mr. Murdstone. He was very little changed. His hair looked as thick and was certainly as black as ever, and his glance was as little to be trusted as of old. "Ah, Copperfield," said Mr. Spenlow, "you know this gentleman, I believe?" I made my gentleman a distant bow, and Peggotty barely recognized him. He was, at first, somewhat disconcerted to meet us two together, but quickly decided what to do and came up to me. "I hope," he said, "that you are doing well." "It can hardly be interesting to you," said I. "Yes, if you wish to know." We looked at each other, and he addressed himself to Peggotty. "And you," said he. "I am sorry to observe that you have lost your husband." "It's not the first loss I have had in my life, Mr. Murdstone," replied Peggotty, trembling from head to foot. "I am glad to hope that there is nobody to blame for this one, nobody to answer for it." "Huh!" said he. "That's a comfortable reflection. You have done your duty." "I have not worn anybody's life away," said Peggotty. "I am thankful to think. No, Mr. Murdstone, I have not worrited and frightened any sweet creature to an early grave." He eyed her gloomily, remorsefully. I thought for an instant and said, turning his head towards me but looking at my feet instead of my face, "We are not likely to encounter soon again. A source of satisfaction to us both, no doubt, for such meetings as this can never be agreeable. I do not expect that you, who always rebelled against my just authority, exerted for your benefit and reformation, should owe me any goodwill now. There is an antipathy between us, an old one, I believe," said I, interrupting him. He smiled and shot as evil a glance at me as could come from his dark eyes. "It rankled in your baby breast," he said. "It embittered the life of your poor mother. You are right. I hope you may do better yet. I hope you may correct yourself." Here he ended the dialogue, which had been carried on in a low voice in a corner of the outer office, by passing into Mr. Spenlow's room and saying aloud in his smoothest manner, "Gentlemen of Mr. Spenlow's profession are accustomed to family differences and know how complicated and difficult they always are." With that he paid the money for his license, and receiving it neatly folded from Mr. Spenlow, together with a shake of the hand and a polite wish for his happiness and the ladies, went out of the office. I might have had more difficulty in constraining myself to be silent under his words if I had had less difficulty in impressing upon Peggotty, who was only angry on my account, good creature, that we were not in a place for recrimination, and that I besought her to hold her peace. She was so unusually roused that I was glad to compound for an affectionate hug, elicited by this revival in her mind of our old injuries, and to make the best I could of it before Mr. Spenlow and the clerks. Mr. Spenlow did not appear to know what the connection between Mr. Murdstone and myself was, which I was glad of, for I could not bear to acknowledge him even in my own breast, remembering what I did of the history of my poor mother. Mr. Spenlow seemed to think, if he thought anything about the matter, that my aunt was the leader of the state party in our family, and that there was a rebel party commanded by somebody else, so I gathered at least from what he said, while we were waiting for Mr. Tiffey to make out Peggotty's bill of costs. "Miss Trotwood," he remarked, "is very firm, no doubt, and not likely to give way to opposition. I have an admiration for her character, and I may congratulate you, Copperfield, on being on the right side. Differences between relations are much to be deplored, but they are extremely general and the great. Thing is, to be on the right side, meaning, I take it, on the side of the moneyed interest. Rather a good marriage this, I believe," said Mr. Spenlow. I explained that I knew nothing about it. "Indeed," he said. Speaking from the few words Mr. Murdstone dropped, as a man frequently does on these occasions, and from what Miss Murdstone let fall, I should say it was rather a good marriage. "Do you mean that there is money, sir?" I asked. "Yes," said Mr. Spenlow, "I understand there's money. Beauty, too, I am told." "Indeed. Is his new wife young?" "Just of age," said Mr. Spenlow. "So lately that I should think they had been." Waiting for that. "Lord deliver her," said Peggotty, so very emphatically and unexpectedly that we were all three discomposed, until Tiffey came in with the bill. Old Tiffey soon appeared, however, and handed it to Mr. Spenlow to look over. "Mr. Jiminy-Chime," Spenlow, settling his chin in his cravat and rubbing it softly, went over the items with a deprecatory air, as if it were all Jorkins's doing, and handed it back to Tiffey with a bland sigh. "Yes," he said, "that's right, quite right. I should have been extremely happy, Copperfield, to have limited these charges to the actual expenditure out of pocket, but it is an irksome incident in my professional life that I am not at liberty to consult my own wishes. I have a partner, Mr. Jorkins," as he said this with a gentle melancholy which was the next thing to making no charge at all. I expressed my acknowledgments on Peggotty's behalf and paid Tiffy in banknotes. Peggotty then retired to her lodging, and Mr. Spinlow and I went into court, where we had a divorce suit coming on, under an ingenious little statute repealed now, I believe, but in virtue of which I have seen several marriages annulled, of which the merits were these. The husband, whose name was Thomas Benjamin, had taken out his marriage license as Thomas only, suppressing the Benjamin in case he should not find himself as comfortable as he expected. Not finding himself as comfortable as he expected, or being a little fatigued with his wife, poor fellow, he now came forward by a friend, after being married a year or two, and declared that his name was Thomas Benjamin, and therefore he was not married at all, which the court confirmed to his great satisfaction. I must say that I had my doubts about the strict justice of this, and was not even frightened out of them by the bushel of wheat which reconciles all anomalies. But Mr. Spinlow argued the matter with me. He said, "Look at the world. There was good and evil in that. Look at the ecclesiastical law. There was good and evil in tat. It was all part of a system. Very good. There you were." I had not the hardihood to suggest to Dora's father that possibly we might even improve the world a little if we got up early in the morning and took off our coats to the work. But I confessed that I thought we might improve the commons. Mr. Spinlow replied that he would particularly advise me to dismiss that idea from my mind as not being worthy of my gentlemanly character, but that he would be glad to hear from me of what improvement I thought the commons susceptible. Taking that part of the commons which happened to be nearest to us, for our man was unmarried by this time, and we were out of court, and strolling past the prerogative office, I submitted that I thought the prerogative office rather a queerly managed institution. Mr. Spinlow inquired in what respect. I replied with all due deference to his experience, but with more deference co-deferencecal, that provincial nonsensical, that the registry of that court, containing the original wills of all persons leaving effects within the immense province of Canterbury for 3 whole centuries, should be an accidental building, never designed for the purpose, leased by the registrars for their own private emolument, unsafe, not even ascertained to be fireproof, choked with the boit will be quaid held de hot tala tink. That, perhaps, it was a little unreasonable that these registrars, and the receipt of profits amounting to £8,000 or £9,000 a year, to say nothing of the profits of the deputy registrars, and clerks of seats, should not be obliged to spend a little of that. Money in finding a reasonably safe place for the important documents which all classes of people were compelled to hand over to them, whether they would or no. That perhaps it was a little unjust, that all the great offices in this great office should be magnificent sinecures, while the unfortunate working clerks in the cold dark room upstairs were the worst rewarded, and the least considered men doing important services in London. That perhaps it was a little indecent that the principal registrar of all, whose duty it was to find the public, constantly resorting to this place, all needful accommodation, should be an enormous sinecurist in virtue of that post, and might be, besides, a clergyman, a pluralist, the holder of a staff in a cathedral, and what not, while the public was put to the inconvenience of which we had a specimen every afternoon when the office was busy, and which we knew to be quite monstrous. That perhaps, in short, this prerogative office of the Diocese of Canterbury was altogether such a pestilent job and such a pernicious absurdity, that but for its being squeezed away in a corner of St. Paul's churchyard, which few people knew, it must have been turned completely inside out and upside down long ago. Mr. Spinlow smiled as I became modestly warm on the subject, and then argued this question with me as he had argued the other. He said, what was it after all? It was a question of feeling. If the public felt that their wills were in safe keeping and took it for granted that the office was not to be made better, who was the worse for it? Nobody. Who was the better for it? All the sinecurists. Very well, then the good predominated. It might not be a perfect system, nothing was perfect, but what he objected to was the insertion of the wedge. Under the prerogative office, the country had been glorious. Insert the wedge into the prerogative office, and the country would cease to be glorious. He considered it the principle of a gentleman to take things as he found them, and he had no doubt the prerogative office would last our time. I deferred to his opinion, though I had great doubts of it myself. I find he was right, however, for it has not only lasted to the present moment, but has done so in the teeth of a great parliamentary report made not too willingly 18 years ago, when all these objections of mine were set forth in detail, and when the existing stowage for wills was described as equal to the accumulation of only 2 years and a half more. What they have done with them since, whether they have lost many or whether they sell any, now and then, to the butter shops, I don't know. I am glad mine is not there, and I hope it may not go there, yet a while. I have set all this down in my present blissful chapter, because here it comes into its natural place. Mr. Spenlow and I, falling into this conversation, prolonged it and our saunter to and fro until we diverged into general topics. And so it came about, in the end, that Mr. Spenlow told me this day week was Dora's birthday, and he would be glad if I would come down and join a little picnic on the occasion. I went out of my senses immediately, became a mere driveler next day, on receipt of a little lace-edged sheet of notepaper, favored by Papa. 2. Remind, and pass the intervening period in a state of age. I think I committed every possible absurdity in the way of preparation for this blessed event. I turn hot when I remember the cravat I bought. My boots might be placed in any collection of instruments of torture. I provided and sent down by the Norwood coach the night before a delicate little hamper amounting in itself, I thought, almost to a declaration. There were crackers in it with the tenderest mottos that could be got for money. At 6 in the morning, I was in Covent Garden Market buying a bouquet for Dora. At 10, I was on horseback. I hired a gallant grey for the occasion with the bouquet in my hat to keep it fresh, trotting down to Norwood. I suppose that when I saw Dora in the garden and pretended not to see her and rode past the house pretending to be anxiously looking for it, I committed 2 small fooleries which other young gentlemen in my circumstances might have committed because they came so very natural to me. But oh, when I did find the house, and did dismount at the garden gate, and drag those stony-hearted boots across the lawn to Dora sitting on a garden seat under a lilac tree, what a spectacle she was, upon that beautiful morning, among the butterflies, in a white chip bonnet and a dress of celestial blue. There was a young lady with her comparatively stricken in years, almost 20, I should say. Her name was Miss Mills, and Dora called her Julia. She was the bosom friend of Dora. Happy Miss Mills. Jip was there, and Jip would bark at me again. When I presented my bouquet, he gnashed his teeth with jealousy. Well, he might. If he had the least idea how I adored his mistress, well, he might. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Copperfield. What dear flowers," said Dora. I had had an intention of saying, and had been studying the best form of words. For 3 miles that I thought them beautiful before I saw them so near her. But I couldn't manage it. She was too bewildering. To see her lay the flowers against her little dimpled chin was to lose all presence of mind and power of language in a feeble ecstasy. I wonder I didn't say, "Kill me, if you have a heart, Miss Mills. Let me die here." Then Dora held my flowers to Jip to smell. Then Jip growled, and wouldn't smell them. Then Dora laughed and held them a little closer to Jip, to make him. Then Jip laid hold of a bit of geranium with his teeth and worried imaginary cats in it. Then Dora beat him and pouted and said, "My poor beautiful flowers," as compassionately, I thought, as if Jip had laid hold of me. I wished he had. "You'll be so glad to hear, Mr. Copperfield," said Dora, "that cross Miss Murdstone is not here. She has gone to her brother's marriage and will be away at least 3 weeks. Isn't that delightful?" I said I was sure it must be delightful to her, and all that was delightful to her was delightful to me. Miss Mills, with an air of superior wisdom and benevolence, smiled upon us. "She is the most disagreeable thing I ever saw," said Dora. "You can't believe how ill-tempered and shocking she is, Julia." "Yes, I can, my dear," said Julia. "You can, perhaps, love," returned Dora with her hand on Julia's. "Forgive my not accepting you, my dear, at first." I learnt from this that Miss Mills had had her trials in the course of a checkered existence, and that to these perhaps I might refer that wise benignity of manner which I had already noticed. I found in the course of the day that this was the case, Miss Mills having been unhappy in a misplaced affection and being understood to have retired from the world on her awful stock of experience, but still to take a calm interest in the unblighted hopes and loves of youth. But now Mr. Spinlow came out of the house, and Dora went to him, saying, "Look, Papa, what beautiful flowers!" And Miss Mills smiled thoughtfully, as who should say, "Ye mayflies, enjoy your brief existence in the bright morning of life." And we all walked from the lawn towards the carriage, which was getting ready. I shall never have such a ride again. I have never had such another. There were only those 3, their hamper, my hamper, and the guitar case, in the phaeton. And of course the phaeton was open, and I rode behind it, and Dora sat with her back to the horses, looking towards me. She kept the bouquet close to her on the cushion, and wouldn't allow Jip to sit on that side of her at all, for fear he should crush it. She often carried it in her hand, often refreshed herself with its fragrance. Our eyes at those times often met, and my great astonishment is that I didn't go over the head of my gallant Grey into the carriage. There was dust, I believe. There was a good deal of dust, I believe. I have a faint impression that Mr. Spenlow remonstrated with thee for riding in it, but I knew of none. I was sensible of a mist of love and beauty about Dora, but of nothing else. He stood up sometimes and asked me what I thought of the prospect. I said it was delightful, and I dare say it was, but it was all Dora to me. The sun shone Dora, and the birds sang Dora. The south wind blew Dora, and the wild flowers in the hedges were all Dora's, to a bud. My comfort is, Miss Mills understood me. Miss Mills alone could enter into my feelings thoroughly. I don't know how long we were going, and to this hour I know as little where we went. Perhaps it was near Guildford. Perhaps some Arabian night magician opened up the place for the day and shut it up forever when we came away. It was a green spot on a hill carpeted with soft turf. There were shady trees and heather and, as far as the eye could see, a rich landscape. It was a trying thing to find people here waiting for us, and my jealousy, even of the ladies, knew no bounds. But all of my own sex, especially one impostor, 3 or 4 years my elder, with a red whisker, on which he established an amount of presumption not to be endured, were my mortal foes. We all unpacked our baskets and employed ourselves in getting dinner ready. Red Whisker pretended he could make a salad, which I don't believe, and obtruded himself on public notice. Some of the young ladies washed the lettuces for him and sliced them under his directions. Dora was among these. I felt that fate had pitted me against this man, and one of us must fall. Red Whisker made his salad. I wondered how they could eat it. Nothing should have induced Emmy to touch it, and voted himself into the charge of the wine. Teller, which he constructed, being an ingenious beast in the hollow trunk of a tree. By and by I saw him, with the majority of a lobster on his plate, eating his dinner at the feet of Dora. I have but an indistinct idea of what happened for some time after this baleful object presented itself to my view. I was very merry, I know, but it was hollow merriment. I attached myself to a young creature in pink with little eyes, and flirted with her desperately. She received my attentions with favor, but whether on my account solely, or because she had any designs on Red Whisker, I can't say. Dora's health was drunk. When I drank it, I affected to interrupt my conversation for that purpose, and to resume it immediately afterwards. I caught Dora's eye as I bowed to her, and I thought it looked appealing. But it looked at me over the head of Red Whisker, and I was adamant. The young creature in pink had a mother in green, and I rather think the latter. Separated us from motives of policy. Howbeit, there was a general breaking up of the party, while the remnants of the dinner were being put away, and I strolled off by myself among the trees in a raging and remorseful state. I was debating whether I should pretend that I was not well, and fly I don't know where upon my gallant grey, when Dora and Miss Mills met me. "Mr. Copperfield," said Miss Mills, "you are dull." I begged her pardon. "Not at all." "And Dora," said Miss Mills, "you are dull." "Oh dear, no, not in the least, Mr. Copperfield and Dora," said Miss Mills with an almost venerable air. "Enough of this. Do not allow a trivial misunderstanding to wither the blossoms of spring, which, once put forth and blighted, cannot be renewed." "I speak," said Miss Mills, from experience of the past, the remote irrevocable past. The gushing fountains which sparkle in the sun must not be stopped in mere caprice. The oasis in the desert of Sahara must not be plucked up idly. I hardly knew what I did. I was burning all over to that extraordinary extent. But I took Dora's little hand and kissed it, and she let me. I kissed Miss Mills's hand, and we all seemed, to my thinking, to go straight up to the seventh heaven. We did not come down again. We stayed up there all the evening. At first we strayed to and fro among the trees, I with Dora's shy arm drawn through mine, and heaven knows, folly as it all was, it would have been a happy fate to have been struck immortal with those foolish feelings, and have stayed among the trees forever. But much too soon we heard the others laughing and talking, and calling, "Where's Dora?" So we went back, and they wanted Dora to sing Red Whisker. Would have got the guitar case out of the carriage, but Dora told him nobody knew where it was, but I. So Red Whisker was done for in a moment, and I got it, and I unlocked it, and I took the guitar out, and I sat by her, and I held her handkerchief and gloves, and I drank in every note of her dear voice, and she sang to M.E., who loved her, and all the others might applaud as much as they liked, but they had nothing to do with it. I was intoxicated with joy. I was afraid it was too happy to be real, and that I should wake in Buckingham Street presently and hear Mrs. Crupp clinking the teacups and getting breakfast ready. But Dora sang, and others sang, and Miss Mills sang about the slumbering echoes in the caverns of memory, as if she were 100 years old, and the evening came on, and we had tea, with the kettle boiling gypsy fashion, and I was still as happy as ever. I was happier than ever when the party broke up, and the other people defeated. Red Whisker and all, went their several ways, and we went ours through the still evening and the dying light, with sweet scents rising up around us. Mr. Spenlow being a little drowsy after the champagne honor to the soil that grew the grape, to the grape that made the wine, to the sun that ripened it, and to the merchant who adulterated it. And being fast asleep in a corner of the carriage, I rode by the side and talked to Dora. She admired my horse and patted him. Oh, what a dear little hand it looked upon a horse! And her shawl would not keep right, and now and then I drew it round her with my arm. And I even fancied that Jip began to see how it was, and to understand that he must make up his mind to be friends with me. That sagacious Miss Mills, too, that amiable, though quite used up, recluse, that little patriarch of something less than 20, who had done with the world, and mustn't on any account have the slumbering echoes in the caverns of memory awakened. What a kind thing she did! Mr. Copperfield, said Miss Mills, come to this side of the carriage a moment, if you can spare a moment. I want to speak to you. Behold me, on my gallant grey, bending at the side of Miss Mills, with my hand upon the carriage door. Dora is coming to stay with me. She is coming home with me the day after tomorrow. If you would like to call, I am sure Papa would be happy to see you. What could I do but invoke a silent blessing on Miss Mills's head, and store Miss Mills's address in the securest corner of my memory? What could I do but tell Miss Mills, with grateful looks and fervent words, how much I appreciated her good offices, and what an inestimable value I set upon her friendship? Then Miss Mills benignantly dismissed me, saying, "Go back to Dora." And I went, and Dora leaned out of the carriage to talk to me, and we talked all the rest of the way, and I rode my gallant grey so close to the wheel that I grazed his ear. Foreleg against it, and took the bark off, as his owner told me, to the tune of £3.7, which I paid, and bought extremely cheap for so much joy. What time Miss Mills sat looking at the moon, murmuring verses and recalling, I suppose, the ancient days when she and earth had anything in common. Norwood was many miles too near, and we reached it many hours too soon. But Mr. Spenlow came to himself a little short of it and said, "You must come in, Copperfield, and rest." And I consenting, we had sandwiches and wine and water. In the light room, Dora blushing looked so lovely that I could not tear myself away, but sat there staring in a dream until the snoring of Mr. Spenlow inspired me with sufficient consciousness to take my leave. So we parted, I riding all the way to London with the farewell touch of Dora's hand still light on mine, recalling every incident and word 10,000 times, lying down in my own bed at last, as enraptured a young noodle as ever was carried out of his 5 wits by love. When I awoke next morning, I was resolute to declare my passion to Dora and know my fate. Happiness or misery was now the question. There was no other question that I knew of in the world, and only Dora could give the answer to it. I passed 3 days in a luxury of wretchedness, torturing myself by putting every conceivable variety of discouraging construction on all that ever had taken place between Dora and me. At last, arrayed for the purpose at a vast expense, I went to Miss Mills's, fraught with a declaration. How many times I went up and down the street, and round the square, painfully aware of being a much better answer to the old riddle than the original one, before I could persuade myself to go up the steps and knock, is no matter now. Even when, at last, I had knocked, and was waiting at the door, I had some flurried thought of asking if that were Mr. Blackboy's in imitation of poor Barkis, begging pardon, and retreating. But I kept my ground. Mr. Mills was not at home. I did not expect he would be. Nobody wanted him. Miss Mills was at home. Miss Mills would do. I was shown into a room upstairs where Miss Mills and Dora were. Jip was there. Miss Mills was copying music, I recollect. It was a new song called Affection's Dirge, and Dora was painting flowers. What were my feelings when I recognized my own flowers, the identical Covent Garden Market purchase? I cannot say that they were very like, or that they particularly resembled any flowers that have ever come under my observation, but I knew from the paper round them, which was accurately copied, what the composition was. Miss Mills was very glad to see me, and very sorry her papa was not at home, though I thought we all bore that with fortitude. Miss Mills was conversational for a few minutes, and then, laying down her pen upon Affection's Dirge, got up and left the room. I began to think I would put it off till tomorrow. I hope your poor horse was not tired when he got home at night, said Dora, lifting up her beautiful eyes. It was a long way for him. I began to think I would do it today. It was a long way for him, said I, for he had nothing to uphold him on the journey. Wasn't he fed, poor thing? Asked Dora. I began to think I would put it off till tomorrow. Yea, yes, I said, he was well taken care of. I mean, he had not the unutterable happiness that I had in being so near you. Dora bent her head over her drawing and said after a little while, I had sat, in the interval, in a burning fever, and with my legs in a very rigid state. You didn't seem to be sensible of that happiness yourself at one time of the day. I saw now that I was in for it, and it must be done on the spot. You didn't care for that happiness in the least, said Dora, slightly raising her eyebrows and shaking her head, when you were sitting by Miss Kit. Kit, I should observe, was the name of the creature in pink with the little eyes. Though certainly I don't know why you should, said Dora, or why you should call it a happiness at all. But of course you don't mean what you say. And I am sure no one doubts your being at liberty to do whatever you like. Jip, you naughty boy, come here. I don't know how I did it. I did it in a moment. I intercepted Jip. I had Dora in my arms. I was full of eloquence. I never stopped for a word. I told her how I loved her. I told her I should die without her. I told her that I idolized and worshipped her. Jip barked madly all the time. When Dora hung her head and cried and trembled, my eloquence increased so much the more. If she would like me to die for her, she had but to say the word, and I was ready. Life without Dora's love was not a thing to have on any terms. I couldn't bear it, and I wouldn't. I had loved her every minute, day and night, since I first saw her. I loved her at that minute to distraction. I should always love her, every minute, to distraction. Lovers had loved before, and lovers would love again. But no lover had loved, might, could, would, or should ever love, as I loved Dora. The more I raved, the more Jip barked. Each of us, in his own way, got more mad every moment. Well, Dora and I were sitting on the sofa by and by, quiet enough, and Jip was lying in her lap, winking peacefully at me. It was off my mind. I was in a state of perfect rapture. Dora and I were engaged. I suppose we had some notion that this was to end in marriage. We must have had some, because Dora stipulated that we were never to be married without her papa's consent. But in our youthful ecstasy, I don't think that we really looked before us or behind us, or had any aspiration beyond the ignorant present. We were to keep our secret from Mr. Spenlow, but I am sure the idea never entered my head then that there was anything dishonorable in that. Miss Mills was more than usually pensive when Dora, going to find her, brought her back, I apprehend, because there was a tendency in what had passed to awaken the slumbering echoes in the caverns of memory. But she gave us her blessing and the assurance of her lasting friendship, and spoke to us generally as became a voice from the cloister. What an idle time it was! What an insubstantial, happy, foolish time it was! When I measured Dora's finger for a ring that was to be made of forget-me-nots, and when the jewelry, to whom I took the measure, found me out and laughed over his order book and charged me anything he liked for the pretty little toy with its blue stones, so associated in my remembrance with Dora's hand, that yesterday, when I saw such another, by chance, on the finger of my own daughter, there was a momentary stirring in my heart, like pain. When I walked about exalted with my secret and full of my own interest, and felt the dignity of loving Dora and of being beloved so much that if I had walked the air, I could not have been more above the people, not so situated, who were creeping on the earth. When we had those meetings in the garden of the square, and sat within the dingy summer-house, so happy that I love the London sparrows to this hour, for nothing else, and see the plumage of the tropics in their smoky feathers. When we had our first great quarrel within a week of our betrothal, and when Dora sent me back the ring enclosed in a despairing cocked-hat note, wherein she used the terrible expression that our love had begun in folly and ended in madness, which dreadful words occasioned me to tear my hair and cry that all was over. When, under cover of the night, I flew to Miss Mills, whom I saw by stealth in a back kitchen where there was a mangle, and implored Miss Mills to interpose between us and avert insanity. When Miss Mills undertook the office and returned with Dora, exhorting us, from the pulpit of her own bitter youth, to mutual concession and the avoidance of the desert of Sahara. When we cried and made it up and were so blessed again that the back kitchen mangle and all changed to love's own temple, where we arranged a plan of correspondence through Miss Mills, always to comprehend at least one letter on each side every day. What an idle time! What an insubstantial, happy, foolish time! Of all the times of mine that time has in his grip, there is none that in one retrospect I can smile at half so much and think of half so tenderly. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. My aunt astonishes me. I wrote to Agnes as soon as Dora and I were engaged. I wrote her a long letter in which I tried to make her comprehend how blessed I was and what a darling Dora was. I entreated Agnes not to regard this as a thoughtless passion which could ever yield to any other, or had the least resemblance to the boyish fancies that we used to joke about. I assured her that its profundity was quite unfathomable, and expressed my belief that nothing like it had ever been known. Somehow, as I wrote to Agnes on a fine evening by my open window, and the remembrance of her clear, calm eyes and gentle face came stealing over me, it shed such a peaceful influence upon the hurry and agitation in which I had been living lately, and of which my very happiness partook in some degree, that it soothed me into tears. I remember that I sat resting my head upon my hand when the letter was half done, cherishing a general fancy as if Agnes were one of the elements of my natural home, as if in the retirement of the house made almost sacred to me by her presence, Dora and I must be happier than anywhere, as if in love, joy, sorrow, hope, or disappointment, in all emotions. My heart turned naturally there and found its refuge and best friend. Of Steerforth I said nothing. I only told her there had been sad grief at Yarmouth on account of Emily's flight, and that on me it made a double wound by reason of the circumstances attending it. I knew how quick she always was to divine the truth, and that she would never be the first to breathe his name. To this letter I received an answer by return of post. As I read it, I seemed to hear Agnes speaking to me. It was like her cordial voice in my ears. What can I say more? While I had been away from home lately, Traddles had called twice or thrice. Finding Peggotty within, and being informed by Peggotty, who always volunteered that information to whomsoever would receive it, that she was my old nurse, he had established a good-humoured acquaintance with her and had stayed to have a little chat with her about me. So Peggotty said, but I am afraid the chat was all on her own side, and of immoderate length, as she was very difficult indeed to stop, God bless her, when she had me for her theme. This reminds me, not only that I expected Traddles on a certain afternoon of his own appointing, which was now come, but that Mrs. Crupp had resigned everything appertaining to her office, the salary excepted, until Peggotty should cease to present herself. Mrs. Crupp, after holding divers conversations respecting Peggotty, in a very high-pitched voice, on the staircase with some invisible familiar it would appear, for corporeally speaking she was quite alone at those times, addressed a letter to me, developing her views, beginning it with that statement of universal application which fitted every occurrence of her life, namely, that she was a mother herself. She went on to inform me that she had once seen very different days, but that at all periods of her existence she had had a constitutional objection to spies, intruders, and informers. She named no name, she said. Let them, the cap fitted, wear it, but spies, intruders, and informers, especially in widders' weeds, this clause was underlined, she had ever accustomed herself to look down upon. If a gentleman was the victim of spies, intruders, and informers, but still naming no names, that was his own pleasure. He had a right to please himself, so let him do. All that she, Mrs. Crupp, stipulated for was that she should not be brought in contract with such persons. Therefore, she begged to be excused from any further attendance on the top set, until things were as they formerly was and as they could be wished to be, and further mentioned that her little book would be found upon the breakfast table every Saturday morning, when she requested an immediate settlement of the same, with the benevolent view of saving trouble, and an ill convenience to all parties. After this, Mrs. Crupp confined herself to making pitfalls on the stairs, principally with pictures, and endeavoring to delude Peggotty into breaking her legs. I found it rather harassing to live in this state of siege, but was too much afraid of Mrs. Crupp to see any way out of it. My dear Copperfield, cried Traddles, punctually appearing at my door, in spite of all these obstacles, how do you do? My dear Traddles, said I am delighted to see you at last, and very sorry I have not been at home before. But I have been so much engaged. Yes, yes, I know, said Traddles. Of course, yours lives in London, I think. What did you say? She excused me, Miss D, you know, said Traddles, colouring in his great delicacy. Lives in London, I believe? Oh, yes, near London. Mine, perhaps you recollect, said Traddles with a serious look, lives down in Devonshire 1 of 10. Consequently, I am not so much engaged as you in that sense. I wonder you can bear, I returned, to see her so seldom. Huh, said Traddles thoughtfully, it does seem a wonder. I suppose it is, Copperfield, because there is no help for it. I suppose so, I replied with a smile, and not without a blush. And because you have so much constancy and patience, Traddles. Dear me, said Traddles, considering about it. Do I strike you in that way, Copperfield? Really, I didn't know that I had, but she is such an extraordinarily dear girl herself that it's possible she may have imparted something of those virtues to me. Now you mention it, Copperfield, I shouldn't wonder at all. I assure you she is always forgetting herself and taking care of the other 9. Is she the eldest? I inquired. Oh dear, no, said Traddles. The eldest is a beauty. he saw, I suppose, that I could not help smiling at the simplicity of this reply, and added with a smile upon his own ingenuous face, not of course, but that my Sophie pretty name, Copperfield, I always think. Very pretty, said I. Not of course, but that Sophie is beautiful too, in my eyes, and would be one of the dearest girls that ever was, in anybody's eyes, I should think. But when I say the eldest is a beauty, I mean she really is a— He seemed to be describing clouds about himself with both hands. Splendid, you know, said Traddles, energetically. Indeed, said I. Oh, I assure you, said Traddles, something very uncommon indeed. Then you know, being formed for society and admiration and not being able to enjoy much of it in consequence of their limited means, she naturally gets a little irritable and exacting sometimes. Sophie puts her in good humor. Is Sophie the youngest? I hazarded. Oh dear, no, said Traddles, stroking his chin. The two youngest are only 9 and 10. Sophie educates 'em. The second daughter, perhaps? I hazarded. No, said Traddles. Sarah's the second. Sarah has something the matter with her spine, poor girl. The malady will wear out by and by, the doctors say, but in the meantime she has to lie down for a 12-month. Sophie nurses her. Sophie's the fourth. Is the mother living? I inquired. Oh yes, said Traddles, she is alive. She is a very superior woman indeed. But the damp country is not adapted to her constitution, and in fact, she has lost the use of her limbs. Dear me, said I. Very sad, is it not? Returned Traddles. But in the merely domestic view it is not so bad as it might be, because Sophie takes her place. She is quite as much a mother to her mother as she is to the other 9. I felt the greatest admiration for the virtues of this young lady, and honestly, with the view of doing my best to prevent the good nature of Traddles from being imposed upon to the detriment of their joint prospects in life, inquired, how Mr. Micawber was. He is quite well, Copperfield, thank you, said Traddles. I am not living with him at present. No, no. You see, the truth is, said Traddles in a whisper, he had changed his name to Mortimer in consequence of his temporary embarrassments, and he don't come out till after dark, and then in spectacles. There was an execution put into our house for rent. Mrs. Micawber was in such a dreadful state that I really couldn't resist giving my name to that second bill we spoke of here. You may imagine how delightful it was to my feelings, Copperfield, to see the matter settled with it, and Mrs. Micawber recover her spirits. Hum, said I. Not that her happiness was of long duration, pursued Traddles, for, unfortunately, within a week another execution came in. It broke up the establishment. I have been living in a furnished apartment since then, and the Mortimers had been very private indeed. I hope you won't think it selfish, Copperfield, if I mention that the broker carried off my little round table with the marble top and Sophie's flower pot and stand. What a hard thing! I exclaimed indignantly. It was a pull, said Traddles with his usual wince at that expression. I don't mention it reproachfully, however, but with a motive. The fact is, Copperfield, I was unable to repurchase them at the time of their seizure. In the first place, because the broker, having an idea that I wanted them, ran the price up to an extravagant extent, and, in the second place, because I hadn't any money. Now, I have kept my eye since upon the broker's shop, said Traddles with a great enjoyment of his mystery, which is up at the top of Tottenham Court Road, and, at last, today I find them put out for sale. I have only noticed them from over the way, because if the broker saw me, bless you, he'd ask any price for them. What has occurred to me, having now the money, is, that perhaps you wouldn't object to ask that good nurse of yours to come with me to the shop. I can show it her from round the corner of the next street, and make the best bargain for them, as if they were for herself that she can. The delight with which Traddles propounded this plan to me, and the sense he had of its uncommon artfulness, are among the freshest things in my remembrance. I told him that my old nurse would be delighted to assist him, and that we would all three take the field together, but on one condition. That condition was, that he should make a solemn resolution to grant no more loans of his name, or anything else to Mr. Micawber. "My dear Copperfield," said Traddles, "I have already done so, because I begin to feel that I have not only been inconsiderate, but that I have been positively unjust to Sophie. My word being passed to myself, there is no longer any apprehension, but I pledge it to you too with the greatest readiness. That first unlucky obligation I have paid. I have no doubt Mr. Micawber would have paid it if he could, but he could not. One thing I ought to mention, which I like very much in Mr. Micawber, Copperfield. It refers to the second obligation, which is not yet due. He don't tell me that it is provided for, but he says it will be. Now, I think there is something very fair and honest about that. I was unwilling to damp my good friend's confidence, and therefore assented. After a little further conversation, we went round to the chandler's shop to enlist Peggotty. Traddles declining to pass the evening with me, both because he endured the liveliest apprehensions that his property would be bought by somebody else before he could repurchase it, and because it was the evening he always devoted to writing to the dearest girl in the world. I never shall forget him peeping round the corner of the street in Tottenham Court Road while Peggotty was bargaining for the precious articles, or his agitation when she came slowly towards us after vainly offering a price, and was hailed by the relenting broker and went back again. The end of the negotiation was, that she bought the property on tolerably easy terms, and Traddles was transported with pleasure. "I am very much obliged to you indeed," said Traddles, on hearing it was to be sent to where he lived that night. "If I might ask one other favour, I hope you would not think it absurd, Copperfield." I said beforehand, certainly not. "Then if you would be good enough," said Traddles to Peggotty, "to get the flower pot now, I think I should like it being Sophie's, Copperfield, to carry it home myself." Peggotty was glad to get it for him, and he overwhelmed her with thanks, and went his way up Tottenham Court Road, carrying the flower pot affectionately in his arms, with one of the most delighted expressions of countenance I ever saw. We then turned back towards my chambers. As the shops had charms for Peggotty which I never knew them possess in the same degree for anybody else, I sauntered easily along, amused by her staring in at the windows and waiting for her as often as she chose. We were thus a good while in getting to the Adelphi. On our way upstairs, I called her attention to the sudden disappearance of Mrs. Crupp's pitfalls, and also to the prints of recent footsteps. We were both very much surprised, coming higher up, to find my outer door standing open, which I had shut, and to hear voices inside. We looked at one another without knowing what to make of this, and went into the sitting room. What was my amazement to find, of all people upon earth, my aunt there, and Mr. Dick, my aunt sitting on a quantity of luggage with her two birds before her, and her cat on her knee, like a female Robinson Crusoe, drinking tea. Mr. Dick leaning thoughtfully on a great kite, such as we had often been out together to fly, with more luggage piled about him. "My dear aunt," cried I, "why, what an unexpected pleasure!" We cordially embraced, and Mr. Dick and I cordially shook hands, And Mrs. Crupp, who was busy making tea and could not be too attentive, cordially said she had knowed well as Mr. Copperfield would have his heart in his mouth when he see his dear relations. "Hulloa," said my aunt to Peggotty, who quailed before her awful presence. "How are you?" "You remember my Aunt Peggotty?" said I. "For the love of goodness, child," exclaimed my aunt, "don't call the woman by that South Sea Island name. If she married and got rid of it, which was the best thing she could do, why don't you give her the benefit of the change?" "What's your name now, P?" said my aunt, as a compromise for the obnoxious appellation. "Barkis, ma'am," said Peggotty, with a curtsy. "Well, that's human," said my aunt. "It sounds less as if you wanted a missionary. How d'ye do, Barkis? I hope you're well?" Encouraged by these gracious words, and by my aunt's extending her hand, Barkis came forward and took the hand, and curtsied her acknowledgments. "We are older than we were, I see," said my aunt. "We have only met each other once before, you know. A nice business we made of it then. Trot, my dear, another cup." I handed it dutifully to my aunt, who was in her usual inflexible state of figure, and ventured a remonstrance with her on the subject of her sitting on a box. "Let me draw the sofa here, or the easy-chair, aunt," said I. "Why should you be so uncomfortable?" "Thank you, Trot," replied my aunt. "I prefer to sit upon my property." Here my aunt looked hard at Mrs. Crupp, and observed, "We needn't trouble you to wait, ma'am." "Shall I put a little more tea in the pot afore I go, ma'am?" said Mrs. Crupp. "No, I thank you, ma'am," replied my aunt. "Would you let me fetch another pat of butter, ma'am?" said Mrs. Crupp. "Or would you be persuaded to try a new laid hegg? Or should I brile a rasher? Ain't there nothing I could do for your dear aunt, Mr. Copperfield?" "Nothing, ma'am," returned my aunt. "I shall do very well, I thank you." Mrs. Crupp, who had been incessantly smiling to express sweet temper, and incessantly holding her head on one side to express a general feebleness of constitution, and incessantly rubbing her hands to express a desire to be of service to all deserving objects, gradually smiled herself, one-sided herself, and rubbed herself out of the room. "Dick," said my aunt, "you know what I told you about time-servers and wealth-worshippers?" Mr. Dick, with rather a scared look, as if he had forgotten it, returned a hasty answer in the affirmative. "Mrs. Crupp is one of them," said my aunt. "Barkis, I'll trouble you to look after the tea, and let me have another cup, for I don't fancy that woman's pouring out." I knew my aunt sufficiently well to know that she had something of importance on her mind, and that there was far more matter in this arrival than a stranger might have supposed. I noticed how her eye lighted on me when she thought my attention otherwise occupied, and what a curious process of hesitation appeared to be going on within her, while she preserved her outward stiffness and composure. I began to reflect whether I had done anything to offend her, and my conscience whispered me that I had not yet told her about Dora. Could it by any means be that, I wondered? As I knew she would only speak in her own good time, I sat down near her and spoke to the birds and played with the cat, and was as easy as I could be. But I was very far from being really easy, and I should still have been so, even if Mr. Dick, leaning over the great kite behind my aunt, had not taken every secret opportunity of shaking his head darkly at me, and pointing at her. "Trot," said my aunt at last, when she had finished her tea, and carefully smoothed down her dress, and wiped her lips, "you needn't go, Barkis. Trot, have you got to be firm and self-reliant?" "I hope so, aunt." "What do you think?" inquired Miss Betsy. "I think so, aunt." "Then why, my love," said my aunt, looking earnestly at me, Why do you think I prefer to sit upon this property of mine tonight? I shook my head, unable to guess. Because, said my aunt, it's all I have, because I'm ruined, my dear. If the house and every one of us had tumbled out into the river together, I could hardly have received a greater shock. Dick knows it, said my aunt, laying her hand calmly on my shoulder. I am ruined, my dear Trot. All I have in the world is in this room, except the cottage, and that I have left Janet to let. Barkis, I want to get a bed for this gentleman tonight. To save expense, perhaps you can make up something here for myself. Anything will do, it's only for tonight. We'll talk about this more tomorrow. I was roused from my amazement and concern for her, I am sure, for her by her falling on my neck for a moment and crying that she only grieved for me. In another moment she suppressed this emotion and said with an aspect more triumphant than dejected, "We must meet reverses boldly and not suffer them to frighten us, my dear. We must learn to act the play out. We must live misfortune down, Trot." Chapter 35. Depression. As soon as I could recover my presence of mind, which quite deserted me in the first overpowering shock of my aunt's intelligence, I proposed to Mr. Dick to come round to the chandler's shop and take possession of the bed which Mr. Peggotty had lately vacated, the chandler's shop being in Hungerford Market, and Hungerford Market being a very different place in those days. There was a low wooden colonnade before the door, not very unlike that before the house where the little man and woman used to live, in the old weather-glass, which pleased Mr. Dick mightily. The glory of lodging over this structure would have compensated him, I dare say, for many inconveniences, but as there were really few to bear, beyond the compound of flavors I have already mentioned, and perhaps the want of a little more elbow room, he was perfectly charmed with his accommodation. Mrs. Crupp had indignantly assured him that there wasn't room to swing a cat there, but, as Mr. Dick justly observed to me, sitting down on the foot of the bed, nursing his leg, "You know, Trotwood, I don't want to swing a cat. I never do swing a cat. Therefore, what does that signify to me?" I tried to ascertain whether Mr. Dick had any understanding of the causes of this sudden and great change in my aunt's affairs. As I might have expected, he had none at all. The only account he could give of it was, that my aunt had said to him, the day before yesterday, "Now, Dick, are you really and truly the philosopher I take you for?" That then he had said, yes, he hoped so. That then my aunt had said, "Dick, I am ruined." That then he had said, "Oh, indeed." That then my aunt had praised him highly, which he was glad of, and that then they had come to me and had had bottled porter and sandwiches on the road. Mr. Dick was so very complacent, sitting on the foot of the bed nursing his leg and telling me this with his eyes wide open and a surprised smile, that I am sorry to say I was provoked into explaining to him that ruin meant distress, want, and starvation, but I was soon bitterly reproved for this harshness by seeing his face. Turn pale, and tears coursed down his lengthened cheeks, while he fixed upon me a look of such unutterable woe that it might have softened a far harder heart than mine. I took infinitely greater pains to cheer him up again than I had taken to depress him, and I soon understood, as I ought to have known at first, that he had been so confident merely because of his faith in the wisest and most wonderful of women, and his unbounded reliance on my intellectual resources. The latter, I believe, he considered a match for any kind of disaster not absolutely mortal. "What can we do, Trotwood?" said Mr. Dick. "There's the memorial, to be sure there is," said I. But all we can do just now, Mr. Dick, is to keep a cheerful countenance and not let my aunt see that we are thinking about it." He assented to this in the most earnest manner, and implored me, if I should see him wandering an inch out of the right course, to recall him by some of those superior methods which were always at my command. But I regret to state that the fright I had given him proved too much for his best attempts at concealment. All the evening his eyes wandered to my aunt's face with an expression of the most dismal apprehension, as if he saw her growing thin on the spot. He was conscious of this, and put a constraint upon his head. But his keeping that immovable and sitting rolling his eyes like a piece of machinery did not mend the matter at all. I saw him look at the loaf at supper, which happened to be a small one, as if nothing else stood between us and famine, and when my aunt insisted on his making his customary repast, I detected him in the act of pocketing fragments of his bread and cheese, I have no doubt for the purpose of reviving us with those savings when we should have reached an advanced stage of attenuation. My aunt, on the other hand, was in a composed frame of mind, which was a lesson to all of us, to me, I am sure. She was extremely gracious to Peggotty. Except when I inadvertently called her by that name, and, strange as I knew she felt in London, appeared quite at home. She was to have my bed, and I was to lie in the sitting-room to keep guard over her. She made a great point of being so near the river in case of a conflagration, and I suppose really did find some satisfaction in that circumstance. "Trot, my dear," said my aunt when she saw me making preparations for compounding her usual night draught. "No, nothing, aunt. Not wine, my dear. Allez." "But there is wine here, aunt, and you always have it made of wine." "Keep that in case of sickness," said my aunt. "We mustn't use it carelessly, Trot Alley, for me. Half a pint." I thought Mr. Dick would have fallen insensible. My aunt being resolute, I went out and got the ale myself. As it was growing late, Peggotty and Mr. Dick took that opportunity of repairing to the chandler's shop together. I parted from him, poor fellow, at the corner of the street, with his great kite at his back, a very monument of human misery. My aunt was walking up and down the room when I returned, crimping the borders of her nightcap with her fingers. I warmed the ale and made the toast on the usual infallible principles. When it was ready for her, she was ready for it with her nightcap on, and the skirt of her gown turned back on her knees. "My dear," said my aunt, after taking a spoonful of it, "it's a great deal better than wine, not half so bilious." I suppose I looked doubtful, for she added, "Tut, tut, child, if nothing worse than ale happens to us, we are well off." "I should think so myself, aunt, I am sure," said I. "Well then, why don't you think so?" said my aunt. "Because you and I are very different people," I returned. "Stuff and nonsense, Trot," replied my aunt. My aunt went on with a quiet enjoyment, in which there was very little affectation, if any, drinking the warm ale with a teaspoon and soaking her strips of toast in it. "Trot," said she, "I don't care for strange faces in general, but I rather like that Barkis of yours, do you know?" "It's better than £100 to hear you say so," said I. "It's a most extraordinary world," observed my aunt, rubbing her nose. "How that woman ever got into it with that name is unaccountable to me. It would be much more easy to be born a Jackson, or something of that sort, one would think." "Perhaps she thinks so too. It's not her fault," said I. "I suppose not," returned my aunt, rather grudging the admission, "but it's very aggravating. However, she's Barkis now. That's some comfort. Barkis is uncommonly fond of you, Trot. There is nothing she would leave undone to prove it, said I. Nothing, I believe, returned my aunt. Here, the poor fool has been begging and praying about handing over some of her money because she has got too much of it. A simpleton! My aunt's tears of pleasure were positively trickling down into the warm ale. She's the most ridiculous creature that ever was born, said my aunt. I knew from the first moment when I saw her with that poor dear blessed baby of a mother of yours, that she was the most ridiculous of mortals. But there are good points in Barkis. Affecting to laugh, she got an opportunity of putting her hand to her eyes. Having availed herself of it, she resumed her toast and her discourse together. Ah, mercy upon us, sighed my aunt. I know all about it, Trot. Barkis and myself had quite a gossip while you were out with Dick. I know all about it. I don't know where these wretched girls expect to go to for my part. I wonder they don't knock out their brains against the mantelpieces, said my aunt, an idea which was probably suggested to her by her contemplation of mine. Poor Emily, said I. Oh, don't talk to me about poor, returned my aunt. She should have thought of that before she caused so much misery. Give me a kiss, Trot. I am sorry for your early experience. As I bent forward, she put her tumbler on my knee to detain me and said, Oh, Trot, Trot. And so you fancy yourself in love, do you? Fancy, Aunt, I exclaimed as red as I could be. I adore her with my whole soul. Dora, indeed, returned my aunt. And you mean to say the little thing is very fascinating, I suppose? My dear aunt, I replied, no one can form the least idea what she is. Ah, and not silly? Said my aunt. Silly, aunt? I seriously believe it had never once entered my head for a single moment to consider whether she was or not. I resented the idea, of course, but I was in a manner struck by it as a new one altogether. Not light-headed, said my aunt. Light-headed, aunt? I could only repeat this daring speculation with the same kind of feeling with which I had repeated the preceding question. Well, well, said my aunt, I only ask. I don't appreciate her. Poor little couple. And so you think you were formed for one another, and are to go through a party supper table kind of life, like two pretty pieces of confectionery, do you, Trot? She asked me this so kindly, and with such a gentle air, half playful and half sorrowful, that I was quite touched. We are young and inexperienced, aunt, I know, I replied, and I dare say we say and think a good deal that is rather foolish. But we love one another truly, I am sure. If I thought Dora could ever love anybody else, or cease to love me, or that I could ever love anybody else or cease to love her, I don't know what I should do, go out of my mind, I think. Ah, Trot, said my aunt, shaking her head and smiling gravely. Blind, blind, blind. Someone that I know, Trot, my aunt pursued after a pause, though of a very pliant disposition, has an earnestness of affection in him that reminds me of poor baby. Earnestness is what that somebody must look for to sustain him and improve him, Trot. Deep, downright, faithful earnestness. If you only knew the earnestness of Dora, aunt, I cried. Oh, Trot, she said again, blind, blind. And without knowing why, I felt a vague unhappy loss or want of something overshadow me like a cloud. However, said my aunt, I don't want to put two young creatures out of conceit with themselves or to make them unhappy. So, though it is a girl and boy attachment, and girl and boy attachment very often mind, I don't say always, come to nothing, still we'll be serious about it and hope for a prosperous issue one of these days. There's time enough for it to come to anything. This was not upon the whole very comforting to a rapturous lover, but I was glad to have my aunt in my confidence, and I was mindful of her being fatigued. So I thanked her ardently for this mark of her affection and for all her other kindnesses towards me, and after a tender good night, she took her nightcap in too. My bedroom, how miserable I was when I lay down! How I thought and thought about my being poor in Mr. Spenlow's eyes, about my not being what I thought I was with a fly. I was the condition was, and releasing her from her engagement if she thought fit, about how I should contrive to live during the long term of my articles when I was earning nothing, about doing something to assist my aunt and seeing no way of doing anything, about doing something to assist my aunt and seeing no way of doing anything, about going about and over pot and to its martichi chet wound down into sordid and selfish as I knew it was, and as I tortured myself by knowing that it was, to let my mind run on my own distress so much, I was so devoted to Dora that I could not help it. I knew that it was base in me not to think more of my aunt and less of myself. But so far selfishness was inseparable from Dora, and I could not put Dora on one side for any mortal creature. How exceedingly miserable I was that night. As to sleep, I had dreams of poverty in all sorts of shapes, but I seemed to dream without the previous ceremony of going to sleep. Now I was ragged, wanting to sell Dora matches, 6 bundles for a halfpenny, porn. Itchman stratted with by Mr. Spenlow on appearing before the clients in that airy attire. Now I was hungrily picking up the crumbs that fell from old Tiffy's daily biscuit, regularly eaten when St. Paul's struck 1. Now I was hopelessly endeavoring to get a license to marry Dora, having nothing but one of Uriah Heep's gloves to offer in exchange. With this my aunt was restless too, for I frequently heard her walking to and fro, 2 or 3 times in the course of the night, attired in a long flannel wrapper in which she looked 7 feet high. She appeared, like a disturbed ghost, in my room, and came to the side of the sofa on which I lay. On the first occasion I started up in alarm, to learn that she inferred from a particular light in the sky that Westminster Abbey was on fire, and to be consulted in reference to the probability of its igniting Buckingham Street in case the wind changed. Lying still after that, I found that she sat down near me, whispering to herself, "Poor boy." And then it made me 20 times more wretched to know how unselfishly mindful she was of me, and how selfishly mindful I was of myself. It was difficult to believe that a night so long to me could be short to anybody else. This consideration set me thinking of an imaginary party where people were dancing the hours away until that became a dream too, and I heard the music incessantly playing one tune, and saw Dora incessantly dancing one dance without taking the least notice of me. The man who had been playing the harp all night was trying in vain to cover it with an ordinary-sized nightcap. When I awoke, or I should rather say, when I left off trying to go to sleep and saw the sun shining in through the window at last. There was an old Roman bath in those days at the bottom of one of the streets out of the Strand. It may be there still, in which I have had many a cold plunge. Dressing myself as quietly as I could and leaving Peggotty to look after my aunt, I tumbled head foremost into it, and then went for a walk to Hampstead. I had a hope that this brisk treatment might freshen my wits a little, and I think it did them good, for I soon came to the conclusion that the first step I ought to take was to try if my articles could be cancelled and the premium recovered. I got some breakfast on the heath and walked back to Doctor's Commons, along the watered roads and through a pleasant smell of summer flowers, growing in gardens and carried into town on hucksters' heads, intent on this first effort to meet our altered circumstances. I arrived at the office so soon, after all, that I had half an hour's loitering about the Commons before old Tiffy, who was always first, appeared with his key. Then I sat down in my shady corner, looking up at the sunlight on the opposite chimney-pots and thinking about Dora, until Mr. Spinlow came in, crisp and curly. "How are you, Copperfield?" said he. "Fine morning." "Beautiful morning, sir," said I. "Could I say a word to you before you go into court?" "By all means," said he. "Come into my room." I followed him into his room, and he began putting on his gown and touching himself up before a little glass he had, hanging inside a closet door. "I am sorry to say," said I, "that I have some rather disheartening intelligence." "From my aunt." "No," said he. "Dear me, not paralysis, I hope." "It has no reference to her health, sir," I replied. "She has met with some large losses. In fact, she has very little left indeed." "You astound me, Copperfield," cried Mr. Spinlow. I shook my head. "Indeed, sir," said I, "her affairs are so changed that I wish to ask you whether it would be possible at a sacrifice on our part of some portion of the premium, of course." I put in this, on the spur of the moment, warned by the blank expression of his face, to cancel my articles. What it cost me to make this proposal, nobody knows. It was like asking, as a favor, to be sentenced to transportation from Dora. "To cancel your articles, Copperfield? Cancel?" I explained with tolerable firmness that I really did not know where my means of subsistence were to come from unless I could earn them for myself. I had no fear for the future, I said, and I laid great emphasis on that, as if to imply that I should still be decidedly eligible for a son-in-law one of these days. But, for the present, I was thrown upon my own resources. "I am extremely sorry to hear this, Copperfield," said Mr. Spenlow. "Extremely sorry. It is not usual to cancel articles for any such reason. It is not a professional course of proceeding. It is not a convenient precedent at all. Far from it. At the same time—" "You are very good, sir," I murmured, anticipating a concession. "Not at all. Don't mention it," said Mr. Spinlow. "At the same time, I was going to say, if it had been my lot to have my hands unfettered, if I had not a partner, Mr. Jorkins." My hopes were dashed in a moment, but I made another effort. "Do you think, sir," said I, "if I were to mention it to Mr. Jorkins—" Mr. Spinlow shook his head discouragingly. "Heaven forbid, Copperfield," he replied, "that I should do any man an injustice, still less Mr. Jorkins, but I know my partner Copperfield. Mr. Jorkins is not a man to respond to a proposition of this peculiar nature. Mr. Jorkins is very difficult to move from the beaten track. You know what he is." I am sure I knew nothing about him, except that he had originally been alone in the business, and now lived by himself in a house near Montague Square, which was fearfully in want of painting; that he came very late of a day, and went away very early; that he never appeared to be consulted about anything, and that he had a dingy little black hole of his own upstairs, where no business was ever done, and where there was a yellow old cartridge paper pad upon his desk, unsoiled by ink, and reported to be 20 years of age. "Would you object to my mentioning it to him, sir?" I asked. "By no means," said Mr. Spinlow. "But I have some experience of Mr. Jorkins, Copperfield. I wish it were otherwise, for I should be happy to meet your views in any respect. I cannot have the objection to your mentioning it to Mr. Jorkins, Copperfield, if you think it worth while." Availing myself of this permission, which was given with a warm shake of the hand, I sat thinking about Dora and looking at the sunlight stealing from the chimney pots down the wall of the opposite house until Mr. Jorkins came. I then went up to Mr. Jorkins's room and evidently astonished Mr. Jorkins very much by making my appearance there. "Come in, Mr. Copperfield," said Mr. Jorkins. "Come in." I went in and sat down, and stated my case to Mr. Jorkins pretty much as I had stated it to Mr. Spinlow. Mr. Jorkins was not by any means the awful creature one might have expected, but a large, mild, smooth-faced man of 60, who took so much snuff that there was a tradition in the Commons that he lived principally on that stimulant, having little room in his system for any other article of diet. "You have mentioned this to Mr. Spenlow, I suppose?" said Mr. Jorkins, when he had heard me, very restlessly, to an end. I answered yes, and told him that Mr. Spenlow had introduced his name. "He said I should object?" asked Mr. Jorkins. I was obliged to admit that Mr. Spenlow had considered it probable. "I am sorry to say, Mr. Copperfield, I can't advance your object," said Mr. Jorkins nervously. "The fact is, but I have an appointment at the bank, if you'll have the goodness to excuse me." With that he rose in a great hurry, and was going out of the room, when I made bold to say that I feared, then, there was no way of arranging the matter? "No," said Mr. Jorkins, stopping at the door to shake his head. "Oh no, I object, you know," which he said very rapidly, and went out. "You must be aware, Mr. Copperfield," he added, looking restlessly in at the door again. "If Mr. Spinlow objects personally, he does not object, sir," said I. "Oh, personally," repeated Mr. Jorkins in an impatient manner. "I assure you there's an objection, Mr. Copperfield. Hopeless. What you wish to be done can't be done. I really have got an appointment at the bank." With that he fairly ran away, and to the best of my knowledge, it was 3 days before he showed himself in the Commons again. Being very anxious to leave no stone unturned, I waited until Mr. Spinlow came in, and then described what had passed, giving him to understand that I was not hopeless of his being able to soften the adamantine Jorkins if he would undertake the task. "Copperfield," returned Mr. Spenlow with a gracious smile, "you have not known my partner, Mr. Jorkins, as long as I have." Nothing is farther from my thoughts than to attribute any degree of artifice to Mr. Jorkins. But Mr. Jorkins has a way of stating his objections which often deceives people. "No, Copperfield," shaking his head, "Mr. Jorkins is not to be moved, believe me." I was completely bewildered between Mr. Spenlow and Mr. Jorkins as to which of them really was the objecting partner, but I saw with sufficient clearness that there was obduracy somewhere in the firm, and that the recovery of my aunt's £1,000 was out of the question. In a state of despondency, which I remember with anything but satisfaction, for I know it still had too much reference to myself, though always in connection with Dora, I left the office and went homeward. I was trying to familiarize my mind with the worst, and to present to myself the arrangements we should have to make for the future in their sternest aspect, when a hackney chariot coming after me, and stopping at my very feet, occasioned me to look up. A fair hand was stretched forth to me from the window, and the face I had never seen without a feeling of serenity and happiness, from the moment when it first turned back on the old oak staircase, with the great broad balustrade, and when I associated its softened beauty with the stained glass window in the church, was smiling on me. "Agnes!" I joyfully exclaimed. "Oh, my dear Agnes, of all people in the world, what a pleasure to see you! Is it indeed?" she said in her cordial voice. "I want to talk to you so much," said I. It's such a lightening of my heart, only to look at you. If I had had a conjurer's cap, there is no one I should have wished for but you." "What?" returned Agnes. "Well, perhaps Dora first," I admitted with a blush. "Certainly, Dora first, I hope," said Agnes, laughing. "But you next," said I. "Where are you going?" She was going to my rooms to see my aunt. The day being very fine, she was glad to come out of the chariot, which smelt I had my head in it, all this time like a stable put under a cucumber frame. I dismissed the coachman, and she took my arm, and we walked on together. She was like hope and body to me. How different I felt in one short minute, having Agnes at my side! My aunt had written her one of the odd, abrupt notes very little longer than a banknote, to which her epistolary efforts were usually limited. She had stated therein that she had fallen into adversity and was leaving Dover for good, but had quite made up her mind to it, and was so well that nobody need be uncomfortable about her. Agnes had come to London to see my aunt, between whom and herself there had been a mutual liking these many years. Indeed, it dated from the time of my taking up my residence in Mr. Wickfield's house. She was not alone, she said. Her papa was with her and Uriah Heep. "And now they are partners," said I. "Confound him!" "Yes," said Agnes. "They have some business here, and I took advantage of their coming, to come too. You must not think my visit all friendly and disinterested, Trotwood, for I am afraid I may be cruelly prejudiced. I do not like to let papa go away alone with him." "Does he exercise the same influence over Mr. Wickfield still, Agnes?" Agnes shook her head. "There is such a change at home," said she, "that you would scarcely know the dear old house. They live with us now." "They," said I, "Mr. Heep and his mother." "He sleeps in your old room," said Agnes, looking up into my face. "I wish I had the ordering of his dreams," said I. "He wouldn't sleep there long." "I keep my own little room," said Agnes, "where I used to learn my lessons." "How?" "The time goes. You remember the little paneled room that opens from the drawing room? Remember, Agnes? When I saw you, for the first time, coming out at the door with your quaint little basket of keys hanging at your side?" "It is just the same," said Agnes, smiling. "I am glad you think of it so pleasantly. We were very happy." "We were indeed," said I. "I keep that room to myself still, but I cannot always desert Mrs. Heep, you know." "And so," said Agnes quietly, "I feel obliged to bear her company when I might prefer to be alone. But I have no other reason to complain of her. If she tires me, sometimes, by her praises of her son, it is only natural in a mother. He is a very good son to her." I looked at Agnes when she said these words, without detecting in her any consciousness of Uriah's design. Her mild but earnest eyes met mine with their own beautiful frankness, and there was no change in her gentle face. "The chief evil of their presence in the house," said Agnes, "is that I cannot be as near papa as I could wish Uriah Heep, being so much between us, and cannot watch over him, if that is not too bold a thing to say, as closely as I would. But if any fraud or treachery is practicing against him, I hope that simple love and truth will be strong in the end. I hope that real love and truth are stronger in the end than any evil or misfortune in the world." A certain bright smile, which I never saw on any other face, died away, even while I thought how good it was, and how familiar it had once been to me, and she asked me, with a quick change of expression we were drawing very near my street, if I knew how the reverse in my aunt's circumstances had been brought about. On my replying no, she had not told me yet, Agnes became thoughtful, and I fancied I felt her arm tremble in mine. We found my aunt alone, in a state of some excitement. A difference of opinion had arisen between herself and Mrs. Crupp on an abstract question, the propriety of chambers being inhabited by the gentler sex, and my aunt, utterly indifferent to spasms on the part of Mrs. Crupp, had cut the dispute short by informing that lady that she smelt of my brandy and that she would trouble her to walk out. Both of these expressions Mrs. Crupp considered actionable, and had expressed her intention of bringing before a British Judy, meaning, it was supposed, the bulwark of our national liberties. My aunt, however, having had time to cool, while Peggotty was out showing Mr. Dick the soldiers at the Horse Guards, and being, besides, greatly pleased to see Agnes, rather plumed herself on the affair than otherwise, and received us with unimpaired good humor. When Agnes laid her bonnet on the table, and sat down beside her, I could not but think, looking on her mild eyes and her radiant forehead, how natural it seemed to have her there, how trustfully, although she was so young and inexperienced, my aunt confided in her, how strong she was, indeed, in simple love and truth. We began to talk about my aunt's losses, and I told them what I had tried to do that morning. "Which was injudicious, Trot," said my aunt, "but well meant. You are a generous boy, I suppose I must say, young man, now, and I am proud of you, my dear. So far, so good. Now, Trot and Agnes, let us look the case of Betsy Trotwood in the face, and see how it stands." I observed Agnes turn pale as she looked very attentively at my aunt. My aunt, patting her cat, looked very attentively at Agnes. "Betsy Trotwood," said my aunt, who had always kept her money matters to herself, "I don't mean your sister Trot, my dear, but myself had a certain property. It don't matter how much, enough to live on. More, for she had saved a little and added to it. Betsy funded her property for some time, and then, by the advice of her man of business, laid it out on landed security. That did very well, and returned very good interest till Betsy was paid off. I am talking of Betsy as if she was a man of war. Well, then Betsy had to look about her for a new investment. She thought she was wiser now than her man of business, who was not such a good man of business by this time as he used to be. I am alluding to your father, Agnes, and she took it into her head to lay it out for herself. So she took her pigs," said my aunt, "to a foreign market, and a very bad market it turned out to be. First, she lost in the mining way, and then she lost in the diving way, fishing up treasure, or some such Tom Tiddler nonsense," explained my aunt, rubbing her nose. "And then she lost in the mining way again, and, last of all, to set the thing entirely to rights, she lost in the banking way. I don't know what the bank shares were worth for a little while," said my aunt. "Cent per cent was the lowest of it, I believe. But the bank was at the other end of the world, and tumbled into space, for what I know. Anyhow, it fell to pieces, and never will and never can pay sixpence, and Betsy's sixpences were all there, and there's an end of them. Least said soonest mended." My aunt concluded this philosophical summary by fixing her eyes with a kind of triumph on Agnes, whose color was gradually returning. "Dear Miss Trotwood, is that all the history?" said Agnes. "I hope it's enough, child," said my aunt. "If there had been more money to lose, it wouldn't have been all, I dare say. Bessie would have contrived to throw that after the rest, and make another chapter, I have little doubt. But there was no more money, and there's no more story." Agnes had listened at first with suspended breath. Her color still came and went, but she breathed more freely. I thought I knew why. I thought she had had some fear that her unhappy father might be in some way to blame for what had happened. My aunt took her hand in hers and laughed. "Is that all?" repeated my aunt. "Why, yes, that's all. Except, and she lived happy ever afterwards. Perhaps I may add that of Betsy yet, one of these days. Now, Agnes, you have a wise head. So have you, Trot, in some things, though I can't compliment you always. And here my aunt shook her own at me with an energy peculiar to herself. What's to be done? Here's the cottage, taking one time with another, will produce, say, £70 a year. I think we may safely put it down at that. Well, that's all we've got, said my aunt, with whom it was an idiosyncrasy, as it is with some horses, to stop very short when she appeared to be in a fair way of going on for a long while. Then, said my aunt, after a rest, there's Dick. He's good for 100 a year, but of course that must be expended on himself. I would sooner send him away, though I know I am the only person who appreciates him, than have him, and not spend his money on himself. How can Trot and I do best upon our means? What do you say, Agnes? I say, aunt, I interposed, that I must do something. Go for a soldier, do you mean? Returned my aunt, alarmed, or go to sea. I won't hear of it. You are to be a proctor. We're not going to have any knockings on the head in this family, if you please, sir. I was about to explain that I was not desirous of introducing that mode of provision into the family, when Agnes inquired if my rooms were held for any long term. You come to the point, my dear, said my aunt. They are not to be got rid of for 6 months at least, unless they could be underlet, and that I don't believe. The last man died here. 5 people out of 6 would die, of course, of that woman in Nankeen with the flannel petticoat. I have a little ready money, and I agree with you, the best thing we can do is to live the term out here and get a bedroom hard by. I thought it my duty to hint at the discomfort my aunt would sustain from living in a continual state of guerrilla warfare with Mrs. Krupp, but she disposed of that objection summarily by declaring that on the first demonstration of hostilities she was prepared to astonish Mrs. Krupp for the whole remainder of her natural life. I have been thinking, Trotwood, said Agnes diffidently, that if you had time. I have a good deal of time, Agnes. I am always disengaged after 4 or 5 o'clock, and I have time early in the morning. In one way and another, said I, conscious of reddening a little as I thought of the hours and hours I had devoted to fagging about town and to and fro upon the Norwood road, I have abundance of time. I know you would not mind, said Agnes, coming to me and speaking in a low voice so full of sweet and hopeful consideration that I hear it now. The duties of a secretary. Mind, my dear Agnes. Because, continued Agnes, Dr. Strong has acted on his intention of retiring and has come to live in London, and he asked Papa, I know, if he could recommend him one. Don't you think he would rather have his favorite old pupil near him than anybody else? Dear Agnes, said I, what should I do without you? You are always my good angel. I told you so. I never think of you in any other light. Agnes answered with her pleasant laugh, that one good angel meaning Dorawus enough, and went on to remind me that the doctor had been used to occupy himself in his study, early in the morning and in the evening, and that probably my leisure would suit his requirements very well. I was scarcely more delighted with the prospect of earning my own bread than with the hope of earning it under my old master. In short, acting on the advice of Agnes, I sat down and wrote a letter to the doctor, stating my object and appointing to call on him next day at 10 in the forenoon. This I addressed to Highgate, for in that place, so memorable to me, he lived and went and posted, myself without losing a minute. Wherever Agnes was, some agreeable token of her noiseless presence seemed inseparable from the place. When I came back, I found my aunt's birds hanging, just as they had hung so long in the parlor window of the cottage. and my easy chair imitating my aunt's much easier chair in its position at the open window, and even the round green fan, which my aunt had brought away with her, screwed onto the window-sill. I knew who had done all this by its seeming to have quietly done itself, and I should have known in a moment who had arranged my neglected books in the old order of my school days, even if I had supposed Agnes to be miles away instead of seeing her busy with them and smiling at the disorder into which they had fallen. My aunt was quite gracious on the subject of the Thames. It really did look very well with the sun upon it, though not like the sea before the cottage. But she could not relent towards the London smoke, which, she said, peppered everything. A complete revolution, in which Peggotty bore a prominent part, was being effected in every corner of my rooms in regard of this pepper, and I was looking on, thinking how little even Peggotty seemed to do with a good deal of bustle, and how much Agnes did without any bustle at all, when a knock came at the door. "I think," said Agnes, turning pale, "it's Papa. He promised me that he would come." I opened the door and admitted not only Mr. Wickfield, but Uriah Heep. I had not seen Mr. Wickfield for some time. I was prepared for a great change in him after what I had heard from Agnes, but his appearance shocked me. It was not that he looked many years older, though still dressed with the old scrupulous cleanliness, or that there was an unwholesome ruddiness upon his face, or that his eyes were full and bloodshot, or that there was a nervous trembling in his hand, the cause of which I knew and had for some years seen at work. It was not that he had lost his good looks or his old bearing of a gentleman, for that he had not. But the thing that struck me most was, that with the evidences of his native superiority still upon him, he should submit himself to that crawling impersonation of meanness, Uriah Heep. The reversal of the two natures and their relative positions, Uriah's of power and Mr. Wickfield's of dependence, was a sight more painful to me than I can express. If I had seen an ape taking command of a man, I should hardly have thought it a more degrading spectacle. He appeared to be only too conscious of it himself. When he came in, he stood still, and with his head bowed, as if he felt it. This was only for a moment, for Agnes softly said to him, "Papa, here is Miss Trotwood and Trotwood, whom you have not seen for a long while." And then he approached and constrainedly gave my aunt his hand and shook hands more cordially with me. In the moment's pause I speak of, I saw Uriah's countenance form itself into a most ill-favored smile. Agnes saw it too, I think, for she shrank from him. What my aunt saw or did not see, I defied the science of physiognomy to have made out without her own consent. I believe there never was anybody with such an imperturbable countenance when she chose. Her face might have been a dead wall on the occasion in question, for any light it threw upon her thoughts, until she broke silence with her usual abruptness. "Well, Wickfield," said my aunt, and he looked up at her for the first time. "I have been telling your daughter how well I have been disposing of my money for myself, because I couldn't trust it to you, as you were growing rusty in business matters. We have been taking counsel together, and getting on very well, all things considered. Agnes is worth the whole firm, in my opinion. If I may make the remark," said Uriah Heep with a writhe, "I fully agree with Miss Betsy Trotwood, and should be only too happy if Miss Agnes was a partner." "You're a partner yourself, you know," returned my aunt, "and that's about enough for you, I expect. How do you find yourself, sir?" In acknowledgment of this question, addressed to him with extraordinary curtness, Mr. Heep, uncomfortably clutching the blue bag he carried, replied that he was pretty well, he thanked my aunt, and hoped she was the same. "And you, master, I should say, Mr. Copperfield," pursued Uriah. "I hope I see you well. I am rejoiced to see you, Mr. Copperfield, even under present circumstances." I believe that, for he seemed to relish them very much. "Present circumstances is not what your friends would wish for you, Mr. Copperfield, but it isn't money makes the man. It's I am really unequal with my humble powers to express what it is," said Uriah with a fawning jerk. "But it isn't money." Here he shook hands with me, not in the common way, but standing at a good distance from me, and lifting my hand up and down like a pump handle, that he was a little afraid of. "And how do you think we are looking, Master Copperfield? I should say, Mr. Fond Uriah? Don't you find Mr. Wickfield blooming, sir? Years don't tell much in our firm, Master Copperfield, except in raising up the humble, namely mother and self, and in developing," he added as an afterthought, "the beautiful, namely Miss Agnes." He jerked himself about after this compliment in such an intolerable manner that my aunt, who had sat looking straight at him, lost all patience. "Deuce take the man," said my aunt sternly. "What's he about? Don't be galvanic, sir." "I ask your pardon, Miss Trotwood," returned Uriah. "I'm aware you're nervous." "Go along with you, sir," said my aunt, anything but appeased. "Don't presume." "Just say so. I am nothing of the sort. If you're an eel, sir, conduct yourself like one. If you're a man, control your limbs, sir." "Good God!" said my aunt with great indignation. "I am not going to be serpentined and corkscrewed out of my senses." Mr. Heep was rather abashed, as most people might have been, by this explosion, which derived great additional force from the indignant manner in which my aunt afterwards moved in her chair, and shook her head as if she were making snaps or bounces at him. But he said to me aside in a meek voice, "I am well aware, Master Copperfield, that Miss Trotwood, though an excellent lady, has a quick temper. Indeed, I think I had the pleasure of knowing her when I was a numble clerk before you did, Master Copperfield, and it's only natural, I am sure, that it should be made quicker by present circumstances. The wonder is that it isn't much worse. I only called to say that, if there was anything we could do in present circumstances, mother or self, or Wickfield and Heep, we should be really glad. I may go so far," said Uriah with a sickly smile at his partner. "Uriah Heep," said Mr. Wickfield in a monotonous, forced way, "is active in the business Trotwood. What he says, I quite concur in. You know I had an old interest in you. Apart from that, what Uriah says I quite concur in." "Oh, what a reward it is," said Uriah, drawing up one leg, at the risk of bringing down upon himself another visitation from my aunt, "to be so trusted in. But I hope I am able to do something to relieve him from the fatigues of business, Master Copperfield." "Uriah Heep is a great relief to me," said Mr. Wickfield in the same dull voice. "It's a load off my mind, Trotwood, to have such a partner. The Red Fox made him say all this, I knew, to exhibit him to me in the light he had indicated on the night when he poisoned my rest. I saw the same ill-favored smile upon his face again, and saw how he watched me. "You are not going, Papa," said Agnes anxiously. "Will you not walk back with Trotwood and me?" He would have looked to Uriah, I believe, before replying, if that worthy had not anticipated him. "I am bespoke myself," said Uriah, "on business. Otherwise I should have been happy to have kept with my friends. But I leave my partner to represent the firm. Miss Agnes, ever yours. I wish you good day, Master Copperfield, and leave my humble respects for Miss Betsy Trotwood." With those words he retired, kissing his great hand, and leering at us like a mask. We sat there talking about our pleasant old Canterbury days, an hour or two. Mr. Rolls, Whitfield, left to Agnes, soon became more like his former self, though there was a settled depression upon him which he never shook off. For all that, he brightened, and had an evident pleasure in hearing us recall the little incidents of our old life, many of which he remembered very well. He said it was like those times, to be alone with Agnes and me again, and he wished to heaven they had never changed. I'm sure there was an influence in the placid face of Agnes and in the very touch of her hand upon his arm that did wonders for him. My aunt, who was busy nearly all this while with Peggotty in the inner room, would not accompany us to the place where they were staying, but insisted on my going, and I went. We dined together. After dinner, Agnes sat beside him as of old and poured out his wine. He took what she gave him, and no more like a child, and we all three sat together at a window as the evening gathered in. When it was almost dark, he lay down on a sofa, Agnes pillowing his head and bending over him a little while, and when she came back to the window, it was not so dark, but I could see tears glittering in her eyes. I pray heaven that I never may forget the dear girl in her love and truth at that time of my life. For if I should, I must be drawing near the end, and then I would desire to remember her best. She filled my heart with such good resolutions, strengthened my weakness so, by her example, so directed I know not how. She was too modest and gentle to advise me in many words the wandering ardor and unsettled purpose within me, that all the little good I have done, and all the harm I have forborne, I solemnly believe I may refer to her. And how she spoke to me of Dora, sitting at the window in the dark, listened to my praises of her, praised again, and round the little fairy figure shed some glimpses of her own pure light that made it yet more precious and more innocent to me. O Agnes, sister of my boyhood, if I had known then, would I knew long afterwards. There was a beggar in the street when I went down, and as I turned my head towards the window, thinking of her calm seraphic eyes, he made me start by muttering, as if he were an echo of the morning, "Blind, blind, blind." Chapter 36. E Entoyasiasam. I began the next day with another dive into the Roman bath, and then started for Highgate. I was not dispirited now. I was not afraid of the shabby coat, and had no yearnings after gallant grace. My whole manner of thinking of her late misfortune was changed. What I had to do was to show my aunt that her past goodness to me had not been thrown away on an insensible, ungrateful object. What I had to do was to turn the painful discipline of my younger days to account, by going to work with a resolute and steady heart. What I had to do was to take my woodman's axe in my hand and clear my own way through the forest of difficulty by cutting down the trees until I came to Dora. And I went on at a mighty rate as if it could be done by walking. When I found myself on the familiar Highgate road pursuing such a different errand from that old one of pleasure with which it was associated, it seemed as if a complete change had come on my whole life. But that did not discourage me. With the new life came new purpose, new intention. Great was the labor. Priceless the reward. Dora was the reward, and Dora must be won. I got into such a transport that I felt quite sorry my coat was not a little shabby already. I wanted to be cutting at those trees in the forest of difficulty, under circumstances that should prove my strength. I had a good mind to ask an old man in wire spectacles, who was breaking stones upon the road, to lend me his hammer for a little while, and let me begin to beat a path to Dora out of granite. I stimulated myself into such a heat and got so out of breath that I felt as if I had been earning I don't know how much. In this state, I went into a cottage that I saw was to let and examined it narrowly, for I felt it necessary to be practical. It would do for me and Dora admirably, with a little front garden for Jip to run about in, and bark at the tradespeople through the railings, and a capital room upstairs for my aunt. I came out again, hotter and faster than ever, and dashed up to Highgate at such a rate that I was there an hour too early, and, though I had not been, should have been obliged to stroll about to cool myself before I was at all presentable. My first care, after putting myself under this necessary course of preparation, was to find the doctor's house. It was not in that part of Highgate where Mrs. Steerforth lived, but quite on the opposite side of the little town. When I had made this discovery, I went back, in an attraction I could not resist, to a lane by Mrs. Steerforth's, and looked over the corner of the garden wall. His room was shut up close. The conservatory doors were standing open, and Rosa Dartle was walking, bareheaded, with a quick, impetuous step, up and down a gravel walk on one side of the lawn. She gave me the idea of some fierce thing that was dragging the length of its chain to and fro upon a beaten track and wearing its heart out. I came softly away from my place of observation, and avoiding that part of the neighborhood, and wishing I had not gone near it, strolled about until it was 10 o'clock. The church, with the slender spire, that stands on the top of the hill now, was not there then to tell me the time. An old red brick mansion, used as a school, was in its place, and a fine old house it must have been to go to school at, as I recollect it. When I approached the doctor's cottage, a pretty old place, on which he seemed to have expended some money, if I might judge from the embellishments and repairs that had the look of being just completed, I saw him walking in the garden at the side, gaiters and all, as if he had never left off walking since the days of my pupilage. He had his old companions about him too, for there were plenty of high trees in the neighborhood, and 2 or 3 rooks were on the grass, looking after him as if they had been written to about him by the Canterbury rooks, and were observing him closely in consequence. Knowing the utter hopelessness of attracting his attention from that distance, I made bold to open the gate and walk after him, so as to meet him when he should turn round. When he did and came towards me, he looked at me thoughtfully for a few moments, evidently without thinking about me at all, and then his benevolent face expressed extraordinary pleasure, and he took me by both hands. "Why, my dear Copperfield," said the doctor, "you are a man! How do you do? I am delighted to see you. My dear Copperfield, how very much you have improved. You are quite, yes, dear me. I hoped he was well, and Mrs. Strong too." "Oh dear, yes," said the doctor. "Annie's quite well, and she'll be delighted to see you. You were always her favorite. She said so last night when I showed her your letter. And yes, to be sure you recollect Mr. Jack Maldon, Copperfield." "Perfectly, sir. Of course," said the doctor. "To be sure, he's pretty well too. Has he come home, sir?" I inquired. "From India," said the doctor. "Yes. Mr. Jack Maldon couldn't bear the climate, my dear. Mrs. Markleham, you have not forgotten Mrs. Markleham. Forgotten the old soldier, and in that short time Mrs. Markleham," said the doctor, "was quite vexed about him, poor thing. So we have got him at home again, and we have bought him a little patent place, which agrees with him much better." I knew enough of Mr. Jack Maldon to suspect from this account that it was a place where there was not much to do, and which was pretty well paid. The doctor, walking up and down with his hand on my shoulder and his kind face turned encouragingly to mine, went on. "Now, my dear Copperfield, in reference to this proposal of yours, It's very gratifying and agreeable to me, I am sure, but don't you think you could do better? You achieved distinction, you know, when you were with us. You are qualified for many good things. You have laid a foundation that any edifice may be raised upon, and is it not a pity that you should devote the springtime of your life to such a poor pursuit as I can offer? I became very glowing again, and expressing myself in a rhapsodical style, I am afraid urged my request strongly, reminding the doctor that I had already a profession. "Well, well," said the doctor, "that's true. Certainly, your having a profession and being actually engaged in studying it makes a difference. But, my good young friend, what's £70 a year?" "It doubles our income, Dr. Strong," said I. "Dear me," replied the doctor, "to think of that. Not that I mean to say it's rigidly limited to £70 a year, because I have always contemplated making any young friend I might thus employ a present too." "Undoubtedly," said the doctor, still walking me up and down with his hand on my shoulder, "I have always taken an annual present into account." "My dear tutor," said I now, really without any nonsense, "to whom I owe more obligations already than I ever can acknowledge—" "No, no," interposed the doctor. "Pardon me. If you will take such time as I have, and that is my mornings and evenings, and can think it worth £70 a year, you will do me such a service as I cannot express." "Dear me," said the doctor innocently, "to think that so little should go for so." "Much, dear, dear. And when you can do better you will, on your word now?" said the doctor, which he had always made a very grave appeal to the honor of us boys. "On my word, sir," I returned, answering in our old school manner. "Then be it so," said the doctor, clapping me on the shoulder and still keeping his hand there, as we still walked up and down. "And I shall be 20 times happier, sir," said I, with a little, I hope innocent flattery, "if my employment is to be on the dictionary." The doctor stopped, smilingly clapped me on the shoulder again, and exclaimed with a triumph most delightful to behold, as if I had penetrated to the profoundest depths of mortal sagacity, "My dear young friend, you have hit it. It is the dictionary." How could it be anything else? His pockets were as full of it as his head. It was sticking out of him in all directions. He told me that since his retirement from scholastic life he had been advancing with it wonderfully, and that nothing could suit him better than the proposed arrangements for morning and evening work, as it was his custom to walk about in the daytime with his considering cap on. His papers were in a little confusion, in consequence of Mr. Jack Maldon having lately proffered his occasional services as an amanuensis, and not being accustomed to that occupation. But we should soon put right what was amiss, and go on swimmingly. Afterwards, when we were fairly at our work, I found Mr. Jack Maldon's efforts more troublesome to me than I had expected, as he had not confined himself to making numerous mistakes, but had sketched so many soldiers and ladies' heads over the doctor's manuscript that I often became involved in labyrinths of obscurity. The doctor was quite happy in the prospect of our going to work together on that wonderful performance, and we settled to begin next morning at 7 o'clock. We were to work 2 hours every morning and 2 or 3 hours every night, except on Saturdays, when I was to rest. On Sundays, of course, I was to rest also, and I considered these very easy terms. Our plans being thus arranged to our mutual satisfaction, the doctor took me into the house to present me to Mrs. Strong, whom he found in the doctor's new study, dusting his books, a freedom which he never permitted anybody else to take with those sacred favorites. They had postponed their breakfast on my account, and we sat down to table together. We had not been seated long when I saw an approaching arrival in Mrs. Strong's face before I heard any sound of it. A gentleman on horseback came to the gate, and leading his horse into the little court, with the bridle over his arm, as if he were quite at home, tied him to a ring in the empty coach-house wall, and came into the breakfast parlor, whip in hand. It was Mr. Jack Maldon, and Mr. Jack Maldon was not at all improved by India, I thought. I was in a state of ferocious virtue, however, as to young men who were not cutting down trees in the forest of difficulty, and my impression must be received with due allowance. "Mr. Jack," said the doctor, "Copperfield." Mr. Jack Maldon shook hands with me, but not very warmly, I believed, and with an air of languid patronage at which I secretly took great umbrage. But his languor altogether was quite a wonderful sight, except when he addressed himself to his cousin Annie. "Have you breakfasted this morning, Mr. Jack?" said the doctor. "I hardly ever take breakfast, sir," he replied, with his head thrown back in an easy-chair. "I find it bores me." "Is there any news today?" inquired the doctor. "Nothing at all, sir," replied Mr. Maldon. "There's an account about the people being hungry and discontented down in the north, but they are always being hungry and discontented somewhere." The doctor looked grave and said, as though he wished to change the subject, "Then there's no news at all. And no news, they say, is good news." "There's a long statement in the papers, sir, about a murder," observed Mr. Maldon, "but somebody is always being murdered, and I didn't read it." A display of indifference to all the actions and passions of mankind was not supposed to be such a distinguished quality at that time, I think, as I have observed it to be considered since. I have known it very fashionable indeed. I have seen it displayed with such success that I have encountered some fine ladies and gentlemen who might as well have been born caterpillars. Perhaps it impressed me the more then, because it was new to me, but it certainly did not tend to exalt my opinion of, or to strengthen my confidence in, Mr. Jack Maldon. "I came out to inquire whether Annie would like to go to the opera tonight," said Mr. Maldon, turning to her. "It's the last good night there will be, this season, and there's a singer there whom she really ought to hear. She is perfectly exquisite, besides which she is so charmingly ugly," relapsing into languor. The doctor, ever pleased with what was likely to please his young wife, turned to her and said, "You must go, Annie, you must go." "I would rather not," she said to the doctor. "I prefer to remain at home. I would much rather remain at home." Without looking at her cousin, she then addressed me and asked me about Agnes, and whether she should see her, and whether she was not likely to come that day, and was so much disturbed that I wondered how even the doctor, buttering his toast, could be blind to what was so obvious. But he saw nothing. He told her good-naturedly that she was young and ought to be amused and entertained, and must not allow herself to be made dull by a dull old fellow. Moreover, he said, he wanted to hear her sing all the new singers' songs to him, and how could she do that well unless she went? So the doctor persisted in making the engagement for her, and Mr. Jack Maldon was to come back to dinner. This concluded, he went to his patent place, I suppose, but at all events went away on his horse looking very idle. I was curious to find out next morning whether she had been. She had not, but had sent into London to put her cousin off, and had gone out in the afternoon to see Agnes, and had prevailed upon the doctor to go with her, and they had walked home by the fields, the doctor told me, the evening being delightful. I wondered then whether she would have gone if Agnes had not been in town, and whether Agnes had some good influence over her too. She did not look very happy, I thought, but it was a good face or a very false one. I often glanced at it, for she sat in the window all the time we were at work, and made our breakfast, which we took by snatches as we were employed. When I left, at 9 o'clock, she was kneeling on the ground at the doctor's feet, putting on his shoes and gaiters for him. There was a softened shade upon her face, thrown from some green leaves overhanging the open window of the low room, and I thought all the way to Doctor's Commons of the night when I had seen it looking at him as he read. I was pretty busy now, up at 5 in the morning and home at 9 or 10 at night, but I had infinite satisfaction in being so closely engaged, and never walked slowly on any account, and felt enthusiastically that the more I tired myself, the more I was doing to deserve Dora. I had not revealed myself and my altered character to Dora yet, because she was coming to see Miss Mills in a few days, and I deferred all I had to tell her until then, merely informing her in my letters. All our communications were secretly forwarded through Miss Mills that I had much to tell her. In the meantime, I put myself on a short allowance of bear's grease, wholly abandoned scented soap and lavender water, and sold off 3 waistcoats at a prodigious sacrifice, as being too luxurious for my stern career. Not satisfied with all these proceedings, but burning with impatience to do something more, I went to see Traddles, now lodging up behind the parapet of a house in Castle Street, Holborn. Mr. Dick, who had been with me to Highgate twice already and had resumed his companionship with the doctor, I took with me. I took Mr. Dick with me because acutely sensitive to my aunt's reverses and sincerely believing that no galley slave or convict worked as I did, he had begun to fret and worry himself out of spirits and appetite as having nothing useful to do. In this condition he felt more incapable of finishing the memorial than ever, and the harder he worked at it, the oftener the unlucky head of King Charles I got into it, seriously apprehending that his malady would increase unless we put some innocent deception upon him and caused him to believe that he was useful, or unless we could put him in the way of being really useful, which would be better. I made up my mind to try if Traddles could help us. Before we went, I wrote Traddles a full statement of all that had happened, and Traddles wrote me back a capital answer, expressive of his sympathy and friendship. We found him hard at work with his inkstand and papers, refreshed by the sight of the flower-pot stand and the little round table in a corner of the small apartment. He received us cordially, and made friends with Mr. Dick in a moment. Mr. Dick professed an absolute certainty of having seen him before, and we both said, very likely. The first subject on which I had to consult Traddles was this. I had heard that many men distinguished in various pursuits had begun life by reporting the debates in Parliament. Traddles having mentioned newspapers to me as one of his hopes, I had put the 2 things together, and told Traddles in my letter that I wished to know how I could qualify myself for this pursuit. Traddles now informed me, as the result of his inquiries, that the mere mechanical acquisition necessary, except in rare cases, for thorough excellence in it, that is to say, a perfect and entire command of the mystery of shorthand writing and reading, was about equal in difficulty to the mastery of 6 languages, and that it might perhaps be attained, by dint of perseverance, in the course of a few years. Traddles reasonably supposed that this would settle the business, but I, only feeling that here indeed were a few tall trees to be hewn down, immediately resolved to work my way on to Dora through this thicket, axe in hand. "I am very much obliged to you, my dear Traddles," said I. "I'll begin tomorrow." Traddles looked astonished, as he well might, but he had no notion as yet of my rapturous condition. "I'll buy a book," said I, "with a good scheme of this art in it. I'll work at it at the Commons, where I haven't half enough to do. I'll take down the speeches in our court for practice. Traddles, my dear fellow, I'll master it." "Dear me," said Traddles, opening his eyes, "I had no idea you were such a determined character, Copperfield. I don't know how he should have had, for it was new enough to me." I passed. that off, and brought Mr. Dick on the carpet. "You see," said Mr. Dick wistfully, "if I could exert myself, Mr. Traddles, if I could beat a drum or blow anything. Poor fellow! I have little doubt he would have preferred such an employment in his heart to all others." Traddles, who would not have smiled for the world, replied composedly, "But you are a very good penman, sir. You told me so, Copperfield." "Excellent," said I, and indeed he was. He wrote with extraordinary neatness. "Don't you think," said Traddles, "you could copy writings, sir, if I got them for you?" Mr. Dick looked doubtfully at me. Trotwood. I shook my head. Mr. Dick shook his and sighed. "Tell him about the memorial," said Mr. Dick. I explained to Traddles that there was a difficulty in keeping King Charles I out of Mr. Dick's manuscripts. Mr. Dick in the meanwhile looking very deferentially and seriously at Traddles, and sucking his thumb. "But these writings you know that I speak of are already drawn up and finished," said Traddles after a little consideration. "Mr. Dick has nothing to do with them. Wouldn't that make a difference, Copperfield? At all events, wouldn't it be well to try?" This gave us new hope. Traddles and I laying our heads together apart, while Mr. Dick anxiously watched us from his chair, we concocted a scheme in virtue of which we got him to work next day with triumphant success. On a table by the window in Buckingham Street, we set out the work Traddles procured for him, which was to make I forget how many copies of a legal document about some right of way, and on another table we spread the last unfinished original of the great memorial. Our instructions to Mr. Dick were that he should copy exactly what he had before him, without the least departure from the original, and that when he felt it necessary to make the slightest allusion to King Charles I, he should fly to the memorial. We exhorted him to be resolute in this, and left my aunt to observe him. My aunt reported to us afterwards that at first he was like a man playing the kettle drums, and constantly divided his attentions between the two, but that, finding this confuse and fatigue him, and having his copy there plainly before his eyes, he soon sat at it in an orderly business-like manner, and postponed the memorial to a more convenient time. In a word, although we took great care that he should have no more to do than was good for him, and although he did not begin with the beginning of a week, he earned by the following Saturday night 10 shillings and 9 pence. And never, while I live, shall I forget his going about to all the shops in the neighborhood to change this treasure into sixpences, or his bringing them to my aunt arranged in the form of a heart upon a waiter, with tears of joy and pride in his eyes. He was like one under the propitious influence of a charm from the moment of his being usefully employed. And if there were a happy man in the world, that Saturday night, it was the grateful creature who thought my aunt the most wonderful woman in existence, and me the most wonderful young man. "No starving now, Trotwood," said Mr. Dick, shaking hands with me in a corner. "I'll provide for her, sir." And he flourished his 10 fingers in the air, as if they were 10 banks. I hardly know which was the better pleased, Traddles or I. It really said, Traddles suddenly, taking a letter out of his pocket and giving it to me, put Mr. Micawber quite out of my head. The letter Mr. Micawber never missed any possible opportunity of writing a letter was addressed to me by the kindness of T. Traddles, Esquire, of the Inner Temple. It ran thus: "My dear Copperfield, you may possibly not be unprepared to receive the intimation that something has turned up. I may have mentioned to you on a former occasion that I was in expectation of such an event. I am about to establish myself in one of the provincial towns of our favourite island, where the society may be described as a happy admixture of the agricultural and the clerical in immediate connection with one of the learned professions. Mrs. Micawber and her offspring will accompany me. Our ashes at a future period will probably be found commingled in the cemetery attached to a venerable pile, for which the spot to which I refer has acquired a reputation, shall I say from China to Peru? In bidding adieu to the modern Babylon, where we have undergone many vicissitudes, I trust not ignobly, Mrs. Micawber and myself cannot disguise from our minds that we part. It may be for years, and it may be forever, with an individual linked by strong associations to the altar of our domestic life. If, on the eve of such a departure, you will accompany our mutual friend, Mr. Thomas Traddles, to our present abode, and there reciprocate the wishes natural to the occasion, you will confer a boon on one who is ever yours, Wilkins Micawber. I was glad to find that Mr. Micawber had got rid of his dust and ashes, and that something really had turned up at last. Learning from Traddles that the invitation referred to the evening then wearing away, I expressed my readiness to do honor to it, and we went off together to the lodging which Mr. Micawber occupied as Mr. Mortimer, and which was situated near the top of the Gray's Inn Road. The resources of this lodging were so limited that we found the twins, now some 8 or 9 years old, reposing in a turn-up bedstead in the family sitting-room, where Mr. Micawber had prepared, in a wash-hand-stand jug, what he called a brew of the agreeable beverage for which he was famous. I had the pleasure on this occasion of renewing the acquaintance of Master Micawber, whom I found a promising boy of about 12 or 13, very subject to that restlessness of limb which is not an unfrequent phenomenon in youths of his age. I also became once more known to his sister, Miss Micawber, in whom, as Mr. Micawber told us, her mother renewed her youth, like the phoenix. "My dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, "yourself and Mr. Traddles find us on the brink of migration, and will excuse any little discomforts incidental to that position." Glancing round as I made a suitable reply, I observed that the family effects were already packed, and that the amount of luggage was by no means overwhelming. I congratulated Mrs. Micawber on the approaching change. "My dear Mr. Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, "of your friendly interest in all our affairs I am well assured. My family may consider it banishment if they please, but I am a wife and mother, and I never will desert Mr. Micawber." Traddles, appealed to by Mrs. Micawber's eye, feelingly acquiesced. "That," said Mrs. Micawber, "that, at least, is my view, my dear Mr. Copperfield and Mr. Traddles, of the obligation which I took upon myself when I repeated." The irrevocable words, "I, Emma, take thee, Wilkins." I read the service over with a flat candle on the previous night, and the conclusion I derived from it was that I never could desert Mr. Micawber. "And," said Mrs. Micawber, "though it is possible I may be mistaken in my view of the ceremony, I never will." "My dear," said Mr. Micawber, a little impatiently, "I am not conscious that you are expected to do anything of the sort." "I am aware, my dear Mr. Copperfield," pursued Mrs. Micawber, "that I am now about to cast my lot among strangers, and I am also aware that the various members of my family, to whom Mr. Micawber has written in the most gentlemanly terms, announcing that fact, have not taken the least notice of Mr. Micawber's communication." "Indeed, I may be superstitious," said Mrs. Micawber, "but it appears to me that Mr. Micawber is destined never to receive any answers whatever to the great majority of the communications he writes. I may augur." "From the silence of my family, that they object to the resolution I have taken, but I should not allow myself to be swerved from the path of duty, Mr. Copperfield, even by my papa and mamma, were they still living." I expressed my opinion that this was going in the right direction. "It may be a sacrifice," said Mrs. Micawber, "to immure oneself in a cathedral town, but surely, Mr. Copperfield, if it is a sacrifice in me, it is much more a sacrifice in a man of Mr. Micawber's abilities." "Oh, you are going to a cathedral town?" said I. Mr. Micawber, who had been helping us all out of the wash-hand-stand jug, replied, "To Canterbury. In fact, my dear Copperfield, I have entered into arrangements by virtue of which I stand pledged and contracted to our friend, Heap, to assist and serve him in the capacity of and to be his confidential clerk." I stared at Mr. Micawber, who greatly enjoyed my surprise. "I am bound to state to you," he said with an official air, "that the business habits and the prudent suggestions of Mrs. Missy Barber have in a great measure conduced to this result." The gauntlet, to which Mrs. Micawber referred upon a former occasion, being thrown down in the form of an advertisement, was taken up by my friend Heap, and led to a mutual recognition. "Of my friend Heap," said Mr. Micawber, "who is a man of remarkable shrewdness, I desire to speak with all possible respect. My friend Heap has not fixed the positive remuneration at too high a figure, but he has made a great deal in the way of extrication from the pressure of pecuniary difficulties, contingent on the value of my services, and on the value of those services I pin my faith. Such address and intelligence as I chance to possess," said Mr. Micawber, boastfully disparaging himself with the old genteel air, "will be devoted to my friend Heap's service. I have already some acquaintance with the law as a defendant on civil process, and I shall immediately apply myself to the commentaries of one of the most eminent and remarkable of our English jurists. I believe it is unnecessary to add that I allude to Mr. Justice Blackstone." These observations, and indeed the greater part of the observations made that evening, were interrupted by Mrs. Micawber's discovering that Master Micawber was sitting on his boots, or holding his head on with both arms as if he felt it loose, or accidentally kicking Traddles under the table, or shuffling his feet over one another, or producing them at distances from himself apparently outrageous to nature, or lying sideways with his hair among the wine-glasses, or developing his restlessness of limb in some other form incompatible with the general interests of the society. I sat all the while amazed by Mr. Micawber's disclosure, and wondering what it meant, until Mrs. Micawber resumed the thread of the discourse and claimed my attention. "What I particularly request Mr. Micawber to be careful of is," said Mrs. Micawber, "that he does not, my dear Mr. Copperfield, in applying himself to this subordinate branch of the law, place it out of his power to rise, ultimately, to the top of the tree." I am convinced that Mr. Micawber, giving his mind to a profession so adapted to his fertile resources and his flow of language, must distinguish himself. "Now, for example, Mr. Traddles," said Mrs. Micawber, assuming a profound air, "a judge, or even, say, a chancellor. Does an individual place himself beyond the pale of those preferments by entering on such an office as Mr. Micawber has accepted?" "My dear," observed Mr. Micawber, but glancing inquisitively at Traddles too, "we have time enough before us for the consideration of those questions." "Micawber," she returned, "no. Your mistake in life is that you do not look forward far enough. You are bound, in justice to your family if not to yourself, to take in at a comprehensive glance the extremest point in the horizon to which your abilities may lead you." Mr. Micawber coughed and drank his punch with an air of exceeding satisfaction, still glancing at Traddles, as if he desired to have his opinion. "Why, the plain state of the case, Mrs. Micawber," said Traddles, mildly breaking the truth to her. "I mean the real prosaic fact, you know." "Just so," said Mrs. Micawber. "My dear Mr. Traddles, I wish to be as prosaic and literal as possible on a subject of so much importance." "Is," said Traddles, that this branch of the law, even if Mr. Micawber were a regular solicitor. Exactly so, returned Mrs. Micawber. Wilkins, you are squinting and will not be able to get your eyes back. Has nothing, pursued Traddles, to do with that. Only a barrister is eligible for such preferments, and Mr. Micawber could not be a barrister without being entered at an inn of court as a student for 5 years. Do I follow you? Said Mrs. Micawber, with her most affable air of business. Do I understand, my dear Mr. Traddles, that at the expiration of that period, Mr. Micawber would be eligible as a judge or chancellor? He would be eligible, returned Traddles, with a strong emphasis on that word. Thank you, said Mrs. Micawber. That is quite sufficient. If such is the case, and Mr. Micawber forfeits no privilege by entering on these duties, my anxiety is set at rest. I speak, said Mrs. Micawber, as a female necessarily, but I have always been of opinion that Mr. Micawber possesses what I have heard my papa call, when I lived at home, the judicial mind, and I hope Mr. Micawber is now entering on a field where that mind will develop itself and take a commanding station. I quite believe that Mr. Micawber saw himself, in his judicial mind's eye, on the woolsack. He passed his hand complacently over his bald head, and said with ostentatious resignation, My dear, we will not anticipate the decrees of fortune. If I am reserved to wear a wig, I am at least prepared externally, in allusion to his baldness, for that distinction. I do not, said Mr. Micawber, regret my hair, and I may have been deprived of it for a specific purpose. I cannot say. It is my intention, my dear Copperfield, to educate my son for the church. I will not deny that I should be. Happy on his account to attain to eminence. For the church, said I, still pondering, between whiles, on Uriah Heep? Yes, said Mr. Micawber. He has a remarkable head voice, and will commence as a chorister. Our residence at Canterbury, and our local connection, will, no doubt, enable him to take advantage of any vacancy that may arise in the cathedral corps. On looking at Master Micawber again, I saw that he had a certain expression of face, as if his voice were behind his eyebrows, where it presently appeared to be, on his singing us as an alternative between that and bed, the woodpecker tapping. After many compliments on this performance, we fell into some general conversation, and as I was too full of my desperate intentions to keep my altered circumstances to myself, I made them known to Mr. and Mrs. Micawber. I cannot express how extremely delighted they both were by the idea of my aunt's being in difficulties, and how comfortable and friendly it made them. When we were nearly come to the last round of the punch, I addressed myself to Traddles, and reminded him that we must not separate without wishing our friends health, happiness, and success in their new career. I begged Mr. Micawber to fill us bumpers, and proposed the toast in due form, shaking hands with him across the table, and kissing Mrs. Micawber to commemorate that eventful occasion. Traddles imitated me in the first particular, but did not consider himself a sufficiently old friend to venture on the second. My dear Copperfield, said Mr. Micawber, rising with one of his thumbs in each of his waistcoat pockets, the companion of my youth, if I may be allowed the expression, and my esteemed friend Traddles, if I may be permitted to call him so, will allow me, on the part of Mrs. Micawber, myself, and our offspring, to thank them in the warmest and most uncompromising terms for their good wishes. It may be expected that on the eve of a migration which will consign us to a perfectly new existence, Mr. Micawber spoke as if they were going 500,000 miles. I should offer a few valedictory remarks to 2 such friends as I see before me. But all that I have to say in this way, I have said, whatever station in society I may attain, through the medium of the learned profession of which I am about to become an unworthy member, I shall endeavor not to disgrace, and Mrs. Micawber will be safe to adorn. Under the temporary pressure of pecuniary liabilities, contracted with a view to their immediate liquidation, but remaining unliquidated through a combination of circumstances, I have been under the necessity of assuming a garb from which my natural instincts recoil. I allude to spectacles and possessing myself of a cognomen to which I can establish no legitimate pretensions. All I have to say on that score is that the cloud is passed from the dreary scene, and the god of day is once more high upon the mountain tops. On Monday next, on the arrival of the 4 o'clock afternoon coach at Canterbury, my foot will be on my native heath, my name Micawber. Mr. Micawber resumed his seat on the close of these remarks, and drank 2 glasses of punch in grave succession. He then said with much solemnity, "One thing more I have to do before this separation is complete, and that is, to perform an act of justice. My friend Mr. Thomas Traddles has, on 2 several occasions, put his name, if I may use a common expression, to bills of exchange for my accommodation. On the first occasion, Mr. Thomas Traddles was left, let me say, in short, in the lurch. The fulfillment of the second has not yet arrived. The amount of the first obligation," here Mr. Micawber carefully referred to papers, "was, I believe, 23, 4, 9 1/2. Of the second, according to my entry of that transaction, 18,622. These sums, united, make a total, if my calculation is correct, amounting to 41, 10, 11. A half. My friend Copperfield will perhaps do me the favor to check that total?" I did so and found it correct. "To leave this metropolis," said Mr. Micawber, "and my friend Mr. Thomas Traddles, without acquitting myself of the pecuniary part of this obligation, would weigh upon my mind to an insupportable extent. I have, therefore, prepared for my friend Mr. Thomas Traddles, and I now hold in my hand a document which accomplishes the desired object. I beg to hand to my friend Mr. Thomas Traddles my IOU for 41, 10, 11 1/2, and I am happy to recover my moral dignity, and to know that I can once more walk erect before my fellow man." With this introduction, which greatly affected him, Mr. Micawber placed his IOU in the hands of Traddles, and said he wished him well in every relation of life. I am persuaded, not only that this was quite the same to Mr. Micawber as paying the money, but that Traddles himself hardly knew the difference until he had had time to think about it. Mr. Micawber walked so erect before his fellow man, on the strength of this virtuous action, that his chest looked half as broad again when he lighted us downstairs. We parted with great heartiness on both sides, and when I had seen Traddles to his own door and was going home alone, I thought, among the other odd and contradictory things I mused upon, that, slippery as Mr. Micawber was, I was probably indebted to some compassionate recollection he retained of me as his boy lodger for never having been asked by him for money. I certainly should not have had the moral courage to refuse it, and I have no doubt he knew that to his credit be it written, quite as well as I did. Chapter 37. A Little Cold Water. My new life had lasted for more than a week, and I was stronger than ever in those tremendous practical resolutions that I felt the crisis required. I continued to walk extremely fast, and to have a general idea that I was getting on. I made it a rule to take as much out of myself as I possibly could in my way of doing everything to which I applied my energies. I made a perfect victim of myself. I even entertained some idea of putting myself on a vegetable diet, vaguely conceiving that in becoming a graminivorous animal I should sacrifice to Dora. As yet, little Dora was quite unconscious of my desperate firmness, otherwise than as my letters darkly shadowed it forth. But another Saturday came, and on that Saturday evening she was to be at Miss Mills's, and when Mr. Mills had gone to his whist club telegraphed to me in the street, by a bird cage in the drawing-room middle window, I was to go there to tea. By this time we were quite settled down in Buckingham Street, where Mr. Dick continued his copying in a state of absolute felicity. My aunt had obtained a signal victory over Mrs. Krupp by paying her off, throwing the first picture she planted on the stairs out of window, and protecting in person, up and down the staircase, a supernumerary whom she engaged from the outer world. These vigorous measures struck such terror to the breast of Mrs. Krupp that she subsided into her own kitchen under the impression that my aunt was mad. My aunt being supremely indifferent to Mrs. Krupp's opinion and everybody else's, and rather favoring than discouraging the idea, Mrs. Krupp of late the bold became within a few days so faint-hearted that rather than encounter my aunt upon the staircase, she would endeavor to hide her portly form behind doors, leaving visible, however, a wide margin of flannel petticoat, or would shrink into dark corners. This gave my aunt such unspeakable satisfaction that I believe she took a delight in prowling up and down, with her bonnet insanely perched on the top of her head, at times when Mrs. Krupp was likely to be in way. My aunt, being uncommonly neat and ingenious, made so many little improvements in our domestic arrangements that I seemed to be richer instead of poorer. Among the rest, she converted the pantry into a dressing-room for me, and purchased and embellished a bedstead for my occupation, which looked as like a bookcase in the daytime as a bedstead could. I was the object of her constant solicitude, and my poor mother herself could not have loved me better, or studied more how to make me happy. Peggotty had considered herself highly privileged in being allowed to participate in these labors, and, although she still retained something of her old sentiment of awe in reference to my aunt, had received so many marks of encouragement and confidence that they were the best friends possible. But the time had now come, I am speaking of the Saturday, when I was to take tea at Miss B.'s. Mills's when it was necessary for her to return home and enter on the discharge of the duties she had undertaken in behalf of Ham. So, good-bye, Barkis, said my aunt, and take care of yourself. I am sure I never thought I could be sorry to lose you. I took Peggotty to the coach office and saw her off. She cried at parting, and confided her brother to my friendship as Ham had done. We had heard nothing of him since he went away that sunny afternoon. "And now, my own dear Davy," said Peggotty, "if, while you're apprentice, you should want any money to spend, or if, when you're out of your time, my dear, you should want any to set you up, and you must do one or other, or both, my darling, who has such a good right to ask leave to lend it you, as my sweet girl's own old stupid me." I was not so savagely independent as to say anything in reply, but that if ever I borrowed money of anyone, I would borrow it of her. Next to accepting a large sum on the spot, I believe this gave Peggotty more comfort than anything I could have done. "And, my dear," whispered Peggotty, "tell the pretty little angel that I should so have liked to see her only for a minute. And tell her that, before she marries my boy, I'll come and make your house so beautiful for you, if you'll let me." I declared that nobody else should touch it, and this gave Peggotty such delight that she went away in good spirits. I fatigued myself as much as I possibly could in the Commons all day, by a variety of devices, and at the appointed time in the evening repaired to Mr. Mills's street. Mr. Mills, who was a terrible fellow to fall asleep after dinner, had not yet gone out, and there was no birdcage in the middle window. He kept me waiting so long that I fervently hoped the club would fine him for being late. At last he came out, and then I saw my own Dora hang up the bird cage and peep into the balcony to look for me and run in again when she saw I was there, while Jip remained behind to bark injuriously at an immense butcher's dog in the street who could have taken him like a pill. Dora came to the drawing-room door to meet me, and Jip came scrambling out, tumbling over his own growls, under the impression that I was a bandit, and we all three went in as happy and loving as could be. I soon carried desolation into the bosom of our joys. Not that I meant to do it, but that I was so full of the subject by asking Dora, without the smallest preparation, if she could love a beggar. My pretty, little, startled Dora. Her only association with the word was a yellow face and a nightcap, or a pair of crutches, or a wooden leg, or a dog with a decanter stand in his mouth, or something of that kind, and she stared at me with the most delightful wonder. "How can you ask me anything so foolish?" pouted Dora. "Love a beggar." "Dora, my own dearest," said I am a beggar." "How can you be such a silly thing," replied Dora, slapping my hand, "as to sit there telling such stories? I'll make Jip bite you." Her childish way was the most delicious way in the world to me. But it was necessary to be explicit, and I solemnly repeated, "Dora, my own life, I am your ruined David." "I declare I'll make Jip bite you," said Dora, shaking her curls, "if you are so ridiculous." But I looked so serious that Dora left off shaking her curls and laid her trembling little hand upon my shoulder, and first looked scared and anxious, then began to cry. That was dreadful. I fell upon my knees before the sofa, caressing her and imploring her not to rend my heart. But for some time, poor little Dora did nothing but exclaim, "Oh dear! Oh dear!" And oh, she was so frightened! And where was Julia Mills? And oh, take her to Julia Mills and go away, please, until I was almost beside myself. At last, after an agony of supplication and protestation, I got Dora to look at me with a horrified expression of face, which had gradually soothed until it was only loving, and her soft, pretty cheek was lying against mine. Then I told her, with my arms clasped round her, how I loved her so dearly and so dearly, how I felt it right to offer to release her from her engagement, because now I was poor, how I never could bear it or recover it if I lost her, how I had no fears of poverty if she had none, my arm being nerved and my heart inspired by her. How? I was already working with a courage such as none but lovers knew, how I had begun to be practical and look into the future, how a crust well earned was sweeter far than a feast inherited, and much more to the same purpose, which I delivered in a burst of passionate eloquence, quite surprising to myself, though I had been thinking about it day and night ever since my aunt had astonished me. "Is your heart mine still, dear Dora?" said I rapturously, for I knew by her clinging to me that it was. "Oh, yes," cried Dora. "Oh, yes, it's all yours. Oh, don't be dreadful." I dreadful. To Dora. "Don't talk about being poor and working hard," said Dora, nestling closer to me. "Oh, don't, my dearest love," said I, "the crust well earned." "Oh, yes, but I don't want to hear any more about crusts," said Dora. "And Jip must have a mutton chop every day at 12, or he'll die." I was charmed with her childish, winning way. I fondly explained to Dora that Jip should have his mutton chop with his accustomed regularity. I drew a picture of our frugal home, made independent by my labor sketching in the little house I had seen at Highgate, and my aunt in her room upstairs. "I am not dreadful now, Dora," said I tenderly. "Oh, no, no," cried Dora. "But I hope your aunt will keep in her own room a good deal. And I hope she's not a scolding old thing." If it were possible for me to love Dora more than ever, I am sure I did. But I felt she was a little impracticable. It damped my newborn ardor to find that ardor so difficult of communication to her. I made another trial when she was quite herself again, and was curling Jip's ears as he lay upon her lap. I became grave and said, "My own, may I mention something?" "Oh, please don't be practical," said Dora, coaxingly, "because it frightens me so." "Sweetheart," I returned, "there is nothing to alarm you in all this. I want you to think of it quite differently. I want to make it nerve you and inspire you, Dora." "Oh, but that's so shocking!" cried Dora. "My love, no. Perseverance and strength of character will enable us to bear much worse things." "But I haven't got any strength at all," said Dora, shaking her curls. "Have I, Jip?" "Oh, do kiss Jip, and be agreeable." It was impossible to resist kissing Jip when she held him up to me for that. Purpose, putting her own bright, rosy little mouth into kissing form, as she directed the operation, which she insisted should be performed symmetrically, on the center of his nose. I did as she bade me, rewarding myself afterwards for my obedience, and she charmed me out of my graver character for I don't know how long. "But, Dora, my beloved," said I at last, resuming it, "I was going to mention something. The judge of the prerogative court might have fallen in love with her, to see her fold her little hands and hold them up, begging and praying me not to be dreadful any more." "Indeed, I am not going to be, my darling," I assured her. "But Dora, my love, if you will sometimes think, not despondingly, you know, far from that, but if you will sometimes think, just to encourage yourself, that you are engaged to it." "Poor man, don't. Don't, pray don't," cried Dora. "It's so very dreadful." "My soul, not at all," said I cheerfully. "If you will sometimes think of that, and look about now and then at your papa's housekeeping, and endeavor to acquire a little habit of accounts." For instance, poor little Dora received this suggestion with something that was half a sob and half a scream. "It would be so useful to us afterwards," I went on. "And if you would promise me to read a little cookery book that I would send you, it would be so excellent for both of us." "For our path in life, my Dora," said I, warming with the subject, "is stony and rugged now, and it rests with us to smooth it. We must fight our way onward. We must be brave. There are obstacles to be met, and we must meet and crush them." I was going on at a great rate, with a clenched hand and a most enthusiastic countenance, but it was quite unnecessary to proceed. I had said enough. I had done it again. Oh, she was so frightened. Oh, where was Julia Mills? Oh, take her to Julia Mills and go away, please. So that, in short, I was quite distracted and raved about the drawing room. I thought I had killed her this time. I sprinkled water on her face. I went down on my knees. I plucked at my hair. I denounced myself as a remorseless brute and a ruthless beast. I implored her forgiveness. I besought her to look up. I ravaged Miss Mills's workbox for a smelling bottle, and in my agony of mind applied an ivory needle case instead, and dropped all the needles over Dora. I shook my fists at Jip, who was as frantic as myself. I did every wild extravagance that could be done, and was a long way beyond the end of my wits when Miss Mills came into the room. "Who has done this?" exclaimed Miss Mills, succoring her friend. I replied, "I, Miss Mills, I have done it. Behold the destroyer," or words to that effect, and hid my face from the light in the sofa cushion. At first Miss Mills thought it was a quarrel, and that we were verging on the desert of Sahara, but she soon found out how matters stood, for my dear affectionate little Dora, embracing her, began exclaiming that I was a poor laborer, and then cried for me, and embraced me, and asked me would I let her give me all her money to keep, and then fell on Miss Mills's neck, sobbing as if her tender heart were broken. Miss Mills must have been born to be a blessing to us. She ascertained from me in a few words what it was all about, comforted Dora, and gradually convinced her that I was not a laborer from my manner of stating the case. I believe Dora concluded that I was a navigator, and went balancing myself up and down a plank all day with a wheelbarrow, and so brought us together in peace. When we were quite composed, and Dora had gone upstairs to put some rose water to her eyes, Miss Mills rang for tea. In the ensuing interval, I told Miss Mills that she was evermore my friend, and that my heart must cease to vibrate ere I could forget her sympathy. I then expounded to Miss Mills what I had endeavored, so very unsuccessfully, to expound to Dora. Miss Mills replied on general principles that the cottage of content was better than the palace of cold splendor, and that where love was, all was. I said to Miss Mills that this was very true, and who should know it better than I, who loved Dora with a love that never mortal had experienced yet. But on. Miss Mills observing, with despondency, that it were well indeed for some hearts if this were so, I explained that I beg leave to restrict the observation to mortals of the masculine gender. I then put it to Miss Mills to say whether she considered that there was or was not any practical merit in the suggestion I had been anxious to make concerning the accounts, the housekeeping, and the cookery book. Miss Mills, after some consideration, thus replied, "Mr. Copperfield, I will be plain with you. Mental suffering and trials supply, in some natures, the place of years, and I will be as plain with you as if I were a lady abbess. No, the suggestion is not appropriate to our Dora. Our dearest Dora is a favorite child of nature. She is a thing of light and airiness and joy. I am free to confess that if it could be done, it might be well, but—" and Miss Mills shook her head. I was encouraged by this closing admission on the part of Miss Mills to ask her whether, for Dora's sake, if she had any opportunity of luring her attention to such preparations for an earnest life, she would avail herself of it. Miss Mills replied in the affirmative so readily that I further asked her if she would take charge of the cookery book, and if she ever could insinuate it upon Dora's acceptance, without frightening her, undertake to do me that crowning service. Miss Mills accepted this trust too, but was not sanguine, and Dora returned, looking such a lovely little creature that I really doubted whether she ought to be troubled with anything so ordinary. And she loved me so much, and was so captivating, particularly when she made Jip stand on his hind legs for toast, and when she pretended to hold that nose of his against the hot teapot for punishment because he wouldn't, that I felt like a sort of monster who had got into a fairy's bower when I thought of having frightened her and made her cry. After tea we had the guitar, and Dora sang those same dear old French songs about the impossibility of ever on any account leaving off dancing, la ra la, until I felt a much greater monster than before. We had only one check to our pleasure, and that happened a little while before I took my leave, when Miss Mills, chancing to make some allusion to tomorrow morning, I unluckily let out that, being obliged to exert myself now, I got up at 5 o'clock. Whether Dora had any idea that I was a private watchman I am unable to say, but it made a great impression on her, and she neither played nor sang any more. It was still on her mind when I bade her adieu, and she said to me in her pretty coaxing way, as if I were a doll, I used to think, "Now don't get up at 5 o'clock, you naughty boy. It's so nonsensical." "My love," said I have work to do." "But don't do it," returned Dora. "Why should you?" It was impossible to say to that sweet little surprised face, otherwise than lightly and playfully, that we must work to live. "Oh, how ridiculous!" cried Dora. "How shall we live without Dora?" said I. "How, anyhow?" said Dora. She seemed to think she had quite settled the question, and gave me such a triumphant little kiss, direct from her innocent heart, that I would hardly have put her out of conceit with her answer for a fortune. Well, I loved her, and I went on loving her, most absorbingly, entirely, and completely. But going on too, working pretty hard, and busily keeping red hot all the irons I now had in the fire. I would sit sometimes of a night opposite my aunt, thinking how I had frightened Dora that time, and how I could best make my way with the guitar case through the forest of difficulty, until I used to fancy that my head was turning quite gray. Chapter 38. A Dissolution of Partnership. I did not allow my resolution with respect to the parliamentary debates to cool. It was one of the irons I began to heat immediately, and one of the irons I kept hot, and hammered at, with a perseverance I may honestly admire. I bought an approved scheme of the noble art and mystery of stenography, which cost me 10 and 6pence, and plunged into a sea of perplexity that brought me in a few weeks to the confines of distraction. The changes that were run upon dots, which in such a position meant such a thing, and in such another position something else, entirely different, the wonderful vagaries that were played by circles, the unaccountable consequences that resulted from marks like flies' legs, the tremendous effects of a curve in a wrong place, not only troubled my waking hours, but reappeared before me in my sleep. When I had groped my way, blindly, through these difficulties and had mastered the alphabet, which was an Egyptian temple in itself, there then appeared a procession of new horrors called arbitrary characters, the most despotic characters I have ever known, who, insisted, for instance, that a thing like the beginning of a cobweb meant expectation, and that a pen and ink skyrocket stood for disadvantageous. When I had fixed these wretches in my mind, I found that they had driven everything else out of it. Then, beginning again, I forgot them. While I was picking them up, I dropped the other fragments of the system. In short, it was almost heartbreaking. It might have been quite heartbreaking, but for Dora, who was the stay and anchor of my tempest-driven bark. Every scratch in the scheme was a gnarled oak in the forest of difficulty, and I went on cutting them down, one after another, with such vigor that in 3 or 4 months I was in a condition to make an experiment on one of our crack speakers in the Commons. Shall I ever forget how the crack speaker walked off from me before I began, and left my imbecile pencil staggering about the paper as if it were in a fit? This would not do, it was quite clear. I was flying too high, and should never get on so. I resorted to Traddles for advice, who suggested that he should dictate speeches to me, at a pace, and with occasional stoppages, adapted to my weakness. Very grateful for this friendly aid, I accepted the proposal, and night after night, almost every night, for a long time, we had a sort of private parliament in Buckingham Street after I came home from the doctor's. I should like to see such a parliament anywhere else. My aunt and Mr. Dick represented the government or the opposition as the case might be, and Traddles, with the assistance of infield speakers or a volume of parliamentary orations, thundered astonishing invectives against them. Standing by the table with his finger in the page to keep the place, and his right arm flourishing above his head, Traddles, as Mr. Pitt, Mr. Fox, Mr. Sheridan, Mr. Burke, Lord Castlereagh, Viscount Sidmouth, or Mr. Canning, would work himself into the most violent heats and deliver the most withering denunciations of the profligacy and corruption of my aunt and Mr. Dick, while I used to sit at a little distance with my notebook on my knee, fagging after him with all my might and main. The inconsistency and recklessness of Traddles were not to be exceeded by any real politician. He was for any description of policy in the compass of a week, and nailed all sorts of colors to every denomination of mast. My aunt, looking very like an immovable Chancellor of the Exchequer, would occasionally throw in an interruption or two, as here, or no, or oh, when the text seemed to require it, which was always a signal to Mr. Dick, a perfect country gentleman, to follow lustily with the same cry. But Mr. Dick got taxed with such things in the course of his parliamentary career, and was made responsible for such awful consequences, that he became uncomfortable in his mind sometimes. I believe he actually began to be afraid he really had been doing something, tending to the annihilation of the British Constitution and the ruin of the country. Often and often we pursued these debates until the clock pointed to midnight and the candles were burning down. The result of so much good practice was that by and by I began to keep pace with Traddles pretty well, and should have been quite triumphant if I had had the least idea what my notes were about. But as to reading them after I had got them, I might as well have copied the Chinese inscriptions of an immense collection of tea chests, or the golden characters on all the great red and green bottles in the chemist shops. There was nothing for it but to turn back and begin all over again. It was very hard, but I turned back, though with a heavy heart, and began laboriously and methodically to plod over the same tedious ground at a snail's pace, stopping to examine minutely every speck in the way on all sides, and making the most desperate efforts to know these elusive characters by sight wherever I met them. I was always punctual at the office, at the doctor's too, and I really did work, as the common expression is, like a cart horse. One day, when I went to the Commons as usual, I found Mr. Spenlow in the doorway looking extremely grave and talking to himself. As he was in the habit of complaining of pains in his head, he had naturally a short throat, and I do seriously believe he overstarched himself. I was at first alarmed by the idea that he was not quite right in that direction, but he soon relieved my uneasiness. Instead of returning my good morning with his usual affability, he looked at me in a distant, ceremonious manner, and coldly requested me to accompany him to a certain coffee-house, which, in those days, had a door opening into the Commons, just within the little archway in St. Paul's churchyard. I complied, in a very uncomfortable state, and with a warm shooting all over me, as if my apprehensions were breaking out into buds. When I allowed him to go on a little before, on account of the narrowness of the way, I observed that he carried his head with a lofty air that was particularly unpromising, and my mind misgave me that he had found out about my darling Dora. If I had not guessed this, on the way to the coffee-house, I could hardly have failed to know what was the matter when I followed him into an upstairs room, and found Miss Murdstone there, supported by a background of sideboard, on which were several inverted tumblers sustaining lemons, and two of those extraordinary boxes, all corners and flutings, for sticking knives and forks in, which, happily for mankind, are now obsolete. Miss Murdstone gave me her chilly fingernails, and sat severely rigid. Mr. Spinlow shut the door, motioned me to a chair, and stood on the hearth rug in front of the fireplace. "Have the goodness to show Mr. Copperfield," said Mr. Spenlow, "what you have in your reticule, Miss Murdstone." I believe it was the old identical steel-clasped reticule of my childhood that shut up like a bite. Compressing her lips in sympathy with the snap, Miss Murdstone opened it, opening her mouth a little at the same time, and produced my last letter to Dora, teeming with expressions of devoted affection. "I believe that is your writing, Mr. Copperfield," said Mr. Spenlow. I was very hot, and the voice I heard was very unlike mine when I said, "It is, sir." "If I am not mistaken," said Mr. Spenlow, as Miss Murdstone brought a parcel of letters out of her reticule, tied round with the dearest bit of blue ribbon. "Those are also from your pen, Mr. Copperfield?" I took them from her with a most desolate sensation, and, glancing at such phrases at the top as "my ever dearest and own Dora," "my best beloved angel," "my blessed one for ever," and the like, blushed deeply and inclined my head. "No, thank you," said Mr. Spenlow coldly, as I mechanically offered them back. To him, "I will not deprive you of them. Miss Murdstone, be so good as to proceed." That gentle creature, after a moment's thoughtful survey of the carpet, delivered herself with much dry unction as follows: "I must confess to having entertained my suspicions of Miss Spenlow, in reference to David Copperfield, for some time. I observed Miss Spenlow and David Copperfield when they first met, and the impression made upon me then was not agreeable." "The depravity of the human heart is such—" "You will oblige me, ma'am," interrupted Mr. Spenlow, "by confining yourself to facts." Miss Murdstone cast down her eyes, shook her head as if protesting against this unseemly interruption, and with frowning dignity resumed: "Since I am to confine myself to facts, I will state them as dryly as I can. Perhaps that will be considered an acceptable course of proceeding. I have already said, sir, that I have had my suspicions of Miss Spenlow in reference to David Copperfield for some time. I have frequently endeavored to find decisive corroboration of those suspicions, but without effect. I have therefore forborne to mention them to Miss Spenlow's father, looking severely at him, knowing how little disposition there usually is in such cases to acknowledge the conscientious discharge of duty." Mr. Spenlow seemed quite cowed by the gentlemanly sternness of Miss Murdstone's manner, and deprecated her severity with a conciliatory little wave of his hand. "On my return to Norwood, after the period of absence occasioned by my brother's marriage," pursued Miss Murdstone in a disdainful voice, "and on the return of Miss Spenlow from her visit to her friend Miss Mills, I imagined that the manner of Miss Spenlow gave me greater occasion for suspicion than before. Therefore I watched Miss Spenlow closely. Dear, tender little Dora, so unconscious of this dragon's eye. "Still," resumed Miss Murdstone, "I found no proof until last night. It appeared to me that Miss Spenlow received too many letters from her friend Miss Mills. But Miss Mills being her friend with her father's full concurrence, another telling blow at Mr. Spenlow, it was not for me to interfere. If I may not be permitted to allude to the natural depravity of the human heart, at least I must be permitted, so far to refer to misplaced confidence." Mr. Spenlow apologetically murmured his assent. "Last evening after tea," pursued Miss Murdstone, "I observed the little dog." Starting, rolling, and growling about the drawing-room, worrying something. I said to Miss Spenlow, "Dora, what is that the dog has in his mouth?" "It's paper." Miss Spenlow immediately put her hand to her frock, gave a sudden cry, and ran to the dog. I interposed and said, "Dora, my love, you must permit me. Oh, Jip, miserable spaniel, this wretchedness then was your work." "Miss Spinlow endeavored," said Miss Murdstone, "to bribe me with kisses, work-boxes, and small articles of jewelry that, of course, I pass over." The little dog retreated under the sofa on my approaching him, and was with great difficulty dislodged by the fire irons. Even when dislodged, he still kept the letter in his mouth, and on my endeavoring to take it from him at the imminent risk of being bitten, he kept it between his teeth so pertinaciously as to suffer himself to be held suspended in the air by means of the document. At length I obtained possession of it. After perusing it, I taxed Miss Spinlow with having many such letters in her possession, and ultimately obtained from her the packet which is now in David Copperfield's hand. Here she ceased, and snapping her reticule again, and shutting her mouth, looked as if she might be broken, but could never be bent. "You have heard Miss Murdstone," said Mr. Spinlow, turning to me. "I beg to ask Mr. Copperfield if you have anything to say in reply." The picture I had before me of the beautiful little treasure of my heart, sobbing and crying all night of her being alone, frightened and wretched, then of her having so piteously begged and prayed that stony-hearted woman to forgive her, of her having vainly offered her those kisses, work-boxes, and trinkets, of her being in such grievous distress, and all for me very much impaired the little dignity I had been able to muster. I am afraid I was in a tremulous state for a minute or so, though I did my best to disguise it. "There is nothing I can say, sir," I returned, "except that all the blame is mine. Dora, Miss Spenlow, if you please," said her father majestically. "Was induced and persuaded by me," I went on, swallowing that colder designation, "to consent to this concealment, and I bitterly regret it." "You are very much to blame, sir," said Mr. Spenlow, walking to and fro upon the hearth rug, and emphasizing what he said with his whole body instead of his head, on account of the stiffness of his cravat and spine. "You have done a stealthy and unbecoming action, Mr. Copperfield. When I take a gentleman to my house, no matter whether he is 19, 29, or 90, I take him there in a spirit of confidence. If he abuses my confidence, he commits a dishonorable action, Mr. Copperfield." "I feel it, sir, I assure you," I returned, "but I never thought so before. Sincerely, honestly, indeed, Mr. Spenlow, I never thought so before." "I love Miss Spinlow to that extent? Pooh, nonsense!" said Mr. Spinlow, reddening. "Pray don't tell me to my face that you love my daughter, Mr. Copperfield." "Could I defend my conduct if I did not, sir?" I returned with all humility. "Can you defend your conduct if you do, sir?" said Mr. Spenlow, stopping short upon the hearth rug. "Have you considered your years and my daughter's years, Mr. Copperfield? Have you considered what it is to undermine the confidence that should subsist between my daughter and myself? Have you considered my daughter's station in life, the projects I may contemplate for her advancement, the testamentary intentions I may have with reference to her? Have you considered anything, Mr. Copperfield?" "Very little, sir, I am afraid," I answered, speaking to him as respectfully and sorrowfully as I felt. "But pray believe me, I have considered my own worldly position." "When I explained it to you, we were already engaged, IBEG," said Mr. Spenlow, more like Punch than I had ever seen him, as he energetically struck one hand upon the other. "I could not help noticing that even in my despair, that you will not talk to me of engagements, Mr. Copperfield." The otherwise immovable Miss Murdstone laughed contemptuously in one short syllable. "When I explained my altered position to you, sir," I began again, substituting a new form of expression for what was so unpalatable to him, "this concealment, into which I am so unhappy as to have led Miss Spenlow, had begun. Since I have been in that altered position, I have strained every nerve. I have exerted every energy to improve it. I am sure I shall improve it in time. Will you grant me time, any length of time? We are both so young, sir. You are right, interrupted Mr. Spenlow, nodding his head a great many times, and frowning very much. You are both very young. It's all nonsense. Let there be an end of the nonsense. Take away those letters, and throw them in the fire. Give me Miss Spenlow's letters to throw in the fire, and although our future intercourse must, you are aware, be restricted to the commons here, we will agree to make no further mention of the past. Come, Mr. Copperfield, you don't want sense, and this is the sensible course. No, I couldn't think of agreeing to it. I was very sorry, but there was a higher consideration than sense. Love was above all earthly considerations, and I loved Dora to idolatry, and Dora loved me. I didn't exactly say so. I softened it down as much as I could, but I implied it, and I was resolute upon it. I don't think I made myself very ridiculous, but I know I was resolute. Very well, Mr. Copperfield, said Mr. Spenlow, I must try my influence with my daughter. Miss Murdstone, by an expressive sound, a long-drawn respiration, which was neither a sigh nor a moan, but was like both, gave it as her opinion that he should have done this at first. I must try, said Mr. Spenlow, confirmed by this support, my influence with my daughter. Do you decline to take those letters, Mr. Copperfield? For I had laid them on the table. Yes. I told him I hoped he would not think it wrong, but I couldn't possibly take them from Miss Murdstone. Nor from me, said Mr. Spenlow. No, I replied with the profoundest respect, nor from him. Very well, said Mr. Spenlow. A silence succeeding, I was undecided whether to go or stay. At length I was moving quietly towards the door, with the intention of saying that perhaps I should consult his feelings best by withdrawing, when he said, with his hands in his coat pockets, into which it was as much as he could do to get them, and with what I should call, upon the whole, a decidedly pious air, you are probably aware, Mr. Copperfield, that I am not altogether destitute of worldly possessions, and that my daughter is my nearest relative. I hurriedly made him a reply to the effect that I hoped the error into which I had been betrayed by the desperate nature of my love did not induce him to think me mercenary too. I don't allude to the matter in that light, said Mr. Spenlow. It would be better for yourself and all of us if you were mercenary, Mr. Copperfield. I mean, if you were more discreet and less influenced by all this youthful nonsense. No, I merely say, with quite another view, you are probably aware I have some property to bequeath to my child? I certainly suppose so. And you can hardly think, said Mr. Spenlow, having experience of what we see in the commons here every day, of the various unaccountable and negligent proceedings of men, in respect of their testamentary arrangements of all subjects, the one on which perhaps the strangest revelations of human inconsistency are to be met with but that mine are made. I inclined my head in acquiescence. I should not allow, said Mr. Spenlow, with an evident increase of pious sentiment, and slowly shaking his head as he poised himself upon his toes and heels alternately, my suitable provision for my child to be influenced by a piece of youthful folly like the present. It is mere folly, mere nonsense. In a little while it will weigh lighter than any feather. But I might, if this silly business were not completely relinquished altogether, be induced in some anxious moment to guard her from, and surround her with protections against the consequences of any foolish step in the way of marriage. Now, Mr. Copperfield, I hope that you will not render it necessary for me to open, even for a quarter of an hour, that closed page in the book of life and unsettle, even for a quarter of an hour, grave affairs long since composed. There was a serenity, a tranquillity, a calm sunset air about him, which quite affected me. He was so peaceful and resigned, clearly had his affairs in such perfect train, and so systematically wound up, that he was a man to feel touched. In the contemplation of, I really think I saw tears rise to his eyes from the depth of his own feeling of all this. But what could I do? I could not deny Dora and my own heart. When he told me I had better take a week to consider of what he had said, how could I say I wouldn't take a week? Yet how could I fail to know that no amount of weeks could influence such love as mine? In the meantime, confer with Miss Trotwood, or with any person with any knowledge of life, said Mr. Spinlow, adjusting his cravat with both hands. Take a week, Mr. Copperfield. I submitted, and with a countenance as expressive as I was able to make it of dejected and despairing constancy, came out of the room. Miss Murdstone's heavy eyebrows followed me to the door. I say her eyebrows rather than her eyes, because they were much more important in her face, and she looked so exactly as she used to look at about that hour of the morning in our parlor at Blunderstone, that I could have fancied I had been breaking down in my lessons again, and that the dead weight on my mind was that horrible old spelling book, with oval woodcuts, shaped, to my youthful fancy, like the glasses out of spectacles. When I got to the office and, shutting out old Tiffy and the rest of them with my hands, sat at my desk, in my own particular nook, thinking of this earthquake that had taken place so unexpectedly, and in the bitterness of my spirit cursing Jip, I fell into such a state of torment about Dora that I wonder I did not take up my hat and rush insanely to Norwood. The idea of their frightening her and making her cry, and of my not being there to comfort her, was so excruciating that it impelled me to write a wild letter to Mr. Spenlow, beseeching him not to visit upon her the consequences of my awful destiny. I implored him to spare her gentle nature not to crush a fragile flower, addressed him generally, to the best of my remembrance, as if, instead of being her father, he had been an ogre, or the dragon of Wantley. This letter I sealed and laid upon his desk before he returned, and when he came in, I saw him, through the half-opened door of his room, take it up and read it. He said nothing about it all the morning, but before he went away in the afternoon he called me in, and told me that I need not make myself at all uneasy about his daughter's happiness. He had assured her, he said, that it was all nonsense, and he had nothing more to say to her. He believed he was an indulgent father, as indeed he was, and I might spare myself any solicitude on her account. You may make it necessary, if you are foolish or obstinate, Mr. Copperfield, he observed, for me to send my daughter abroad again for a term, but I have a better opinion of you. I hope you will be wiser than that in a few days. As to Miss Murdstone, for I had alluded to her in the letter, I respect that lady's vigilance, and feel obliged to her. But she has strict charge to avoid the subject. All I desire, Mr. Copperfield, is that it should be forgotten. All you have got to do, Mr. Copperfield, is to forget it. All. In the note I wrote to Miss Mills, I bitterly quoted this sentiment. All I had to do, I said with gloomy sarcasm, was to forget Dora. That was all, and what was that? I entreated Miss Mills to see me that evening. If it could not be done with Mr. Mills's sanction and concurrence, I besought a clandestine interview in the back kitchen where the mangle was. I informed her that my reason was tottering on its throne. and only she, Miss Mills, could prevent its being deposed. I signed myself, hers distractedly, and I couldn't help feeling while I read this composition over before sending it by a porter that it was something in the style of Mr. Micawber. However, I sent it. At night I repaired to Miss Mills's street, and walked up and down until I was stealthily fetched in by Miss Mills's maid and taken the area way to the back kitchen. I have since seen reason to believe that there was nothing on earth to prevent my going in at the front door and being shown up into the drawing room, except Miss Mills's love of the romantic and mysterious. In the back kitchen I raved as became me. I went there, I suppose, to make a fool of myself, and I am quite sure I did it. Miss Mills had received a hasty note from Dora, telling her that all was discovered and saying, "Oh, pray come to me, Julia. Do, do." But Miss Mills, mistrusting the acceptability of her presence to the higher powers, had not yet gone, and we were all benighted in the desert of Sahara. Miss Mills had a wonderful flow of words, and liked to pour them out. I could not help feeling, though she mingled her tears with mine, that she had a dreadful luxury in our afflictions. She petted them, as I may say, and made the most of them. A deep gulf, she observed, had opened between Dora and me, and love could only span it with its rainbow. Love must suffer in the stern world. It ever had been so. It ever would be so. No matter, Miss Mills remarked. Hearts confined by cobwebs would burst at last, and then love was avenged. This was small consolation, but Miss Mills wouldn't encourage fallacious hopes. She made me much more wretched than I was before, and I felt and told her with the deepest gratitude that she was indeed a friend. We resolved that she should go to Dora the first thing in the morning and find some means of assuring her, either by looks or words, of my devotion and misery. We parted overwhelmed with grief, and I think Miss Mills enjoyed herself completely. I confided all to my aunt when I got home, and in spite of all she could say to me, went to bed despairing. I got up despairing and went out despairing. It was Saturday morning, and I went straight to the Commons. I was surprised, when I came within sight of our office door, to see the ticket porter standing outside talking together, and some half-dozen stragglers gazing at the windows which were shut up. I quickened my pace, and, passing among them, wondering at their looks, went hurriedly in. The clerks were there, but nobody was doing anything. Old Tiffy, for the first time in his life I should think, was sitting on somebody else's stool, and had not hung up his hat. "This is a dreadful calamity, Mr. Copperfield," said he, as I entered. "What is?" I exclaimed. "What's the matter? Don't you know?" cried Tiffy, and all the rest of them, coming round me. "No," said I, looking from face to face. "Mr. Spinlow," said Tiffy. "What about him? Dead." I thought it was the office reeling, and not I, as one of the clerks caught hold of me. They sat me down in a chair, untied my neckcloth, and brought me some water. "I have no idea whether this took any time." "Dead?" said I. "He dined in town yesterday and drove down in the phaeton by himself," said Tiffy, "having sent his own groom home by the coach, as he sometimes did, you know. Well?" The phaeton went home without him. The horses stopped at the stable gate. The man went out with a lantern. Nobody in the carriage. Had they run away? "They were not hot," said Tippy, putting on his glasses. "No hotter, I understand, than they would have been, going down at the usual pace. The reins were broken, but they had been dragging on the ground. The house was roused up directly, and 3 of them went out along the road. They found him a mile off." "More than a mile off, Mr. Tiffy," interposed a junior. "Was it?" "I believe you are right," said Tiffy. "More than a mile off, not far from the church, lying partly on the roadside and partly on the path upon his face. whether he fell out in a fit, or got out, feeling ill before the fit came on, or even whether he was quite dead then, though there is no doubt he was quite dead then, though there is no doubt he was quite insensible, no one appears to know. If he breathed, certainly he never spoke. Medical assistance was got as soon as possible, but it was quite useless. I cannot describe the state of mind into which I was thrown by this intelligence. The shock of such an event happening so suddenly, and happening to one with whom I had been in any respect at variance, the appalling vacancy in the room he had occupied so lately, where his chair and table seemed to wait for him, and his handwriting of yesterday was like a ghost, the indefinable impossibility of separating him from the place, and feeling, when the door opened, as if he might come in the lazy hush, and Bretto, it is beralgt, it might ball. What I cannot describe is, how, in the innermost recesses of my own heart, I had a lurking jealousy even of death. How I felt as if its might would push me from my ground in Dora's thoughts. How I was, in a grudging way, I have no words for, envious of her grief. How it made me restless to think of her weeping to others or being consoled by others. How I had a grasping, avaricious wish to shut out everybody from her but myself, and to be all in all to her at that unseasonable time of all times. In the trouble of this state of mind, not exclusively my own, I hope, but known to others, I went down to Norwood that night, and finding from one of the servants, when I made my inquiries at the door, that Miss Mills was there, got my aunt to direct a letter to her, which I wrote. I deplored the untimely death of Mr. Spenlow most sincerely, and shed tears in doing so. I entreated her to tell Dora, if Dora were in a state to hear it, that he had spoken to me with the utmost kindness and consideration, and had coupled nothing but tenderness, not a single or reproachful word, with her name. I know I did this selfishly, to have my name brought before her, but I tried to believe it was an act of justice to his memory. Perhaps I did believe it. My aunt received a few lines next day in reply, addressed outside to her, within to me. Dora was overcome by grief, and when her friend had asked her, should she send her love to me, had only cried, as she was always crying, "Oh dear papa, oh poor papa." But she had not said no, and that I made the most of. Mr. Jorkins, who had been at Norwood since the occurrence, came to the office a few days afterwards. He and Tiffy were closeted together for some few moments, and then Tiffy looked out at the door and beckoned me in. "Oh," said Mr. Jorkins. "Mr. Jorkins." Tiffy and myself, Mr. Copperfield, are about to examine the desks, the drawers, and other such repositories of the deceased, with the view of sealing up his private papers and searching for a will. There is no trace of any elsewhere. It may be as well for you to assist us, if you please. I had been in agony to obtain some knowledge of the circumstances in which my Dora would be placed as, in whose guardianship, and so forth, and this was something towards it. We began the search at once, Mr. Jorkins unlocking the drawers and desks, and we all taking out the papers. The office papers we placed on one side, and the private papers, which were not numerous, on the other. We were very grave, and when we came to a stray seal, or pencil case, or ring, or any little article of that kind which we associated personally with them, we spoke very low. We had sealed up several packets, and were still going on dustily and quietly when Mr. Jorkins said to us, applying exactly the same words to his late partner as his late partner had applied to him, "Mr. Spenlow was very difficult to move from the beaten track. You know what he was. I am disposed to think he had made no will." "Oh, I know he had," said I. They both stopped and looked at me. "On the very day when I last saw him," said I, "he told me that he had, and that his affairs were long since settled." Mr. Jorkins and old Tiffy shook their heads with one accord. "That looks unpromising," said Tiffy. "Very unpromising," said Mr. Jorkins. "Surely you don't doubt," I began. "My good Mr. Copperfield," said Tiffy, laying his hand upon my arm and shutting up both his eyes as he shook his head, "if you had been in the Commons as long as I have, you would know that there is no subject on which men are so inconsistent and so little to be trusted." "Why, bless my soul, he made that very remark," I replied persistently. "I should call that almost spinal," observed Tiffy. "My opinion is no will." It appeared a wonderful thing to me, but it turned out that there was no will. He had never so much as thought of making one, so far as his papers afforded any evidence, for there was no kind of hint, sketch, or memorandum of any testamentary intention whatever. What was scarcely less astonishing to me was that his affairs were in a most disordered state. It was extremely difficult, I heard, to make out what he owed, or what he had paid, or of what he died possessed. It was considered likely that for years he could have had no clear opinion on these subjects himself. By little and little it came out that, in the competition on all points of appearance and gentility then running high in the Commons, he had spent more than his professional income, which was not a very large one, and had reduced his private means, if they ever had been great, which was exceedingly doubtful, to a very low ebb indeed. There was a sale of the furniture and lease at Norwood, and Tiffy told me, little thinking how interested I was in the story, that, paying all the just debts of the deceased, and deducting his share of outstanding bad and doubtful debts due to the firm, he wouldn't give £1,000 for all the assets remaining. This was at the expiration of about 6 weeks. I had suffered tortures all the time, and thought I really must have laid violent hands upon myself, when Miss Mills still reported to me that my broken-hearted little Dora would say nothing when I was mentioned, but "Oh, poor papa!" "Oh, dear papa!" Also, that she had no other relations than 2 aunts, maiden sisters of Mr. Spenlow, who lived at Putney, and who had not held any other than chance communication with their brother for many years. Not that they had ever quarrelled, Miss Mills informed me, but that having been, on the occasion of Dora's christening, invited to tea, when they considered themselves privileged to be invited to dinner, they had expressed their opinion in writing that it was better for the happiness of all parties that they should stay away, since which they had gone their road, and their brother had gone his. These 2 ladies now emerged from their retirement and proposed to take Dora to live at Putney. Dora, clinging to them both and weeping, exclaimed, "Oh yes, aunts, please take Julia Mills and me and Jip to Putney." So they went, very soon after the funeral. How I found time to haunt Putney, I am sure I don't know, but I contrived by some means or other to prowl about the neighborhood pretty often. Miss Mills, for the more exact discharge of the duties of friendship, kept a journal, and she used to meet me sometimes on the common and read it, or if she had not time to do that, lend it to me. How I treasured up the entries, of which I subjoin a sample. Monday, my sweet D, still much depressed. Headache. Called attention to J as being beautifully sleek. D, fondled J. Associations thus awakened, opened. Floodgates of sorrow, rush of grief admitted. Are tears the dewdrops of the heart? J.M. Tuesday, D, weak and nervous, beautiful in pallor. Do we not remark this in Moon likewise? J.M.D., J.M. and J took airing in carriage. J.M. looking out of window and barking violently at dustman, occasioned smile to overspread features of D, of such slight links is chain of life composed. J.M.G. Wednesday. D, comparatively cheerful, sang to her as congenial melody, evening bells, Effect not soothing, but reverse. D. Inexpressibly affected, found sobbing afterwards in own room. Quoted verses respecting self and young gazelle. Ineffectually. Also referred to patience on monument. Chi. Why on monument? J.M. Thursday. D. Certainly improved. Better night. Slight tinge of damask revisiting cheek. Resolved to mention name of D.C. Introduce same. Cautiously, in course of erring. D. Immediately overcome. Oh dear, dear Julia. Oh, I have been a naughty and undutiful child. Soothed and caressed. Drew ideal picture of D.C. on verge of tomb. D. again overcome. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do? Oh, take me somewhere, much alarmed. Fainting of D. and glass of water from public house. Poetical affinity. Checkered sign on doorpost. Checkered human life. Alas, J.M. Friday, day of incident. Man appears in kitchen with blue bag for ladies' boots left out to heel. Cook replies, no such orders. Man argues point. Cook withdraws to inquire, leaving man alone with Jane J. On Cook's return, man still argues point, but ultimately goes. J missing, D distracted, information sent to police. Man to be identified by broad nose and legs like balustrades of bridge. Search made in every direction. No J. D. Weeping bitterly and inconsolable. Renewed reference to young gazelle. Appropriate but unavailing. Towards evening, strange boy calls. Brought into parlor. Broad nose, but no balustrades. Says he wants a pound and knows a dog. Declines to explain further, though much pressed. Pound being produced by D. Takes cook to little house, where J alone tied up to leg of table. Joy of D, who dances round J while he eats his supper. Emboldened by this happy change, mention D.C. upstairs. D. Weeps afresh, cries piteously. Oh, don't, don't, don't! It is so wicked to think of anything but poor Papa. Embraces J and sobs herself to sleep. Must not D.C. confine himself to the broad pinions of time? J.M. Miss Mills and her journal were my sole consolation at this period. To see her, who had seen Dora but a little while before, to trace the initial letter of Dora's name through her sympathetic pages, to be made more and more miserable by her, were my only comforts. I felt as if I had been living in a palace of cards which had tumbled down, leaving only Miss Mills and me among the ruins. I felt as if some grim enchanter had drawn a magic circle round the innocent goddess of my heart, which nothing indeed but those same strong pinions capable of. Carrying so many people over so much would enable me to enter. Chapter 39. Wick-filmed and heap. My aunt, beginning, I imagined, to be made seriously uncomfortable by my prolonged dejection, made a pretense of being anxious that I should go to Dover, to see that all was working well at the cottage, which was let, and to conclude an agreement with the same tenant for a longer term of occupation. Janet was drafted into the service of Mrs. Strong, where I saw her every day. She had been undecided on leaving Dover, whether or no to give the finishing touch to that renunciation of mankind in which she had been educated, by marrying a pilot, but she decided against that venture, not so much for the sake of principle, I believe, as because she happened not to like him. Although it required an effort to leave Miss Mills, I fell rather willingly into my aunt's pretense as a means of enabling me to pass a few tranquil hours with Agnes. I consulted the good doctor relative to an absence of 3 days, and the doctor wishing me to take that relaxation, he wished me to take more. But my energy could not bear that. I made up my mind to go. As to the Commons, I had no great occasion to be particular about my duties in that quarter. To say the truth, We were getting in no very good odor among the tip-top proctors and were rapidly sliding down to but a doubtful position. The business had been indifferent under Mr. Jorkins before Mr. Spenlow's time, and although it had been quickened by the infusion of new blood and by the display which Mr. Spenlow made, still it was not established on the sufficiently strong basis to bear, without being shaken, such a blow as the sudden loss of its active manager. It fell off very much. Mr. Jorkins, notwithstanding his reputation in the firm, was an easy-going, incapable sort of man, whose reputation out of doors was not calculated to back it up. I was turned over to him now, and when I saw him take his snuff and let the business go, I regretted my aunt's £1,000 more than ever. But this was not the worst of it. There were a number of hangers-on and outsiders about the Commons, who, without being proctors themselves, dabbled in common form business, and got it done by real proctors, who lent their names in consideration of a share in the spoil, and there were a good many of these too. As our house now wanted business on any terms, we joined this noble band, and threw out lures to the hangers-on and outsiders to bring their business to us. Marriage licensees and small probates were what we all looked for, and what paid us best, and the competition for these ran very high indeed. Kidnappers and inveiglers were planted in all the avenues of entrance to the Commons, with instructions to do their utmost to cut off all persons in mourning, and all gentlemen with anything bashful in their appearance, and entice them to the offices in which their respective employers were interested, which instructions were so well observed that I myself, before I was known by sight, was twice hustled into the premises of our principal opponent. The conflicting interests of these touting gentlemen being of a nature to irritate their feelings, personal collisions took place, and the Commons was even scandalized by our principal. Inveiglor, who had formerly been in the wine trade and afterwards in the sworn brockery line, walking about for some days with a black eye. Any one of these scouts used to think nothing of politely assisting an old lady in black out of a vehicle, killing any proctor whom she inquired for, representing his employer as the lawful successor and representative of that proctor, and bearing the old lady off sometimes greatly affected to his employer's office. Many captives were brought to me in this way. As to marriage licenses, the competition rose to such a pitch that a shy gentleman in want of one had nothing to do but submit himself to the first inveigler or be fought for and become the prey of the strongest. One of our clerks, who was an outsider, used, in the height of this contest, to sit with his hat on, that he might be ready to rush out and swear before a surrogate any victim who was brought in. The system of inveigling continues, I believe, to this day. The last time I was in the Commons, a civil able-bodied person in a white apron pounced out upon me from a doorway, and whispering the word marriage license in my ear, was with great difficulty prevented from taking me up in his arms and lifting me into a proctor's. From this digression, let me proceed to Dover. I found everything in a satisfactory state at the cottage, and was enabled to gratify my aunt exceedingly by reporting that the tenant inherited her feud and waged incessant war against donkeys. Having settled the little business I had to transact there and slept there one night, I walked on to Canterbury early in the morning. It was now winter again, and the fresh, cold, windy day and the sweeping downland brightened up my hopes a little. Coming into Canterbury, I loitered through the old streets with a sober pleasure that calmed my spirits and eased my heart. There were the old signs, the old names over the shops, the old people serving in them. It appeared so long since I had been a schoolboy there that I wondered the place was so little. Changed, until I reflected how little I was changed myself. Strange to say, that quiet influence which was inseparable in my mind from Agnes seemed to pervade even the city where she dwelt. the venerable cathedral towers, and the old jackdaws and rooks whose airy voices made them more retired than perfect silence would have done. The battered gateways, once stuck full with statues, long thrown down and crumbled away like the reverential pilgrims who had gazed upon them. The still nooks where the ivied growth of centuries crept over gabled ends and ruined walls. The ancient houses, the pastoral landscape of field, orchard, and garden. Everywhere on everything a vacant. Arrived at Mr. Whitfield's house, I found, in the little lower room on the ground floor, where Uriah Heep had been of old accustomed to sit, Mr. Micawber plying his pen with great assiduity. He was dressed in a legal-looking suit of black and loomed, burly and large, in that small office. Mr. Micawber was extremely glad to see me, but a little confused too. He would have conducted me immediately into the presence of Uriah, but I declined. "I know the house of old, you recollect," said I, "and will find my way upstairs. How do you like the law, Mr. Micawber?" "My dear Copperfield," he replied, "to a man possessed of the higher imaginative powers, the objection to legal studies is the amount of detail which they involve. Even in our professional correspondence," said Mr. Micawber, glancing at some letters he was writing, "the mind is not at liberty to soar to any exalted form of expression. Still, it is a great pursuit, a great pursuit." He then told me that he had become the tenant of Uriah Heep's old house, and that Mrs. Micawber would be delighted to receive me once more under her own roof. "It is humble," said Mr. Micawber, "to quote a favorite expression of my friend Heep, but it may prove the stepping stone to more ambitious domiciliary accommodation." I asked him whether he had reason, so far, to be satisfied with his friend Heep's treatment of him. He got up to ascertain if the door were close shut, before he replied in a lower voice, "My dear Copperfield, a man who labors under the pressure of pecuniary embarrassments is, with the generality of people, at a disadvantage. That disadvantage is not diminished when that pressure necessitates the drawing of stipendiary emoluments, before those emoluments are strictly due and payable. All I can say is, that my friend Heep has responded to appeals to which I need not more particularly refer, in a manner calculated to redound equally to the honor of his head and of his heart." "I should not have supposed him to be very free with his money either," I observed. "Pardon me," said Mr. Micawber, with an air of constraint, "I speak of my friend Heep as I have experience." "I am glad your experience is so favorable," I returned. "You are very obliging, my dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, and hummed a tune. "Do you see much of Mr. Wickfield?" I asked, to change the subject. "Not much," said Mr. Micawber, slightingly. "Mr. Wickfield is, I dare say, a man of very excellent intentions, but he is obsolete. I am afraid his partner seeks to make him so," said I. "My dear Copperfield," returned Mr. Micawber, after some uneasy evolutions on his stool, "allow me to offer a remark. I am here in a capacity of confidence. I am here in a position of trust. The discussion of some topics, even with Mrs. Micawber herself so long the partner of my various vicissitudes, and a woman of a remarkable lucidity of intellect, as I am led to consider, incompatible with the functions now devolving on me. I would therefore take the liberty of suggesting that in our friendly intercourse, which I trust will never be disturbed, we draw a line. On one side of this line," said Mr. Micawber, representing it on the desk with the office ruler, "is the whole range of the human intellect, with a trifling exception. On the other is that exception, that is to say, the affairs of Messrs. Wickfield and Heep, with all belonging and appertaining thereunto. I trust I give no offence to the companion of my youth in submitting this proposition to his cooler judgment?" though I saw an uneasy change in Mr. Micawber which sat tightly on him as If his new duties were a misfit, I felt I had no right to be offended. My telling him so appeared to relieve him, and he shook hands with me. "I am charmed, Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber. "Let me assure you, with Miss Wickfield. She is a very superior young lady, of very remarkable attractions, graces, and virtues." "Upon my honor," said Mr. Micawber, indefinitely kissing his hand and bowing with his genteelest air, "I do. Homage to Miss Whitfield, hem." "I am glad of that at least," said I. "If you had not assured us, my dear Copperfield, on the occasion of that agreeable afternoon we had the happiness of passing with you, that D was your favorite letter," said Mr. Micawber, "I should unquestionably have supposed that A had been so. We have all some experience of a feeling that comes over us occasionally of what we are saying and doing having been said and done before in a remote time of our having been surrounded, dim ages ago, by the same faces, objects, and circumstances of our knowing perfectly what will be said next, as if we suddenly remembered it. I never had this mysterious impression more strongly in my life than before he uttered those words. I took my leave of Mr. Micawber for the time, charging him with my best remembrances to all at home. As I left him, resuming his stool and his pen, and rolling his head in his stock to get it into easier writing order, I clearly perceived that there was something interposed between him and me, since he had come into his new functions, which prevented our getting at each other as we used to do, and quite altered the character of our intercourse. There was no one in the quaint old drawing-room, though it presented tokens of Mrs. Heep's whereabouts. I looked into the room still belonging to Agnes, and saw her sitting by the fire at a pretty old-fashioned desk she had, writing. My darkening the light made her look up. What a pleasure to be the cause of that bright change in her attentive face, and the object of that sweet regard and welcome. "Ah, Agnes," said I, when we were sitting together, side by side, "I have missed you so much lately." "Indeed," she replied. "Again, and so soon?" I shook my head. "I don't know how it is, Agnes. I seem to want some faculty of mind that I ought to have. You were so much in the habit of thinking for me in the happy old days here, and I came so naturally to you for counsel and support, that I really think I have missed acquiring it." "And what is it?" said Agnes cheerfully. "I don't know what to call it," I replied. "I think I am earnest and persevering." "I am sure of it," said Agnes. "And patient, Agnes?" I inquired with a little hesitation. "Yes," returned Agnes, laughing, "pretty well." "And yet," said I get so miserable and worried, and am so unsteady and irresolute in my power of assuring myself that I know I must want, shall I call it reliance, of some kind?" "Call it so, if you will," said Agnes. "Well," I returned, "see here, you come to London, I rely on you, and I have an object and a course at once. I am driven out of it. I come here, and in a moment I feel an altered person. The circumstances that distressed me are not changed. Since I came into this room, but an influence comes over me in that short interval that alters me. Oh, how much for the better! What is it? What is your secret, Agnes?" Her head was bent down, looking at the fire. "It's the old story," said I. "Don't laugh when I say it was always the same in little things as it is in greater ones. My old troubles were nonsense, and now they are serious, but whenever I have gone away from my adopted sister—" Agnes looked up with such a heavenly face, and gave me her hand, which I kissed. Whenever I have not had you, Agnes, to advise and approve in the beginning, I have seemed to go wild, and to get into all sorts of difficulty. When I have come to you, at last, as I have always done, I have come to peace and happiness. I come home now, like a tired traveler, and find such a blessed sense of rest. I felt so deeply what I said, it affected me so sincerely, that my voice failed, and I covered my face with my hand and broke into tears. I write the truth. Whatever contradictions and inconsistencies there were within me, as there are within so many of us, whatever might have been so different and so much better, whatever I had done, in which I had perversely wandered away from the voice of my own heart, I knew nothing of. I only knew that I was fervently in earnest when I felt the rest and peace of having Agnes near me, in her placid sisterly manner, with her beaming eyes, with her tender voice, and with that sweet composure which had long ago made the house that held her quite a sacred place to me. She soon won me from this weakness, and led me on to tell all that had happened since our last meeting. And there is not another word to tell, Agnes, said I, when I had made an end of. My confidence. Now, my reliance is on you. But it must not be on me, Trotwood, returned Agnes with a pleasant smile. It must be on someone else. On Dora, said I. Assuredly. Why, I have not mentioned, Agnes, said I, a little embarrassed, that Dora is rather difficult, too. I would not for the world say to rely upon, because she is the soul of purity and truth, but rather difficult too. I hardly know how to express it, really. Agnes. She is a timid little thing, and easily disturbed and frightened. Some time ago, before her father's death, when I thought it right to mention to her, but I'll tell you, if you will bear with me, how it was. Accordingly, I told Agnes about my declaration of poverty, about the cookery book, the housekeeping accounts, and all the rest of it. Oh, Trotwood, she remonstrated with a smile, just your old headlong way. You might have been in earnest in striving to get on in the world, without being so very sudden with a timid, loving, inexperienced girl. Poor Dora! I never heard such sweet, forbearing kindness expressed in a voice, as she expressed in making this reply. It was as if I had seen her admiringly and tenderly embracing Dora, and tacitly reproving me, by her considerate protection, for my hot haste in fluttering that little heart. It was as if I had seen Dora, in all her fascinating artlessness, caressing Agnes, and thanking her, and coaxingly appealing against me, and loving me with all her childish innocence. I felt so grateful to Agnes, and admired her so. I saw those two together in a bright perspective, such well-associated friends, each adorning the other so much. What ought I to do then, Agnes? I inquired, after looking at the fire a little while. What would it be right to do? I think, said Agnes, that the honorable course to take would be to write to those two ladies. Don't you think that any secret course is an unworthy one? Yes. If you think so, said I. I am poorly qualified to judge of such matters, replied Agnes, with a modest hesitation. But I certainly feel, in short, I feel that your being secret and clandestine is not being like yourself. Like myself, in the too high opinion you have of me, Agnes, I am afraid, said I. Like yourself, in the candor of your nature, she returned, and therefore I would write to those two ladies. I would relate, as plainly and as openly as possible, all that has taken place, and I would ask their permission to visit. Sometimes at their house. Considering that you are young and striving for a place in life, I think it would be well to say that you would readily abide by any conditions they might impose upon you. I would entreat them not to dismiss your request without a reference to Dora, and to discuss it with her when they should think the time suitable. I would not be too vehement, said Agnes gently, or propose too much. I would trust to my fidelity and perseverance and to Dora. But if they were to frighten Dora again, Agnes, by speaking to her, said I, and if Dora were to cry and say nothing about me, is that likely? Inquired Agnes, with the same sweet consideration in her face. God bless her, she is as easily scared as a bird, said I. It might be. Or if the two Miss Spinlows, elderly ladies of that sort, are odd characters, sometimes should not be likely persons to address in that way. I don't think, Trotwood, returned Agnes, raising her soft eyes to mine, I would consider that. Perhaps it would be better only to consider whether it is right to do this, and, if it is, to do it. I had no longer any doubt on the subject. With a lightened heart, though with a profound sense of the weighty importance of my task, I devoted the whole afternoon to the composition of the draft of this letter, for which great purpose Agnes relinquished her desk to me. But first I went downstairs to see Mr. Wickfield and Uriah Heep. I found Uriah in possession of a new, plaster-smelling office built out in the garden, looking extraordinarily mean in the midst of a quantity of books and papers. He received me in his usual fawning way, and pretended not to have heard of my arrival from Mr. Micawber, a pretense I took the liberty of disbelieving. He accompanied me into Mr. Wickfield's room, which was the shadow of its former self, having been divested of a variety of conveniences for the accommodation of the new partner, and stood before the fire, warming his back and shaving his chin with his bony hand, while Mr. Wickfield and I exchanged greetings. "You stay with us, Trotwood, while you remain in Canterbury?" said Mr. Wickfield, not without a glance at Uriah for his approval. "Is there room for me?" said I. "I am sure, Master Copperfield, I should say Mister, but the other comes so natural," said Uriah. "I would turn out of your old room with pleasure if it would be agreeable." "No, no," said Mr. Wickfield. "Why should you be inconvenienced? There's another room. There's another room." "Oh, but you know," returned Uriah with a grin, "I should really be delighted." To cut the matter short, I said I would have the other room or none at all, so it was settled that I should have the other room, and, taking my leave of the firm until dinner, I went upstairs again. I had hoped to have no other companion than Agnes, but Mrs. Heep had asked permission to bring herself and her knitting near the fire in that room, on pretense of its having an aspect more favorable for her rheumatics, as the wind then was, than the drawing-room or dining-parlor, though I could almost have consigned her to the mercies of the wind on the topmost pinnacle of the cathedral. Without remorse, I made a virtue of necessity and gave her a friendly salutation. "I'm humbly thankful to you, sir," said Mrs. Heep, in acknowledgment of my inquiries concerning her health, "but I'm only pretty well. I haven't much to boast of. If I could see my Uriah well settled in life, I couldn't expect much more, I think. How do you think my Uriah looking, sir?" I thought him looking as villainous as ever, and I replied that I saw no change in him. "Oh, don't you think he's changed?" said Mrs. Heep. "There I must humbly beg leave to differ from you. Don't you see a thinness in him?" "Not more than usual," I replied. "Don't you, though?" said Mrs. Heep. "But you don't take notice of him with a mother's eye." His mother's eye was an evil eye to the rest of the world, I thought, as it met mine, howsoever affectionate to him, and I believe she and her son were devoted to one another. It passed me, and went on to Agnes. "Don't you see a wasting and a wearing in him, Miss Wickfield?" inquired Mrs. Heep. "No," said Agnes, quietly pursuing the work on which she was engaged. "You are too solicitous about him. He is very well." Mrs. Heep, with a prodigious sniff, resumed her knitting. She never left off or left us for a moment. I had arrived early in the day, and we had still 3 or 4 hours before dinner, but she sat there, plying her knitting needles as monotonously as an hourglass might have poured out its sands. She sat on one side of the fire, I sat at the desk in front of it, a little beyond me, on the other side, sat Agnes. Whensoever, slowly pondering over my letter, I lifted up my eyes, and meeting the thoughtful face of Agnes, saw it clear, and beam encouragement upon me. With its own angelic expression, I was conscious presently of the evil eye passing me, and going on to her, and coming back to me. Again, and dropping furtively upon the knitting. What the knitting was, I don't know, not being learned in that art, but it looked like a net. And as she worked away with those Chinese chopsticks of knitting needles, she showed in the firelight like an ill-looking enchantress, balked as yet by the radiant goodness opposite, but getting ready for a cast of her net by and by. At dinner she maintained her watch with the same unwinking eyes. After dinner her son took his turn, and when Mr. Wickfield himself and I were left alone together, leered at me and writhed until I could hardly bear it. In the drawing-room there was the mother knitting and watching again. All the time that Agnes sang and played, the mother sat at the piano. Once she asked for a particular ballad, which she said her Uri, who was yawning in a great chair, doted on, and at intervals she looked round at him and reported to Agnes that he was in raptures with the music. But she hardly ever spoke. I question if she ever did without making some mention of him. It was evident to me that this was the duty assigned to her. This lasted until bedtime. To have seen the mother and son, like two great bats, hanging over the whole house and darkening it with their ugly forms, made me so uncomfortable that I would rather have remained downstairs, knitting and all, than gone to bed. I hardly got any sleep. Next day the knitting and watching began again, and lasted all day. I had not an opportunity of speaking to Agnes for 10 minutes. I could barely show her my letter. I proposed to her to walk out with me, but Mrs. Heep repeatedly complaining that she was worse, Agnes charitably remained within to bear her company. Towards the twilight I went out by myself, musing on what I ought to do, and whether I was justified in withholding from Agnes any longer what Uriah Heep had told me in London. For that began to trouble me again, very much. I had not walked out far enough to be quite clear of the town, upon the Ramsgate road, where there was a good path, when I was hailed through the dust by somebody behind me. The shambling figure and the scanty great coat were not to be mistaken. I stopped, and Uriah Heep came up. "Well," said I. "How fast you walk," said he. "My legs are pretty long, but you've given 'em quite a job." "Where are you going?" said I. "I am going with you, Master Copperfield, if you'll allow me the pleasure of a walk with an old acquaintance." Saying this with a jerk of his body, which might have been either propitiatory or derisive, he fell into step beside me. "Or yah!" said I, as civilly as I could after a silence. "Master Copperfield," said Uriah, "to tell you the truth at which you will not be offended, I came out to walk alone, because I have had so much company." He looked at me sideways, and said with his hardest grin, "You mean mother?" "Why, yes, I do," said I. "Ah! But you know we're so very humble," he returned. "And having such a knowledge of our own humbleness, we must really take care that we're not pushed to the wall by them as isn't humble. All stratagems are fair in love, sir." Raising his great hands until they touched his chin, he rubbed them softly and softly chuckled, looking as like a malevolent baboon, I thought, as anything human could look. "You see," he said, still hugging himself in that unpleasant way, and shaking his head at me. You're quite a dangerous rival, Master Copperfield. You always was, you know. Do you set a watch upon Miss Wickfield and make her home no home because of me? Said I. Oh, Master Copperfield, those are very harsh words, he replied. Put my meaning into any words you like, said I. You know what it is, Uriah, as well as I do. Oh, no. You must put it into words, he said. Oh, really, I couldn't myself. Do you suppose, said I, constraining myself to be very temperate and quiet with him on account of Agnes, that I regard Miss Wickfield otherwise than as a very dear sister? Well, Master Copperfield, he replied, you perceive I am not bound to answer that question. You may not, you know. But then, you see, you may. Anything to equal the low cunning of his visage, and of his shadowless eyes without the ghost of an eyelash, I never saw. Come then, said I, for the sake of Miss Wickfield, my Agnes, he exclaimed, with a sickly angular contortion of himself, would you be so good as call her Agnes, Master Copperfield? For the sake of Agnes Wickfield, heaven bless her. Thank you for that blessing, Master Copperfield, he interposed. I will tell you what I should, under any other circumstances, as soon have thought of telling to Jack Ketch. To who, sir? Said Uriah, stretching out his neck and shading his ear with his hand. To the hangman, I returned, the most unlikely person I could think of, though his own face had suggested the allusion quite as a natural sequence. I am engaged to another young lady. I hope that contents you. Upon your soul, said Uriah. I was about indignantly to give my assertion the confirmation he required when he caught hold of my hand and gave it a squeeze. Oh, Master Copperfield, he said, if you had only had the condescension to return my confidence when I poured out the fullness of my art, the night I put you so much out of the way by sleeping before your sitting-room fire, I never should have doubted you. As it is, I'm sure I'll take off Mother directly, and only. To Appy. I know you'll excuse the precautions of affection, won't you? What a pity, Master Copperfield, that you didn't condescend to return my confidence. I'm sure I gave you every opportunity. But you never have condescended to me as much as I could have wished. I know you have never liked me as I have liked you. All this time he was squeezing my hand with his damp, fishy fingers, while I made every effort I decently could to get it away. But I was quite unsuccessful. He drew it under the sleeve of his mulberry-colored great coat, and I walked on, almost upon compulsion, arm in arm with him. Shall we turn? Said Uriah, by and by wheeling me face about towards the town, on which the early moon was now shining, silvering the distant windows. Before we leave the subject, you ought to understand, said I, breaking a pretty long silence, that I believe Agnes Wickfield to be as far above you, and as far. Removed from all your aspirations as that moon herself. Peaceful, ain't she? Said Uriah. Very. Now confess, Master Copperfield, that you haven't liked me quite as I have liked you. All along you've thought me too humble now, I shouldn't wonder. I am not fond of professions of humility, I returned, or professions of anything else. There now, said Uriah, looking flabby and lead-colored in the moonlight. Didn't I know it? But how little you think of the rightful umbrousness of a person in my station, Master Copperfield. Father and me was both brought up at a foundation school for boys, and Mother, she was likewise brought up at a public, sort of charitable establishment. They taught us all a deal of umbralness, not much else that I know of, from morning to night. We was to be humble to this person, and humble to that, and to pull off our caps here, and to make bows there, and always to know our place and abase ourselves before our betters, and we had such a lot of betters. Father got the monitor medal by being humble. So did I. Father got made a sexton by being humble. He had the character, among the gentlefolks, of being such a well-behaved man that they were determined to bring him in. "Be humble, Uriah," says father to me, "and you'll get on." It was what was always being dinned into you and me at school. It's what goes down best. "Be humble," says father, "and you'll do, and really it ain't done bad." It was the first time it had ever occurred to me that this detestable cant of false humility might have originated out of the Heap family. I had seen the harvest, but had never thought of the seed. "When I was quite a young boy," said Uriah, "I got to know what humbleness did, and I took to it. I ate humble pie with an appetite. I stopped at the humble point of my learning, and says I, 'Hold hard. When you offered to teach me Latin, I knew better.' People like to be above you," says father. "Keep yourself down." I am very humble to the present moment, Master Copperfield, but I've got a little power. And he said all this I knew as I saw his face in the moonlight, that I might understand he was resolved to recompense himself by using his power. I had never doubted his meanness, his craft and malice, but I fully comprehended now, for the first time, what a base, unrelenting, and revengeful spirit must have been engendered by this early and this long suppression. His account of himself was so far attended with an agreeable result, that it led to his withdrawing his hand in order that he might have another hug of himself under the chin. Once apart from him, I was determined to keep apart, and we walked back side by side, saying very little more by the way. Whether his spirits were elevated by the communication I had made to him, or by his having indulged in this retrospect, I don't know, but they were raised by some influence. He talked more at dinner than was usual with him, asked his mother off duty, from the moment of our re-entering the house, whether he was not growing too old for a bachelor, and once looked at Agnes so that I would have given all I had for leave to knock him down. When we three males were left alone after dinner, he got into a more adventurous state. He had taken little or no wine, and I presume it was the mere insolence of triumph that was upon him, flushed perhaps by the temptation my presence furnished to its exhibition. I had observed yesterday that he tried to entice Mr. Wickfield to drink, and, interpreting the look which Agnes had given me as she went out, had limited myself to one glass, and then proposed that we should follow her. I would have done so again today, but Uriah was too quick for me. "We seldom see our present visitor, sir," he said, addressing Mr. Wickfield. Sitting, such a contrast to him at the end of the table, and I should propose to give him welcome in another glass or two of wine, if you have no objections. Mr. Copperfield, your health and happiness." I was obliged to make a show of taking the hand he stretched across to me, and then, with very different emotions, I took the hand of the broken gentleman, his partner. "Come, fellow partner," said Uriah, "if I may take the liberty now, suppose you give us something or another appropriate to Copperfield. I pass over Mr. Wickfield's proposing my aunt, his proposing Mr. Dick, his proposing Doctor's comments, his proposing Uriah, his drinking everything twice, his consciousness of his own weakness, the ineffectual effort that he made against it, the struggle between his shame in Uriah's deportment and his desire to conciliate him, the manifest exultation with which Uriah twisted and turned and held him up before me. It made me sick at heart to see, and my hand recoils from writing it. "Come, fellow partner," said Uriah at last, "I'll give you another one, and I am bly ask for bumpers, seeing I intend to make it the divinest of her sex." Her father had his empty glass in his hand. I saw him set it down, look at the picture she was so like, put his hand to his forehead, and shrink back in his elbow-chair. "I am an humble individual to give you her health," proceeded Uriah, "but I admire, adore her." No physical pain that her father's gray head could have borne, I think, could have been more terrible to me than the mental endurance I saw compressed now within both his hands. Agnes, said Uriah, either not regarding him or not knowing what the nature of his action was, Agnes Wickfield is, I am safe to say, the divinest of her sex. May I speak out among friends? To be her father is a proud distinction, but to be her husband, spare me from ever again hearing such a cry as that with which her father rose up from the table. What's the matter? Said Uriah, turning of a deadly color. You are not gone mad after all, Mr. Whitfield, I hope. If I say I've an ambition to make your Agnes my Agnes, I have as good a right to it as another man. I have a better right to it than any other man. I had my arms around Mr. Wickfield, imploring him by everything that I could think of, oftenest of all by his love for Agnes, to calm himself a little. He was mad for the moment, tearing out his hair, beating his head, trying to force me from him, and to force himself from me, not answering a word, not looking at, or seeing anyone, blindly striving for he knew not what, his face all staring and distorted, a frightful spectacle. I conjured him incoherently, but in the most impassioned manner, not to abandon himself to this wildness, but to hear me. I besought him to think of Agnes, to connect me with Agnes, to recollect how Agnes and I had grown up together, how I honored her and loved her, how she was his pride and joy. I tried to bring her idea before him in any form. I even reproached him with not having firmness to spare her the knowledge of such a scene as this. I may have effected something, or his wildness may have spent itself, but by degrees he struggled less and began to look at me strangely at first. Then with recognition in his eyes, at length he said, I know, Trotwood, my darling child, and you I know, but look at him. He pointed to Uriah, pale and glowering in a corner, evidently very much out in. His calculations, and taken by surprise. Look at my torturer, he replied. Before him I have step by step abandoned name and reputation, peace and quiet, house and home. I have kept your name and reputation for you, and your peace and quiet, and your house and home too, said Uriah with a sulky, hurried, defeated air of compromise. Don't be foolish, Mr. Wickfield. If I have gone a little beyond what you were prepared for, I can go back, I suppose. There's no harm done. I look for single motives in everyone, said Mr. Whitfield, and I was satisfied I had bound him to me by motives of interest. But see what he is! Oh, see what he is! Oh, see what he is! You had better stop him, Copperfield, if you can, cried Uriah with his long forefinger pointing towards me. He'll say something presently, mind you. He'll be sorry to have said afterwards, and you'll be sorry to have heard. I'll say anything, cried Mr. Wickfield with a desperate air. Why should I not be in all the world's power if I am in yours? Mind, I tell you, said Uriah, continuing to warn me, if you don't stop his mouth, you're not his friend. Why shouldn't you be in all the world's power, Mr. Wickfield? Because you have got a daughter. You and me know what we know, don't we? Let sleeping dogs lie who wants to rouse 'em. I don't. Can't you see I am as humble as I can be? I tell you, if I've gone too far, I'm sorry. What would you have, sir? Oh, Trotwood, Trotwood, exclaimed Mr. Wickfield, wringing his hands, what I have come down to be, since I first saw you in this house. I was on my downward way then, but the dreary, dreary road I have traversed since, weak indulgence has ruined me. indulgence in remembrance, and indulgence in forgetfulness. My natural grief for my child's mother turned to disease. My natural love for my child turned to disease. I have infected everything I touched. I have brought misery on what I dearly love. I know you know. I thought it possible that I could truly love one creature in the world and not love the rest. I thought it possible that I could truly mourn for one creature gone out of the world and not have some part in the grief of all who mourned. Thus the lessons of my life have been perverted. I have preyed on my own morbid, coward heart, and it has preyed on me. Sordid in my grief, sordid in my love, sordid in my miserable escape from the darker side of both, oh, see the ruin I am, and hate me, shun me. He dropped into a chair and weakly sobbed. The excitement into which he had been roused was leaving him. Uriah came out of his corner. I don't know all I have done in my fatuity, said Mr. Wickfield, putting out his hands as if to deprecate my condemnation. He knows best, meaning Uriah Heep, for he has always been at my elbow, whispering me, "You see the millstone that he is about my neck. You find him in my house. You find him in my business. You heard him but a little time ago. What need have I to say more? You haven't need to say so much, nor half so much, nor anything at all," observed Uriah, half defiant and half fawning. "You wouldn't have took it up so if it hadn't been for the wine. You'll think better of it tomorrow, sir. If I have said too much, or more than I meant, what of it? I haven't stood by it." The door opened, and Agnes, gliding in, without a vestige of color in her face, put her arm round his neck and steadily said, "Papa, you are not well. Come with me." He laid his head upon her shoulder as if he were oppressed with heavy shame, and went out with her. Her eyes met mine for but an instant, yet I saw how. Much she knew of what had passed. "I didn't expect he'd cut up so rough, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "But it's nothing. I'll be friends with him tomorrow. It's for his good. I'm humbly anxious for his good." I gave him no answer and went upstairs into the quiet room where Agnes had so often sat beside me at my books. Nobody came near me until late at night. I took up a book and tried to read. I heard the clocks strike 12 and was still reading, without knowing what I read, when Agnes touched me. "You will be going early in the morning, Trotwood. Let us say good-bye now." She had been weeping, but her face then was so calm and beautiful. "Heaven bless you," she said, giving me her hand. "Dearest Agnes," I returned, "I see you ask me not to speak of tonight, but is there nothing to be done?" "There is God to trust in," she replied. "Can I do nothing, I, who come to you with my poor sorrows, and make mine so much lighter?" she replied. "Dear Trotwood, no." "Dear Agnes," I said, "it is presumptuous for me, who am so poor in all in which you are so rich, goodness, resolution, all noble qualities, to doubt or direct you. But you know how much I love you, and how much I owe you. You will never sacrifice yourself to a mistaken sense of duty, Agnes." More agitated for a moment than I had ever seen her, she took her hands from me and moved a step back. "Say you have no such thought, dear Agnes, much more than sister. Think of the priceless gift of such a heart as yours, of such a love as yours. Oh!" Long, long afterwards, I saw that face rise up before me with its momentary look, not wondering, not accusing, not regretting. Oh, long, long afterwards, I saw that look subside as it did now, into the lovely smile with which she told me she had no fear for herself. I need have none for her, and parted from me by the name of brother, and was gone. It was dark in the morning when I got upon the coach at the inn door. The day was just breaking when we were about to start, and then, as I sat thinking of her, came struggling up the coach side, through the mingled day and night, Uriah's head. "Copperfield," said he, in a croaking whisper, as he hung by the iron on the roof, "I thought you'd be glad to hear before you went off that there are no squares." Broke between us. I've been into his room already, and we've made it all smooth. Why, though I'm humble, I'm useful to him, you know, and he understands his interest when he isn't in liquor. What an agreeable man he is, after all, Master Copperfield. I obliged myself to say that I was glad he had made his apology. "Oh, to be sure," said Uriah. "When a person's humble, you know, what's an apology? So easy, I say. I suppose," with a jerk, "you have sometimes plucked a pear before it was ripe, Master Copperfield?" "I suppose I have," I replied. "I did that last night," said Uriah. "But it'll ripen yet. It only wants attending to. I can wait." Profuse in his farewells, he got down again as the coachman got up. For anything I know, he was eating something to keep the raw morning air out, but he made motions with his mouth as if the pear were ripe already and he were smacking his lips over it. Chapter 40. The Wander. We had a very serious conversation in Buckingham Street that night about the domestic occurrences I have detailed in the last chapter. My aunt was deeply interested in them, and walked up and down the room with her arms folded for more than 2 hours afterwards. Whenever she was particularly discomposed, she always performed one of these pedestrian feats, and the amount of her discomposure might always be estimated by the duration of her walk. On this occasion she was so much disturbed in mind as to find it necessary to open the bedroom door and make a course for herself, comprising the full extent of the bedrooms from wall to wall. And while Mr. Dick and I sat quietly by the fire, she kept passing in and out along this measured track at an unchanging pace, with the regularity of a clock pendulum. When my aunt and I were left to ourselves by Mr. Dick's going out to bed, I sat down to write my letter to the 2 old ladies. By that time she was tired of walking and sat by the fire with her dress tucked up as usual. But instead of sitting in her usual manner, holding her glass upon her knee, she suffered it to stand neglected on the chimney-piece, and, resting her left elbow on her right arm and her chin on her left hand, looked thoughtfully at me. As often as I raised my eyes from what I was about, I met hers. "I am in the lovingest of tempers, my dear," she would assure me with a nod, "but I am fidgeted and sorry." I had been too busy to observe, until after she was gone to bed, that she had left her night mixture, as she always called it, untasted on the chimney-piece. She came to her door with even more than her usual affection of manner when I knocked to acquaint her with this discovery, but only said, "I have not the heart to take it, Trot, tonight," and shook her head and went in again. She read my letter to the 2 old ladies in the morning and approved of it. I posted it and had nothing to do then but wait, as patiently as I could, for the reply. I was still in this state of expectation, and had been for nearly a week, when I left the doctor's one snowy night to walk home. It had been a bitter day, and a cutting northeast wind had blown for some time. The wind had gone down with the light, and so the snow had come on. It was a heavy, settled fall, I recollect, in great flakes, and it lay thick. The noise of wheels and tread of people were as hushed as if the streets had been strewn that depth with feathers. My shortest way home, and I naturally took the shortest way on such a night, was through St. Martin's Lane. Now, the church which gives its name to the lane stood in a less free situation at that time, there being no open space before it, and the lane winding down to the Strand. As I passed the steps of the portico, I encountered at the corner a woman's face. It looked in mine, passed across the narrow lane, and disappeared. I knew it. I had seen it somewhere, but I could not remember where. I had some association with it that struck upon my heart directly, but I was thinking of anything else when it came upon me and was confused. On the steps of the church, there was the stooping figure of a man who had put down some burden on the smooth snow to adjust it. My seeing the face and my seeing him were simultaneous. I don't think I had stopped in my surprise, but in any case, as I went on, he rose, turned, and came down towards me. I stood face to face with Mr. Peggotty. Then I remembered the woman. It was Martha, to whom Emily had given the money that night in the kitchen. Martha Indell, side by side with whom he would not have seen his dear niece Ham had told me, for all the treasures wrecked in the sea. We shook hands heartily. At first, neither of us could speak a word. "Mas'r Davy," he said, gripping me tight, "it do my 'art good to see you, sir." "Well met, well met, well met, my dear old friend," said I. "I had my thoughts a-coming to make increation for you, sir, to-night," he said, "but knowing as your aunt was living along wi' you, for I've been down yonder, Yarmouth way, I was afeard it was too late." "I should have come early in the morning, sir, afore going away." "Again?" said I. "Yes, sir," he replied, patiently shaking his head. "I'm away tomorrow." "Where were you going now?" I asked. "Well," he replied, shaking the snow out of his long hair, "I was a-going to turn." In somewheres, in those days, there was the side entrance to the stable yard of the Golden Cross, the end so memorable to me in connection with his misfortune, nearly opposite to where we stood. I pointed out the gateway, put my arm through his, and we went across. 2 or 3 public rooms opened out of the stable yard, and looking into one of them, and finding it empty and a good fire burning, I took him in there. When I saw him in the light, I observed not only that his hair was long and ragged, but that his face was burnt dark by the sun. He was grayer, the lines in his face and forehead were deeper, and he had every appearance of having toiled and wandered through all varieties of weather. But he looked very strong, and like a man upheld by steadfastness of purpose, whom nothing could tire out. He shook the snow from his hat and clothes, and brushed it away from his face. While I was inwardly making these remarks, as he sat down opposite to me at a table with his back to the door by which we had entered, he put out his rough hand again and grasped mine warmly. "I'll tell you, Mas'rs Davy," he said, "where all I've been, and what all we've heerd. I've been fur, and we've heerd little, but I'll tell you." I rang the bell for something hot to drink. He would have nothing stronger than ale, and while it was being brought, and being warmed at the fire, he sat thinking. There was a fine, massive gravity in his face I did not venture to disturb. "When she was a child," he said, lifting up his head soon after we were left alone, "she used to talk to me a deal about the sea, and about them coasts where the sea got to be dark blue, and to lay a-shining and a-shining in the sun. I thought, odd times, as her father being drownded made her think on it so much. I doon." "No, you see, but maybe she believed or hoped he had drifted out to them parts, where the flowers is always a-blowing, and the country bright." "It is likely to have been a childish fancy," I replied. "When she was lost," said Mr. Peggotty, "I knowed in my mind as he would take her to them countries." I knowed, in my mind, as he'd have told her wonders of 'em, and how she was to be a lady theer, and how he got her to listen to him fust, along zex like. When we see his mother, I knowed quite well as I was right. I went across channel to France, and landed 'ere as if I'd fell down from the sky. I saw the door move, and the snow drift in. I saw it move a little more, and a hand softly interposed to keep it open. I found out an English gentleman as was in authority, said Mr. Peggotty, and told him I was a-going to seek my niece. He got me them papers as I wanted fur to carry me through. I doon't rightly know how they're called, and he would have give me money, but that I was thankful to have no need on. I thank him kind, for all he done, I'm sure. I've wrote afore you, he says to me, and I shall speak to many as will come that way, and many will know you, for distant from here, when you are travelling alone. I told him, best as I was able, what my gratitude was, and went away through France. Alone? And on foot? Said I. Mostly afoot, he rejoined. Sometimes in carts, along with people going to market. Sometimes in empty coaches. Many mile a day afoot, and often with some poor soldier or another, travelling to see his friends. I couldn't talk to him, said Mr. Peggotty, nor he to me, but we was company for one another too along the dusty roads. I should have known that by his friendly tone. When I come to any town, he pursued, I found the inn and waited about the yard till someone turned up. Someone mostly did as knowed English. Then I told how that I was on my way to seek my niece, and they told me what manner of gentle folks was in the house, and I waited to see any as seemed like her, going in or out. When it warn't Em'ly, I went on agin. By little and little, when I come to a new village or that, among the poor people, I found they knowed about me. They would set me down at their cottage doors, and give me what not furred to eat and drink, and show me where to sleep. And many a woman, Mas'r Davy, as has had a daughter of about Em'ly's age, I found a-waiting fur me, at Our Saviour's Cross, outside the village, fur to do me similar kindnesses. Some has had daughters as was dead, and God only knows how good the mothers was to me. It was Martha at the door. I saw her haggard, listening face distinctly. My dread was lest he should turn his head and see her too. They would often put their children, particular their little girls, said Mr. Peggotty, upon my knee, and many a time you might have seen me sitting at their doors when night was coming in, a'most as if they'd been my darling's children. Oh, my darling! Overpowered by sudden grief, he sobbed aloud. I laid my trembling hand upon the hand he put before his face. "Thank ye, sir," he said, "doon ain't take no notice." In a very little while, he took his hand away and put it on his breast, and went on with his story. They often walked with me, he said, in the morning, maybe a mile or two upon my road, and when we parted, and I said, "I'm very thankful to you. God bless you." They always seemed to understand and answer pleasant. At last I come to the sea. It warn't hard, you may suppose, for a seafaring man like me to work his way over to Italy. When I got theer, I wandered on as I had done afore. The people was just as good to me, and I should have gone from town. To town, maybe the country through, but that I got news of her being seen among them Swiss mountains yonder. One is knowed his servants see 'em there, all three, and told me how they travelled and where they was. I made for the mountains, Masses Davy, day and night. Ever so fur as I went, ever so fur the mountains seemed to shift away from me, but I come up with 'em, and I crossed 'em. When I got nigh the places I'd been told of, I began to think within my own self, what shall I do when I see her? The listening face, insensible to the inclement night, still drooped at the door, and the hands begged me, prayed me not to cast it forth. "I never doubted her," said Mr. Peggotty. "No, not a bit. Ony let her see my face, ony let her hear my voice, ony let my standing still afore her bring to her thoughts the home she had fled away from, and the child she had been, and if she had growed to be a royal lady, she'd have fell down at my feet. I knowed it well. Many a time in my sleep had I heard her cry out, 'Uncle,' and seen her fall like death afore me. Many a time in my sleep had I raised her up and whispered to her, 'Em'ly, my dear, I am come fur to bring forgiveness and to take you home.'" He stopped and shook his head and went on with a sigh. "He was now to me now. Em'ly was all. I bought a country dress to put upon her, and I knowed that, once found, she would walk beside me over them stony roads, go where I would, and never, never leave me more. To put that dress upon her, and to cast off what she wore, to take her on my arm again and wander towards home, to stop sometimes upon the road, and heal her bruised feet and her worse bruised heart, was all that I thought of now. I don't believe I should have done so much as look at him. But Mas'r Davy, it warn't to be not yet. I was too late, and they was gone. Wheer, I couldn't learn. Some said here, some said theer. I travelled here and I travelled there, but I found no Em'ly, and I travelled home. "How long ago?" I asked. "A matter of 4 days," said Mr. Peggotty. "I sighted the old boat art here dark, and the light a shining in the winder. When I come nigh, and looked in through the glass, I see the faithful creature, Mrs. Gummidge, sittin' by the fire, as we had fixed upon, alone. I called out, 'Don't be afeard. It's Dan,' and I went in. I never could have thought the old bull would have been so strange." From some pocket in his breast, he took out with a very careful hand a small paper bundle containing 2 or 3 letters or little packets, which he laid upon the table. "This must one come," he said, selecting it from the rest, afore I had been gone a week. "A £50 banknote, in a sheet of paper, directed to me, and put underneath the door in the night. She tried to hide her writing, but she couldn't hide it from me." He folded up the note again, with great patience and care, in exactly the same form, and laid it on one side. "This come to Mrs. Gummidge," he said, opening another 2 or 3 months ago. After looking at it for some moments, he gave it to me, and added in a low voice, "Be so good as read it, sir." I read as follows: "Oh, what will you feel when you see this writing, and know it comes from my wicked hand? But try not for my sake, but for Uncle's goodness, try to let your heart soften to me, only for a little time. Try, pray do, to relent towards a miserable girl, and write down on a bit of paper whether he is well, and what he said about me before you left off ever naming me among yourselves, and whether of a night, when it is my old time of coming home, you ever see him look as if he thought of one he used to love so dear. Oh, my heart is breaking when I think about it. I am kneeling down to you, begging and praying you not to be as hard with me as I deserve, as I well know I deserve, but to be so gentle and so good as to write down something of him, and to send it to me. You need not call me little, you need not call me by the name I have disgraced, but oh, listen to my agony, and have mercy on me so far as to write me some word of Uncle, never, never to be seen in this world by my eyes again. Dear, if your heart is hard towards me, justly hard, I know, but listen, if it is hard, dear, ask him I have wronged the most him whose wife I was to have been, before you quite decide against my poor prayer. If he should be so compassionate as to say that you might write something for me to read, I think he would, oh, I think he would, if you would only ask him, for he always was so brave and so forgiving. Tell him then, but not else, that when I hear the wind blowing at night, I feel as if it was passing angrily from seeing him and uncle, and was going up to God against me. Tell him that if I was to die tomorrow, and oh, if I was fit, I would be so glad to die. I would bless him and uncle with my last words, and pray for his happy home with my last breath. Some money was enclosed in this letter also, £5. It was untouched like the previous sum, and he refolded it in the same way. Detailed instructions were added relative to the address of a reply, which, although they betrayed the intervention of several hands and made it difficult to arrive at any very probable conclusion in reference to her place of concealment, made it at least not unlikely that she had written from that spot where she was stated to have been seen. What answer was sent? I inquired of Mr. Peggotty. Mrs. Gummidge, he returned. Not being a good scholar, sir, Ham kindly drawed it out, and she made a copy on it. They told her I was gone to seek her, and what my parting words was. Is that another letter in your hand? Said I. It's money, sir, said Mr. Peggotty, unfolding it a little way. £10, you see, and wrote inside, from a true friend, like the fust, but the fust was put underneath the door, and this come by the post, day afore yesterday. I'm a-going to seek her at the postmark. He showed it to me. It was a town on the upper Rhine. He had found out at Yarmouth some foreign dealers who knew that country, and they had drawn him a rude map on paper, which he could very well understand. He laid it between us on the table, and with his chin resting on one hand, tracked his course upon it with the other. I asked him how Ham was. He shook his head. He works, he said, as bold as a man can. His name's as good, and all that part as any man's is, anywheres in the world. Anyone's hand is ready to help him, you understand, and his is ready to help them. He's never been heerd for to complain, but my sister's belief is twixt ourselves as it is cut him deep. Poor fellow, I can believe it. He ain't no care, Masses Davy, said Mr. Peggotty in a solemn whisper. Kinder no care no how for his life. When a man's wanted for rough sarvice and rough weather, he's theer. When there's hard duty to be done with danger in it, he steps for ard afore all his mates, and yet he's as gentle as any child. There ain't a child in Yarmouth that don't know him. He gathered up the letters thoughtfully, smoothing them with his hand, put them into their little bundle, and placed it tenderly in his breast again. The face was gone from the door. I still saw the snow drifting in, but nothing else was there. Well, he said, looking to his bag, having seen you tonight, Masser Davy, and that doos me good, I shall away betimes tomorrow morning. You have seen what I've got here, putting his hand on where the little packet lay. All that troubles me is, to think that any harm might come to me, afore that money was give back. If I was to die, and it was lost, or stole, or elseways made away with, and it was never knowed by him, but what I'd took it, I believe the t'other world wouldn't hold me. I believe I must come back. He rose, and I rose too. We grasped each other by the hand again, before going out. I'd go 10,000 mile, he said. I'd go till I dropped dead, to lay that money down afore him. If I do that, and find my Emily, I'm content. If I don't find her, maybe she'll come to here sometime, as her loving uncle only ended his search for her when he ended his life, and if I know her, even that will turn her home at. Last, as he went out into the rigorous night, I saw the lonely figure flit away before us. I turned him hastily on some pretense, and held him in conversation until it was gone. He spoke of a traveller's house on the Dover road, where he knew he could find a clean, plain lodging for the night. I went with him over Westminster Bridge and parted from him on the Surrey shore. Everything seemed, to my imagination, to be hushed in reverence for him as he resumed his solitary journey through the snow. I returned to the inn-yard and, impressed by my remembrance of the face, looked awfully around for it. It was not there. The snow had covered our late footprints. My new track was the only one to be seen, and even that began to die away. It snowed so fast as I looked back over my shoulder. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.